Chapter 201 Appearance. Swish. Shinji, who temporarily released the Susanoo, fell from the sky and landed steadily on the top of a snowy peak. He looked into the distance, estimating the time and distance in his heart. The cold wind whistled, and the red cloud suit on his body rustled. Just then, an inconspicuous black dot appeared in the distance and quickly rushed towards him. He retracted his gaze from afar, turned his head to look at the black dot, and raised the corners of his mouth. There is no doubt. The black dot that was approaching rapidly was a figure, and this figure was not someone else, but Yukito, who successfully destroyed an anchor point in the Land of Fire a few days ago. Originally, Shinji did not expect to keep control of Yukito. So after successfully cutting off the anchor point in the Land of Fire, the last order he gave to Yukito, who was about to go berserk, was to let Yukito rush to the anchor point of the Land of Thunder this time. His idea at the time was very simple: if it can be done, it will be done. If it doesn't work, Yukito has already helped him cut off an anchor point, which is worth it. As for why it is the anchor point of the Land of Lightning, he naturally has his considerations. In his opinion, the manpower to solve the other anchor points is relatively sufficient. At worst, there are people he can trust, such as Haku and Karin. Only for the anchor point of the Land of Lightning, he arranged Kimimaro, who was completely unaware of the inside story. Although Orochimaru is behind Kimimaro, it is hard to say how much interest Orochimaru has in Kimimaro joining the Akatsuki organization, and whether he will personally take action. In addition, after the battle at the anchor point of the Land of Fire, he found that the Demon Slayer world has invested a lot of strength in the guarding of the anchor point. Without the strength of the cage or quasi-cage level, it is difficult to break through the guarding power of the anchor point. Therefore, Kimimaro's route can be said to be the weakest of the 5 routes. Shoo. Soon, Yukito arrived in front of Shinji and stood beside him. Shinji checked and confirmed, seeing that Yukito was still under the control of his illusion. He couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the control of the Sharingan over the tailed beasts is stronger than I thought. Originally, he had already prepared to lose Yukito's combat power. After all, Yukito was already on the verge of going berserk at that time, and he could break through the last restraint at any time and go berserk completely. But he didn't expect that the eternal Mangeki pupil power he transmitted through Niobe finally curbed Yukito's runaway and pulled him back. But if you think about it carefully, this is not surprising. Obito, who only had one Mangeki left at the time, was able to control the strongest Nine Tails among the tailed beasts through the single eye Mangeki and launched the Nine Tails Rebellion in Konoha. And now Shinji, although he has not transplanted white Zetsu cells, has a pair of complete eternal Mangeki Sharingan after all. In terms of the strength of Yuntun Chakra alone, he is much stronger than Obito at the time. Even if remote control will cause losses, it should be reasonable to suppress the runaway of the two-tailed beast. After collecting his thoughts, Shinji checked the map. At this moment, he was still hundreds of kilometers away from the anchor point of the Land of Lightning, but he was not going to continue using the perfect Susanoo to travel. The flying speed of the perfect Susanoo was naturally beyond doubt, otherwise, he would not have been able to travel from the desert of the Land of Wind to the snowy area of the Land of Lightning in just 1 or 2 days. Just like the speed, the consumption of the perfect Susanoo was also ridiculously high. This kind of pupil power loss was extremely heavy even for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. If the journey was not too far, he would not have wanted to use Susanoo to travel. At this moment, his eye sockets were slightly swollen, and even his vision was a little blurred. He knew that these were symptoms of excessive pupil power consumption, and now he didn't even know who was guarding the anchor point of the Land of Lightning, so in order to win, he had to recover some pupil power as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he arrived at the anchor point of the Land of Lightning, he would have died in vain. However, the snowy region of the Land of Lightning is different from the forests of the Land of Fire and the deserts of the Land of Wind. Hundreds of kilometers in other places may only take a few hours to travel, but in this snowy region, he may have to climb over countless snow peaks and withstand the bone-chilling cold, which is several times more difficult than other terrains. If he trekked on foot, when he arrived at the place, Shinji's pupil power might have recovered a little, but it is hard to say how much physical strength he has left. After all, he is only 8 years old now. Shinji, who was in distress, suddenly saw Yukito beside him, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. The anchor point of the Land of Lightning. Looking at the figure in front of him who slowly walked out of the smoke with the words upper string 1 engraved in his pupils, Kabuto Yakushi's heart kept sinking. Is it that serious? He couldn't help but murmur in his heart. This scene even made him doubt whether Akatsuki had known for a long time that Kimimaro was a spy planted by Orochimaru in Konoha. This recruitment was a trap, and its purpose was to lure Orochimaru behind Kimimaro. Because Kimimaro was just a student of the ninja school. Even if he was extremely talented and had a strong corpse vein, he was just a boy of 9 years old. Is it necessary to send out a strong man like Upper String 1 to assess such a boy? Moreover, a thin layer of sweat oozed from Kabuto Yakushi's forehead. The surrounding icy and snowy environment did not make him feel cold. On the contrary, he was extremely nervous at this moment. Because he felt that the other party did not want to assess anything at all. Kimimaro struggled to get up from the ground at this time. Kabuto Yakushi's medical ninjutsu was extremely superb, and coupled with Kimimaro's special bloodline limit, the injury that looked extremely tragic just now was not a big deal at this moment. Seeing Kimimaro stand up, Kabuto Yakushi continued to treat him while whispering, "This operation has failed, prepare to retreat." Kimimaro shook his head. Kabuto Yakushi said in a deep voice, "Give up. Haven't you noticed yet?" After a pause, Kimimaro said indifferently, "The other party has no intention of letting us leave." Kabuto Yakushi wanted to say something, but suddenly, the Upper String 1 on the opposite side rushed over again with a sword. Swish! Without the slightest hesitation, Kimimaro swung out the bone blade with both hands and went up. Clang clang clang! In an instant, another series of harsh metal collisions resounded on the snowy peaks. Ah! After sighing, Kabuto Yakushi immediately used the secret technique to pass the message to Orochimaru that this might be a trap deliberately arranged by the Akatsuki organization. Then he bit his finger, made a seal with both hands, and pressed it to the ground, summoning beast. Bang! In a huge puff of white smoke, a brown snake rushed out and pounced directly at the Upper String 1 who was fighting with Kimimaro. This snake was only slightly smaller than the 10,000 snakes in the Ryokai cave, and it looked huge, so even if it was just moving, it could make a loud booming sound along the way. Yakushi Kabuto jumped up and jumped on the head of the snake. Looking at the snake rushing towards him, the Upper String 1 forced Kimimaro back with a sword, then flew up and swung his sword at the snake. He's crazy. The Yakushi Kabuto standing on the head of the snake was puzzled. He knew that the Upper String 1 was very strong, but he still couldn't understand why he faced the giant summoned beast with his flesh and blood. Crash! As the Upper String 1 completed the chopping action, a ball of fierce flames that was difficult to look at quickly ignited on his blade. This! Yakushi Kabuto was startled at first, and then he suddenly had a strong intuition in his heart. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely die. So, he instinctively followed his inner intuition, and before the Upper String 1 approached, he dodged to the side in a panic. Boom! Almost at the same time that Yakushi Kabuto dodged, the long sword wielding the blazing flame slashed at the snake, cutting the snake off from the center of the brow, splitting it vertically in two. Boom! Amid the roar of the giant falling to the ground, the smelly blood sprayed out like a waterfall, dyeing a large area of snow red. Yakushi Kabuto fell to the ground with a confused look on his face. How? How is it possible? The Akatsuki's upper rank 1 must be very strong, but he shouldn't be this strong. He killed a giant summoned beast from the Ryokai cave so cleanly with just a swing. You should know that when these summoned beasts suffer damage that they can't bear, they often avoid fatal damage by cancelling their summons. In addition, giant summoned beasts are generally thick-skinned and have strong vitality, so it is very difficult to kill them. Under normal circumstances, when this brown snake suffers fatal damage, it will immediately cancel its summons and avoid fatal injuries by traveling through space. There is only one possibility that allows it to take a complete blow like this, that is, it was dead at the moment it was attacked. A corpse naturally cannot cancel its summons on its own. Not far away. As indifferent as Kimimaro, he was also horrified at this moment. He had been carefully observing the other party's movements. He could confirm that the other party did not make a seal, but used some kind of attack similar to the fire escape ninjutsu. Is it some kind of ninjutsu? Or some kind of secret technique? Or some kind of bloodline limit? He had all kinds of guesses in his mind. At this time, the Upper String 1 waved his sword, moved his eyes away from the corpse of the snake, and looked at Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi again. The two of them felt nervous. In the battle just now, Kimimaro had already gone all out. Not only did he use the corpse vein to the extreme, he even used the 8 gates of Dunjia that he had just mastered. If not, he would not be able to resist the Upper String 1 in front of him, whose physical skills and swordsmanship were ridiculously strong. It seems that I'm going to fail this time. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and showed a bitter smile on his face. The battle soon broke out again. The upper string one seemed to be an emotionless fighting machine. Every one of his attacks was the best solution and would not be disturbed by emotions. Even Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi, who were suppressed, could not help but be impressed by the fighting style of the upper string one, and they felt that he was worthy of being a member of the Akatsuki organization. At the same time, while constantly getting hurt, Kimimaro also learned a lot from the upper string one. When ordinary people feel threatened by death, they may be occupied by fear and do many stupid things, but Kimimaro is different. The closer he is to life and death, the more obvious his progress is. Although he is still suppressed by the upper string one and the wounds on his body are still increasing, his response is completely different from before. Kimimaro, who is immersed in a certain state, may not feel it himself, but Kabuto Yakushi next to him clearly discovered this. However, such progress obviously cannot make up for the huge gap in strength between them and the upper string one. If it weren't for the fact that the chakra on the upper string one was also rapidly consumed as the battle continued, they would not even be able to hold on for so long. Bang! Kabuto Yakushi, who was once again knocked away by the upper string one and fell into the snow, suddenly frowned. What's going on? Through the series of battles, he vaguely sensed the weirdness of the upper string one. For a normal ninja, the chakra cannot be at its peak at the beginning, because except for some secret techniques to store chakra, ordinary ninjas cannot maintain a huge amount of chakra for a long time. So when ninjas fight, they refine chakra while fighting. And the upper string one in front of him is very strange. As soon as he appeared, he had so much chakra that it was almost visible to the naked eye. But as the battle consumed, the reduction of chakra was almost visible to the naked eye. It seemed that the upper string one did not refine new chakra itself, but was consuming the chakra that had long existed in the body. If that's the case, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly had an idea. If his guess was right, it meant that he and Kimimaro might still have a chance to survive, because as the chakra was consumed, he could clearly feel that the speed and power of the upper string one was weakening. Swish! Suddenly, a sword light flashed, bringing up a pool of blood. Kabuto Yakushi's pupil shrank, and he found that the upper string one appeared behind Kimimaro in a flash, and then a large amount of blood gushed out of Kimimaro's body. With his medical ninjutsu attainments, he could tell at a glance that this amount of bleeding was enough to kill a ninja. Even if Kimimaro had the corpse vein, the strength of the body is far beyond that of ordinary ninjas, but such a large amount of bleeding can still make Kimimaro completely lose his combat effectiveness. And once Kimimaro is gone to hold back the upper string one, he can't hold on for long alone. Damn it! He sighed again. He had clearly seen a chance of survival. Just then, the upper string one who was walking towards him suddenly stopped and turned his head to look into the distance. What is he looking at? Yakushi Kabuto also looked over, only to see a figure standing on a high cliff in the distance. The most striking thing is that the figure is wearing a red cloud suit unique to the Akatsuki organization. The black-bottomed red cloud cloak rustled in the cold wind, and the figure was high above, looking down on everything, like a god. 2-in-1 chapter. Please recommend and vote for the month. Please leave. Please leave. My wife is sick and I have been busy all day. I can't write it today. Sorry. Chapter 202 Strength Limit. It's him. Kabuto Yakushi's expression froze, from suspicion to despair. One upper string one was enough to deal with him and Kimimaro, and now, there is another Manjiki Uchiha. Moreover, the one who came was the most mysterious in Akatsuki. Kimimaro, it looks like we can't escape. Kabuto Yakushi smiled, with bitterness hanging on the corners of his mouth. The seriously injured Kimimaro looked at Kabuto Yakushi, his eyes seemed to be asking something. Kabuto Yakushi said knowingly, "Don't worry, I have passed on the situation here, Lord Orochimaru will not fall into the trap." Kimimaro breathed a sigh of relief, and his face returned to indifference. At this time, he not only did not resent Orochimaru for not helping him, but he felt a little guilty in his heart, thinking that he had fallen into the trap of Akatsuki and almost led Orochimaru into the trap of Akatsuki. As for his own life and death, he didn't care. Just as the two were ready to face death, the upper string one suddenly changed his target, flashed, and rushed towards A who was standing on the top of the mountain, looking down at the battlefield like a god. What's going on? Both Kabuto and Kimimaro were stunned. Immediately, Kabuto suddenly realized something, and recalled a report on the long street battle that Orochimaru obtained at the 5-cage talks using the identity of the Sound Village. The report mentioned that the long street battle, whose cause and result were all in doubt, was suspected to be an internal conflict within the Akatsuki organization. The two sides of the internal conflict. It was the mysterious upper string Akatsuki member with words engraved on his pupils, and the mysterious Akatsuki member wearing a hood and a mask on his face. Could it be? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope for life surged in Kabuto's heart. Swish! The upper string one obviously didn't care what Yakushi Kabuto was thinking. In the snowy area, he was like a tiger, carrying the roar of a rapid sonic boom, and pounced on Shinji standing on the top of the mountain. Shinji, who was looking down from a high place, was far from being as indifferent as he looked. His face under the mask was full of surprise at this moment. Because the moment he arrived here, he recognized that the upper string one who pounced on him was not someone else, but the protagonist Tanjiro Kamato, who was favored by luck in the Demon Slayer world. But Tanjiro at this time no longer had his original cheerfulness and sunshine. His face was full of gloom, and the words upper string one appeared in his pupils. Ah! Shinji's expression dimmed. Another upright person in the Demon Slayer world became a demon, and he was an upper string demon with the words upper string engraved in his pupils. This was obviously different from the previous Rengoku Kyojuro. At this time, Tanjiro, the upper string one, had already rushed to Shinji with his sword. He jumped high, as if he was going to split Shinji and the cliff top in half with one sword. So strong! Kabuto, Yakushi and Kimimaro at the top of the mountain were dumbfounded. The upper string one only relied on sword skills, and never cast any ninjutsu from beginning to end. This was undoubtedly the fighting style of a samurai. But they really couldn't imagine that a samurai could be so strong. Just when they thought that A standing on the top of the mountain seemed to be cut off by the upper string one along with the mountain top, suddenly there was a boom, and a huge figure rushed out from behind the cliff and pounced on the upper string one. Boom boom! Soon, a violent roar broke out at the top of the mountain. Kabuto Yakushi quickly raised his hand to block the surging airwaves that were carrying snowflakes. He looked out through his fingers and was surprised to find that the huge figure that suddenly rushed out was actually a giant with strange blue flames all over its body. Tail. He was stunned for a moment before reacting. Obviously. The giant with strange blue flames all over its body that blocked the mountain-splitting attack of the upper string one was the two-tailed Nikomata in its complete form. Although it was huge, it was light and agile, and it was not as heavy as a giant when it moved around. So it was not until it appeared from behind the cliff that Kabuto, Yakushi and Kimimaro on the battlefield discovered its existence. Hasn't the two-tailed Jinchuriki already? After a pause, Kabuto Yakushi suddenly noticed that the eyes of the two-tailed were actually Sharingan, so he was horrified. The two-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumagakure was everyone in the ninja world knows that Bokuto is a perfect Jinchuriki. So when Yokito was kidnapped, everyone thought that he was doomed. This was why the fourth Raikage was in a hurry to launch a rescue operation, because it was difficult to control a perfect Jinchuriki with ordinary illusions. Everyone thought that Akatsuki would definitely kill Yokito. Unexpectedly, Akatsuki's methods were so advanced. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Yokito was actually controlled by illusions and became a puppet of Akatsuki. In the blink of an eye, Yokito, who appeared in the form of the two-tail, and the upper string one had already fought into a group. The entire battlefield was shaking, and the entire snowy area covering the mountain had signs of collapse, as if a huge avalanche would shake the world in the next second. Across the battlefield where the fierce battle was taking place, Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro looked at A, who was still standing on the cliff, looking down at the battlefield calmly, with a lot of emotion in their hearts. At this moment, A standing on the cliff left an unfathomable and powerful image in the hearts of both of them. The superb means of turning the two-tailed Jinchuriki into a puppet, and the calmness and composure of treating the powerful upper string one as nothing, deeply impressed them. On the cliff, Shinji's face under the mask was full of solemnity. The strength of the demonized Tanjiro is still higher than that of Rengoku Kyojuro. There is no doubt that Tanjiro must have mastered the strongest breathing method, sun breathing, opened the pattern, and comprehended the transparent world. It can be said that without involving the power of the lantern bearer and the power of other worlds, the strength of the demonized Tanjiro should have reached the upper limit of the strength of the Demon Slayer world. In comparison, his condition is not good. The previous entanglement with Tsunade's team and the battle with Rengoku Kyojuro consumed a lot of his chakra. After that, he used the complete form of Susanoo to travel, which consumed a lot of his pupil power. In addition, he had not slept for several days, and his physical strength and energy were almost at the limit. So in the eyes of others, he looked down at the battlefield calmly and indifferently, but in fact he was already at the end of his strength. Fortunately, there was still the two-tailed Jinchuriki who could be used by the wooden man to help him solve the urgent problem. Otherwise, he could only forcefully overdraw his pupil power and fight to the death. He restrained his thoughts, secretly restored his pupil power, and observed the entire battlefield, thinking in his heart, "Isn't Orochimaru here?" He saw the injured Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi. In such a critical situation, Orochimaru did not show up, which means that Orochimaru did not follow, or in other words, he did not follow too closely. The first update is here. Chapter 203 Black Flame and Blazing Flame. Shinji deeply regretted not attracting Orochimaru. In his imagination, Orochimaru, who had mastered various secret techniques and forbidden techniques and was experienced, was the best candidate to deal with demons. He only arranged Kimimaro at the anchor point of the Land of Lightning, counting on Orochimaru. However, things did not go as planned. Only Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi came here. In fact, the strength of these two people is not weak in the ninja world, but one is still young, and the other has not mastered the fairy technique. Neither strength nor experience has reached the peak. At this time, the two can only be regarded as upper ninja level, and there is no problem dealing with ordinary demons, but if they meet the demonized Tanjiro, that is not enough. In fact, the fact that the two of them can still survive until now is somewhat beyond Shinji's expectations. After looking around the battlefield again, Shinji found that the only demon guarding this anchor point seems to be Tanjiro. That's right, Upper String 1 is indeed qualified to guard the route alone. After confirming this, he showed no joy on his face, but instead showed worry. Among the 5 anchor points, the 3 in the Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, and the Land of Earth have all been cut off, leaving only 1 in the Land of Thunder and 1 in the Land of Water. Among the demons that have appeared, there are Upper String 1 Tanjiro, Upper String 2 Kokushibo, the suspected Upper String demon Naruto, and the demonized Rengoku Kyojuro. Shinji is not sure who is guarding the anchor point of the Land of Earth. However, since they were solved by Karin and Niji, the guards in the Land of Earth should not be top-notch. And the Upper String demons that are uncertain whether they have appeared now include Upper String 3, Upper String 4, Upper String 5, Upper String 6, and the Lantern Bearer who is suspected to be the Demon King. Especially the Lantern Bearer, Shinji was most afraid of him. If the other party did not appear here, it meant that the other party was likely to appear at the anchor point in the Land of Water. Right over there. Shinji became anxious secretly. Despite his anxiety, he still stood quietly on the cliff, recovering his pupil power while observing the battle situation, without making any hasty moves. On the battlefield, the fierce fight between Yukito and Tanjiro continued. Both sides did not hold back. The completely tailed beast Yukito fell into the brink of rampage at the beginning of the battle, and each attack was accompanied by boundless power, revealing the ferocity of the tailed beast. As the Upper String 1, the demonized Tanjiro did not show any mercy either. His superb swordsmanship and eyes that seemed to be able to see through chakra made his attacks no less than those of the violent tailed beast. However, as the battle continued, not only Shinji on the cliff, but also Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro, who were not far from the battlefield, saw some clues. Tanjiro's swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. He uses the breathing method to the extreme. The speed was so fast that it was quite difficult for Shinji, who had the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, to catch it. But the destructive power of the breathing method was limited, and the demons could not refine chakra, so as the battle continued, Tanjiro gradually fell into a disadvantage. Although every time he slashed, he could accurately cut Yukito and cut a deep scar. But Yukito, who was completely transformed into a tailed beast and wrapped in the tailed beast chakra coat, didn't care about these flesh wounds at all. Every time Tanjiro just cut a wound, the wound would recover quickly in the blink of an eye under the enrichment of the tailed beast chakra. Kimimaro frowned, feeling very puzzled by the performance of the Upper String 1 who had forced him into a desperate situation. Kabuto Yakushi thought, doesn't this Upper String 1 have any experience fighting against the tailed beasts? What's the point of fighting so hard? Without the sealing technique, there is no way to win. Shinji secretly said, it seems that there is no good way for the demons to encounter monsters with more chakra and stronger recovery than them. After secretly rejoicing, he was also moved. No doubt. Even if Tanjiro, who has become a demon, has reached the upper limit of the demon world, he still performs very powerless when facing a real monster like the tailed beast. This is the limitation of the world. The upper limit of the demon world is here. No matter how talented or amazing a genius is, it is difficult to escape this limitation. There are no tailed beasts in the demon world, so neither demons nor swordsmen have experience in dealing with such terrifying giants. Just like many ninjas are caught off guard by the special recovery ability of demons when they first see demons, demons are also not used to the tailed beasts when they first see them. Shinji on the cliff narrowed his eyes slightly at this time. Tanjiro had a fierce battle with Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi first, and now he has fought with Yukito again. His chakra has been exhausted. Both his speed and strength have fallen to his normal state, and his destructive power has been greatly reduced. Without the increase of chakra, he is obviously no match for Yukito, who is on the verge of going berserk. After a while, he is completely at a disadvantage and is caught and slapped into the snow by Yukito, who has completely transformed into a tailed beast. It's over. Seeing this scene, Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro both felt that the upper string one was doomed. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, a series of sword lights danced and cut open the huge claws of Yukito, pressing into the snow. Yukito, who has completely transformed into a tailed beast, felt pain, and with a wow, he dodged to the side. Swish! At this moment, Tanjiro rushed out of the snow, bursting out all the remaining chakra in his body, and turned into a blazing flame, rushing towards Shinji on the top of the cliff. He jumped high, and as he exhaled a mist from his mouth, a brilliant blazing flame as dazzling as the sun suddenly flashed on the waving sword. For a moment, both Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro held their breath. They knew that this must be the strongest and last blow of the upper string one. The opponent had already burned his boats, just to touch the figure standing on the cliff, who had been looking down at the battlefield indifferently from beginning to end. Will it succeed? Kimimaro's eyes narrowed, and Kabuto Yakushi clenched his fists. The victory or defeat between the mysterious A and the upper string one in the Akatsuki organization should have nothing to do with the two of them, but facing such a peak battle, their minds were still involved. Especially the unstoppable attack of the upper string one, which completely convinced them both. They had never seen such sword skills and such momentum in another person. Facing the brilliant attack of the upper string one, the figure on the top of the cliff still stood still. And just when the upper string one was about to slash to the top of the cliff, a black flame surged silently, and in just a moment, it engulfed the upper string one. The upper string one, along with the blazing flame on his sword, also quickly dimmed in the black flame. Please everyone. Chapter 204, The Last Anchor Point. Watching the upper string one rushing to the high cliff, and witnessing the upper string one falling from the air and being engulfed by a mysterious black flame, Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro felt complicated. They had personally experienced the strength of the upper string one. Although there were too many mysteries and weird things about the other party, the sharp swordsmanship, as well as the monster-like speed and strength, still impressed them both. Because of this, when they saw such a powerful upper string one was so powerless in the face of A who had the Mangeki Sharingan, they felt a deep fear from the bottom of their hearts for A who stood on the high cliff and looked down at the battlefield indifferently from beginning to end. Kabuto Yakushi muttered to himself, "Is this the power of the Mangeki Sharingan?" Kimimaro's eyes flashed. At this moment, he finally understood why Orochimaru, whom he admired, was so obsessed with the Mangeki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Under the high cliff. Suddenly, Tanjiro, who fell into the snow and was swallowed by the black flame, stood up unexpectedly. He leaned on the sword and looked straight at the top of the cliff. The black flames were still burning on his body. His Haori had been burnt to pieces and his entire body was charred black, like a demon crawling out of hell. On the cliff. Shinji frowned slightly. It can be seen that even Tanjiro, who has mastered the breathing of the sun, is not immune to the attack of Amaterasu. However, unlike other demons who would be annihilated as soon as they touch Amaterasu, Tanjiro, the upper string one, is obviously much more resistant to Amaterasu. The eyes of Kabuto Yakushi in the distance condensed. With his attainments in medical ninjutsu, he could naturally see at a glance the terrifying recovery ability of the upper string one under the burning of black flames. This recovery ability obviously exceeds the limit of ordinary ninjas. I'm afraid that even the rumored first-generation Hokage does not have such an exaggerated recovery ability, so he was secretly surprised. What kind of monsters are these upper string members of the Akatsuki organization? Just when Kabuto Yakushi was in doubt, Tanjiro, who was burned by the black flames, raised his sword again. Without waiting for the reaction of the people present, Tanjiro swung his long sword and slashed it hard on the ground, followed by the second sword, the third sword, and the fourth sword. Shinji's face darkened, and just as he was about to move, his feet began to shake. Boom! In just a few breaths, the white snow on the entire snowy mountain seemed to come alive, and with the position under Tanjiro's feet as the center of the circle, it suddenly became agitated. It's an avalanche. The upper string one wants to escape with the help of an avalanche. Kabuto Yakushi reacted instantly, turned around and carried the more seriously injured Kimimaro to escape. However, no matter how fast he ran, his 2 feet could not resist the rolling avalanche, so before he could run far with Kimimaro, he was buried by the avalanche that rolled down like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth, without the slightest resistance. As for Tanjiro, who created the avalanche, he disappeared in the avalanche in the first place. Even with the insight of Shinji's eternal Mangeki Sharingan, it was unknown where he was swept away by the avalanche. Because he was standing on a high cliff at the top of the mountain, the avalanche had little impact on Shinji. He looked at the vast expanse of white below, pondered for a moment, and then flashed towards the location of the anchor point. As for Yukito, she was also swept down the mountain by the avalanche at this moment, but Yukito was transformed into a tailed beast after all. Although the power of the avalanche was difficult to resist, it could not hurt her. After a few ups and downs, Shinji came to the top of another snowy peak. Soon, he saw 5 stone slabs on the ground. It seems that there are really no other ghosts guarding this anchor point. Even after confirming that there were no enemies around, Shinji did not risk getting close, but directly launched the Susanoo to remotely destroy the 5 stone slabs on the ground. One anchor point has been successfully cut off. Warning, the countdown for plane destruction has begun to be re-evaluated. Countdown, 10. Instantly, the sound of the light sounded in Shinji's ears. 10 days. He was delighted, and then secretly relieved. Obviously. When the 4th anchor point in the Land of Thunder was successfully cut off, the only remaining anchor point had a greatly reduced impact on the plane, so the countdown for plane destruction was suddenly extended by a large amount, reaching 10 days. This also means that Shinji's previous plans were effective, and his efforts paid off. 10 days is enough for me to rush to the Land of Water and solve the last anchor point. Thinking of this, he looked back at the avalanche behind him. At this time, the avalanche had gradually subsided, but the snow mist rising from the avalanche still covered the snowy area, so he could no longer track Tanjiro's whereabouts. Although he felt a little regretful, he could still accept such a result. After all, his top priority now was not to fight the demons to death, but to cut off the anchor point that located the ninja world as soon as possible. And with this action, he felt vaguely that the lantern-bearer of the demon world was not going to perish with the ninja world. The other parties seemed to have other ideas. But he didn't dare to gamble, so he could only cut off the 5 anchor points as soon as possible, and then find a way to figure out the other party's conspiracy. As for Kabuto Yakushi and Kimimaro, who were also swept away by the avalanche, they could only pray for good luck. Roar! At this time, the tailed beast transformed Yukito, who broke free from the avalanche, rushed back to Shinji. Shinji jumped and landed on the back of the tailed beast transformed Yukito. Because the 2-tailed cat-shaped body was burning with strange blue flames, Shinji had to activate Susanoo to ride on the 2-tailed cat safely. Although this would consume Shinji's pupil power, it was obviously easier and less troublesome to use the skeleton form of Susanoo and ride on the 2-tail to travel than to travel with the complete form of Susanoo. Let's go to the Land of Water. After giving the order, Shinji stopped talking nonsense and closed his eyes to rest. The Yukito, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, roared in a low voice, and then jumped nimbly from one hilltop to another. The Land of Water. On the island. Boom! A series of explosions blew up the small island, which was not big to begin with, into potholes. At this time, 3 figures rushed out of the smoke and fell to the ground. There was no doubt. These 3 figures were Bai, Mei Terumi, and Kisame, who had fought fiercely with the water pillar Tomioka Jiu on this island. After the continuous battle, Bai was already exhausted, and his clothes were seriously damaged, and he was in a very embarrassed state. Mei Terumi and Kisame are not much better than Shiro. There were sword marks of varying depths all over his body. Hey! Suddenly, a sea breeze blew away the smoke and dust on the island, revealing the figure of the water pillar Tomioka Jiu inside. At this time, Tomioka Jiu had half of his body blown off, and was leaning on the sword with one hand, barely supporting his body. First update, Chapter 205 It's Dawn. Seeing that the water pillar Tomioka Jiyu, whose half of his body was blown off, had recovered again, Mei Terumi shouted hysterically, "What the hell is this guy?" Kisame also had a gloomy face. As the opponent's chakra was exhausted, the opponent's combat power was actually not to be feared, but this weird immortal body that could not be killed made them feel extremely difficult. Mei Terumi said, "We can only use the sealing technique." Kisame nodded, agreed with Mei Terumi's judgment, and then made a gesture with his hand that only the team members could understand. Mei Terumi glanced at him, then calmly withdrew her gaze. Kisame's gesture was very simple. He wanted Mei Terumi to temporarily attract the opponent's offensive, giving him the opportunity to use the water prison technique to trap the opponent. Once the opponent was trapped with the water prison technique, it would be much easier to seal him. After all, the opponent's speed was too fast, and it was simply unrealistic to use the sealing technique directly on him. With just one gesture and a glance, Mei Terumi and Kisame completed the tactical deployment, and then the two moved at the same time. Mei Terumi first dodged, and while rushing towards Jiyu Tomioka, she formed a seal and shouted, "Dissolving escape, dissolving monster technique." Hula! Instantly, a large mass of sticky acid spurted out of her mouth and attacked Jiyu Tomioka. Jiyu Tomioka had experienced this move just now, and the result was the loss of an arm, so this time he did not take it hard, but made way for the front, and then raised his sword to slash at Mei Terumi from the side. Mei Terumi formed a seal again and performed water escape. Jiyu Tomioka, who was pushed away by the waves, swayed and was about to continue attacking when he suddenly felt movement behind him. He looked back and found two Kisame rushing towards him one after the other. So, he directly stabbed the first Kisame with his sword and rushed forward, ready to swing the second sword and slash at the second Kisame with all his strength. He had just seen the water clone technique, which was the same as the shadow clone technique and could perfectly deceive the eye technique blood limit, so he was not surprised by the addition of Kisame. But when he stabbed the first Kisame in front with his sword, he felt that the force fed back by the sword was completely different. He was immediately startled and realized that the Kisame in front was the real body, and the one behind was Kisame's water clone. The original body of Kisame grinned, revealing a hideous smile on his already alienated face, and then he grasped the sword of Tomioka Jiyu with both hands. At the same time, the water clone that fell behind, took advantage of the moment when Tomioka Jiyu was dragged by the original body, completed the seal, and pressed one hand towards Tomioka Jiyu, water escape, water prison technique. Swish! A water prison was immediately formed, covering Tomioka Jiyu. Successful! Mei Terumi and Shiro were delighted. Being completely covered by the water prison technique, even Ying would find it difficult to escape, so no matter how difficult the monster in front of him was, the battle had already been declared over. Because even if the opponent had an immortal body, they could now calmly set up the seal. But at this moment, Tomioka Jiyu in the water prison suddenly made a sword-drawing motion, and then he exhaled lightly, land form, twist the vortex. Swish, swish, swish. In just a moment, Tomioka Jiyu's body spun violently like a gyroscope, and as his body turned, the water flow in the water prison seemed to be affected, and there was a faint sign of getting rid of Kisame's chakra control. Kisame's expression changed. How is it possible? He had never seen anyone who could break the water prison technique from the inside, not to mention that it was him who cast the water prison technique. Mei Terumi was also surprised and subconsciously wanted to make a seal, because with her rich experience, she could judge that according to this trend, the other party would be able to escape from Kisame's water prison technique in a short time. And at this moment when Kisame was horrified and Mei Terumi was shocked. With a click, a freezing sound reached the ears of several people, and then they saw Kisame's water prison technique freezing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the water prison technique froze, Tomioka Jiyu, who was rotating inside, was naturally forced to stop. His body gradually froze, and soon he and the water prison technique all turned into a big ice ball. Mei Terumi looked back and found that it was Bai who performed ice escape in a critical moment and froze Kisame's water prison technique. Kisame also looked at Bai at this time with surprise and a trace of fear in his eyes. It is very normal for ice escape to restrain water escape, but even so, water escape controlled by one's own chakra is not so easy to control. The fact that Bai can freeze his own water escape in an instant only shows one thing, that is, Bai's chakra control is no less than that of the elite jonin in the village like himself. Mei Terumi came to the ice tube, looked at Tomioka Jiyu who was frozen inside, and said, Finally caught this guy. Kisame withdrew his gaze from Shiro and also came to the ice tube. What should we do with this guy? He is most likely a member of the Akatsuki organization. Since we have captured him alive then the 4th Hokage shouldn't blame us for the failure of this operation. After a pause, Mei Terumi urged, there may be other members of the Akatsuki organization nearby. We should not stay here for long. Let's bring him back to the village as soon as possible. Kisame nodded. Bai, who was far away, also came over panting. He had just heard what Mei Terumi and Kisame said. When he learned that they were going to take the ghost in front of him back to Kirigakure, he was shocked. As Shinji's servant, he knew that ghosts were polluted, so once the identity of ghosts was exposed in Kirigakure, the pollution would be very serious. But he thought about it, but he had no reason to stop Mei Terumi and Kisame from taking the ghost back to Kirigakure. Mei Terumi and Kisame were far stronger than him. Even if he took action, he could not stop the two from taking the ghost back to Kirigakure. Just when he was secretly anxious, a ray of light suddenly broke through the mist and shot at him. He was stunned for a moment, and then a happy expression appeared on his face. It's dawn. The series of fierce battles made him forget the time. When the first rays of morning light fell on him, he realized that it was already morning. As the sun fell, the whole island immediately became bright. Mei Terumi and Kisame, who were standing beside the ice block, also enjoyed the warmth of the morning light after the battle. Hiss! But at this moment, Gyutomyoka in the ice block suddenly burned. Under the shock, Mei Terumi and Kisame subconsciously moved away and watched the frozen Gyutomyoka turned into ashes in the sun and in the ice. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 206 Countdown stops. What's going on? Mei Terumi hesitated for a moment, and then came to the big ice block. At this moment, there were only some sizzling ashes and the long sword that was also severely rusted in the sun in the ice block. Is it the sun? Kisame narrowed his eyes, a little uncertain. While Mei Terumi and Kisame were attracted by the sudden change, Bai quietly came to the bottom of the huge rock, found and destroyed the 5 stone slabs buried in it. Did you catch up? After doing all this, Bai breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how much time has passed, the destruction of the ninja world has not happened anyway, so he thinks he should have caught up. Full of doubts, Mei Terumi and Kisame checked the entire island, and after finding no other suspicious people, they took Bai back to the fishing boat on the sea. Mei Terumi said, the assessment of the Akatsuki organization this time is very strange, I am worried that they have other purposes. Knowing everything, Bai could only remain silent. Kisame stared at Bai and said, the mission failed. It may be dangerous for you to return to Konoha. Why don't you go back to the village with us? Bai shook his head, I should not be exposed yet. It is better not to have such a fluke mentality. After a pause, Mei Terumi said, the Akatsuki organization cannot be inferred by common sense. Their arrangement this time must have some deep intentions. And the samurai on the island just now is not only ridiculously strong, but also immortal. I don't know where the Akatsuki organization recruited him from. Kisame suddenly said, could this monster be made by the Akatsuki organization? Mei Terumi was stunned when she heard this, and then frowned, you mean, the samurai just now was a humanoid weapon made by the Akatsuki organization using some means. Kisame looked at Bai and expressed his guess, recruiting potential targets and giving them assessments, while testing the humanoid weapons they made and testing their power, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These guys are too crazy. Mei Terumi did not question it, but felt that Kisame's speculation was very reasonable, because in her heart, Akatsuki could really do such a crazy thing. After all, what else could an organization that dared to ambush the 4th Raikage dare not do? Then, she changed her mind and said, if that's the case, does Bai's return alive mean that Bai passed their assessment? Bai looked surprised and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He didn't expect Mei Terumi and Kisame to come up with so many things. The land of fire. Swish, swish, swish. In a series of breaking wind sounds, one figure after another rushed out of the dark and depressing primeval forest. No doubt. These embarrassed figures were the joint forces that broke into the primeval forest a few days ago, but at this time, they had fewer people. Finally out. Feeling the sunlight shining on their bodies, many people were moved. At this time, the 4th Raikage punched the ground with a bang, creating a big hole in the ground, with a look of resentment and unwillingness on his face. The cloud-hidden ninjas gathered around the fourth raikage, all with gloomy faces. Guided by Yukito's chakra, they not only failed to rescue Yukito this time, but also fell into the trap of the Akatsuki organization. Fortunately, the joint forces were strong enough to break the trap and break out. Upper string. Kakashi on the side did not sigh like the others, but frowned and thought about something. After this action after that, he had a feeling that the group of people with the word upper string in their eyes might not be real members of Akatsuki. He initially thought that this mysterious group of upper string was the basis of Akatsuki, and it was the red cloud uniforms of Akatsuki that the upper string 5 and upper string 6 wore during the Long Street battle. But can this be considered decisive evidence? Kakashi muttered in his heart. In the last Long Street battle, this group of upper string obviously targeted another group of Akatsuki members. And this time, although the joint forces were attracted by the chakra of the wooden man, they looked like they were trapped by Akatsuki. You can change the angle. If this group of upper string is not the same group as Akatsuki, then this time the joint forces are likely to be deliberately lured by Akatsuki to the territory of the upper string and killed by Akatsuki. The evidence is that, apart from the upper rank who attacked, and the mysterious strong man who used the space-time ninjutsu hidden in the dark, no other Akatsuki members appeared in the entire battle. If this is really a trap carefully arranged by Akatsuki, it is too strange. At this time, Cho of Sand Village came over and said to Jiraiya, "We can't let the Raikage do whatever he wants. We must evacuate as soon as possible." Jiraiya nodded. In fact, the joint forces had successfully escaped from the Infinite City a few days ago. But after coming out, everyone immediately found the remains of the cave with the anchor point destroyed by Yukito with the tailed beast ball, so the fourth Raikage asked everyone to find Yukito's whereabouts in the primeval forest. However, after a few days of busy work, everyone found nothing. This is another evidence that Kakashi suspects that the upper rank and the Akatsuki are not the same people, that is, Yukito, who was controlled by the Akatsuki organization, actually attacked the base that obviously belonged to the upper rank with the tailed beast ball. Soon, Cho of Sand Village, Jiraiya of Konoha, Huang Tu of Iwagakure, and Zabuza of Kirigakure joined forces to put pressure on the fourth Raikage. Faced with the pressure from the four families, the fourth Raikage had to compromise, and the joint forces set out on the return journey. The land of hot springs. Riding on the two tails, Shinji was galloping towards the land of water in the light of the morning. One anchor point has been successfully cut off. All 5 anchor points have been successfully cut off, and the countdown for plane destruction has stopped. Congratulations! Just as he was thinking about how to deal with the lantern bearer of the demon world who was probably guarding the anchor point in the land of water, the reminder sound of the lantern suddenly rang in his ears. He quickly stopped the Yukito who had transformed into a tailed beast, and then he was stunned. It's over. Even though he had confirmed it with the lantern, he still couldn't believe that a crisis of world destruction was blocked by him. He looked towards the direction of the land of water and murmured, "Did Bai succeed?" He knew that Mei Terumi and Kisame of Kirigakure were following behind Bai, but the anchor point in the land of water was the last anchor point. Logically, the lantern bearer of the Demon Slayer world should be guarding there. And the lantern bearer of the Demon Slayer world is most likely the new Demon King, so Bai and Mei Terumi, Kisame and others following behind him would definitely not be able to deal with it. The only explanation is that the mysterious lantern bearer of the Demon Slayer world did not appear at any anchor point. Chapter 207 Rating SS. Is that so? The surprise on Shinji's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a deep solemnity. When he met Rengoku Kyojuro in the Land of Wind, he already had a guess in his mind, because he knew the flame pillar Rengoku Kyojuro and knew that he was an extremely upright swordsman. Therefore, if the crisis this time is just the last hysteria of the lantern bearer in the demon world, and it is meaningless to perish together, then with Rengoku Kyojuro's character, he will definitely not participate. In other words, there is only one reason that can drive people like Rengoku Kyojuro to degenerate into a demon and destroy another world, and that is to save the demon world. Only by saving can these swordsmen invade the ninja world. That bastard must be trying some way to avoid the overlord. Whether it is the previous invasion or the 5 anchor points this time, they should all be his attempts. Shinji's face sank and he continued to analyze. From the opponent's several methods, the opponent has been trying to narrow the distance between the demon world and the ninja world, and even used the anchor point to locate, so that the two worlds face the risk of overlapping destruction. No loot scanned. Rescanning. No loot scanned. Suddenly, the lamp prompt sound rang in Shinji's ears again. He was stunned for a moment, then reacted. The fact that the light didn't scan any loot meant that the upper string 1 Tanjiro, who was hit by his Amaterasu and engulfed by the avalanche, was not dead. As for Rengoku Kyojuro, who was killed at the anchor point in the Kingdom of Wind a few days ago, he was not sure whether it was because of time, distance, or whether Rengoku Kyojuro himself didn't drop any loot. Rewards being calculated. Rating, SS. Received a gift from the ninja world. Just as Shinji was listening carefully to the reward from the light, there was a sudden noise behind him. He quickly looked back and said, "Oh, what a hassle." The noise behind him was not from someone else, but from the Cloud Ninja of the brigade. He rode the two-tailed beast and swaggered through the land of lightning. This was obviously not hidden from the Cloud Village. So after discovering him, the Cloud Village quickly mobilized its forces and followed him all the way. Before, because he was busy going to the land of water to solve the last anchor point, Shinji didn't take care of it. Now that the crisis has been resolved, it is obviously not in line with Shinji's character to continue to swagger like this, so he immediately used his pupil power to control the wooden man to exit the tailed beast state. However, the two of them restrained their chakras and quietly ran into the woods on the side. On a high mountain in the land of fire, a figure stood on the top of the cliff, looking calmly into the distance. He was wearing a feather cloth and a lamp hanging around his waist. Swish! At this moment, the upper string of Kokushibo landed on the cliff, saluted respectfully to the figure on the top of the cliff, and then stood aside. After a moment, Mingnu, holding a pipa, also rushed to the cliff and bowed to the figure. After a while, the giant demon of the upper string 5 and the upper string 6 Inu came together, crawled on the ground, kowtowed to the figure, and did not dare to look up. After waiting for a long time, swish! Another figure fell on the cliff. He was in a mess, with burnt wounds all over his body. It stands to reason that the wounds of demons can be healed, but for some reason, the shocking burns on his body did not heal. There is no doubt. The one who was injured was not someone else, but the upper string 1 Tanjiro who successfully escaped from Shinji's hands by using an avalanche. When he came to the cliff, he neither saluted to the figure like Kokushibo did, nor crawled and kowtowed like Inu, but walked aside. Glancing at the wounded Tanjiro, Kokushibo frowned slightly and said, "The others are too slow." Just then, the figure standing on the top of the cliff with a lamp hanging on his waist shook his head. "No need to wait, they can't come." Kokushibo's expression froze. Murakage tilted his head slightly. Gyoko was stunned for a moment. The giant demon was surprised. Only Tanjiro looked indifferent, as if he didn't hear it. As if thinking of something, Kokushibo said in a deep voice, "Damn swordsmen, they must have done it on purpose. With their strength, how could they die so easily?" Although he didn't like Rengoku Kyojuro and Tomioka Jiyu. But Kokushibo had to admit that these two swordsmen who practiced their respective breathing methods to the extreme, their strength after demonization was enough to rank among the upper strings, and even challenge his existence. Even the newly promoted upper string 5 and upper string 6 survived by chance, so there was no reason for them to die in battle. The figure with the lantern hanging on his waist said slowly, "Maybe they didn't try their best, but they did encounter a very strong opponent." Hearing this, Kokushibo stopped talking. Looking back at the upper-ranked demons lined up in a row, the figure sighed faintly, "My opponent still hasn't shown up." Kokushibo bowed his head, "I'm sorry." Mina bowed, and Gyako and the giant demon crawled down even lower. Obviously, the figure with the lantern hanging on his waist was the mysterious lantern-bearer of the demon world. He arranged 5 anchor points this time, hoping to use the momentum of mutual destruction to force the lantern-bearer of the ninja world to show up, and then use the power under his command to test the depth of the lantern-bearer of the ninja world. But after all his arrangements, he got this result. He thought that the Akatsuki organization under the lantern-bearer of the ninja world would be mobilized this time, but he didn't expect that the other party only sent 2 members to crack his move. When he thought that he had almost mobilized all his subordinates, while the other side only sent 2 subordinates, he couldn't help but sigh, "The foundation of the ninja world is still far beyond ours." Kokushibo said, "Sir, the other side should have used the power of the 5 major ninja villages this time. A very smart strategy." The lantern-bearer of the Demon Slayer world lowered his eyes and continued, "If we can't find him as soon as possible, our plan will probably fail. There is no doubt. The information sent by the lower-ranked demons who broke into the Hidden Rain village before made the lantern-bearer of the Demon Slayer world mistakenly believe that the lantern-bearer of the ninja world was Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, out of fear, he came up with the strategy of using 5 anchor points to disperse the forces under the lantern bearer of the ninja world, and then fully encircle and suppress him after the lantern bearer of the ninja world appeared in person. But he obviously didn't expect that all this was a misunderstanding. Even the relationship between the lantern bearer of the ninja world and the Akatsuki organization was deliberately created by Shinji in order to hide himself. The lantern bearers of the ninja world have actually been running around right under his nose. As for why the lantern bearers of the ninja world don't use the power of the lantern, it's purely because Shinji is just a junior lantern bearer and doesn't have the power of the lantern at all. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 208 Choice. Konoha Village. Shinji hurried back to the village, replaced the shadow clone that had been covering him for the past few days, and fell heavily on the bed. Until this moment, his heart was truly at peace. When he opened his eyes again, it was night. He stretched himself and walked slowly to the window, looking at the brightly lit street outside, his mouth curled up, revealing a refreshing smile. The street was filled with laughter and joy. Merchants were hawking, couples were shopping, children were playing, diners were tasting food, and neighbors were chatting. The noisy street was full of peace. No one here knew that in the past few days, the ninja world had experienced a life and death crisis. Similarly, no one knew that it was Shinji who ran back and forth, resolved the crisis, and saved the ninja world. Despite this, Shinji still smiled happily. He saved the world not for the praise of others, and he didn't care whether others knew it or not, or whether they appreciated it or not. Suddenly, his stomach growled. Hat. With a smile, Shinji put on a coat and went downstairs. After finding a barbecue restaurant and rewarding himself, he strolled on the street, enjoying a moment of leisure, while checking the tips of the light. Rewards being calculated. Rating, SS. Gifts from the ninja world, chakra, huge amount, natural energy affinity, large amount, S-level ninjutsu, random, yin escape chakra quality improvement, significant, dot. Please choose one. Achieve SS level evaluation, you can choose a gift from the ninja world, and a random reward will be given. Shinji found a place to sit down, put his hand on his chin, and fell into thinking. Although he failed to get the spoils this time, because he successfully cut off 5 anchor points and resolved the crisis of destruction of the ninja world, the light gave a high evaluation this time, reaching the unprecedented SS level. At the same time, the gifts from the ninja world have also reached an unprecedented level. Whether it is a huge amount of chakra, a large amount of natural energy affinity, or S-level ninjutsu, the significant improvement of yin-tun chakra quality is what Shinji urgently needs. Ah, I can only choose one. He sighed. The rewards are too rich, and for a while, it was difficult for him to choose. This is also the reason why he did not make a hasty decision when the light gave a prompt, but delayed until now to start choosing. Chakra, fairy technique, ninjutsu, pupil power. After a pause, he looked tangled. Which one should I choose? Chakra needs no further explanation. Natural energy affinity is actually the threshold for practicing fairy techniques, so the second item is equivalent to greatly improving the success rate of practicing fairy techniques. Among the S-level ninjutsu, there are also some high-level ninjutsu such as Flying Thunder God technique and Yin Seal that Shinji is very interested in. As for the improvement of Yin-tun chakra quality, for Shinji, who is an Uchiha, it can also be simply understood as the improvement of pupil power. So any of these 4 items is very attractive. But now only one can be chosen, so Shinji must make a choice. I can use Huojin to extract chakra to make up for the lack of my own chakra, so the chakra has the lowest priority and can be eliminated first. S-level ninjutsu. If it is random, there are too many uncertain factors. If you draw an unnecessary one, it will be a big loss, so this one should be eliminated. After eliminating 2 items, Shinji's thoughts became more and more smooth. The current crisis in the ninja world is only temporarily relieved. As long as the lantern bearer of the demon world is not quiet, the ninja world will not be at peace. So Shinji's ultimate goal is to improve his life level, first impact the samsara eye, then climb the 6 paths level, and finally step by step towards the bloodline network that leads to eternal life and interstellar travel. Therefore, with this big goal as the premise, the next choice is very easy to make. The combat power improved by the fairy technique and the combat power provided by his eternal Mangeki Sharingan actually overlap. The existence of Susanoo has largely made up for his shortcomings in physical and ninjutsu. Although immortal arts can also make up for these shortcomings, they have many limitations and may not be as easy to use as Susanoo. It's different with the improvement of pupil power. For Shinji, who already has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, what he lacks most is to further improve the quality of his Yinpsu chakra. He has exhausted all conventional means. But the quality of his Yinpsu chakra is still a certain distance away from that of Otsutsuki Indra. And this gap is likely to be directly related to whether he can evolve the Samsara Eye. So the remaining two items are not actually a comparison between immortal arts and pupil power, but a comparison between immortal arts and Samsara Eye. Increasing the affinity of natural energy means increasing the success rate of practicing immortal arts, while improving the quality of Yinpsu chakra means increasing the probability of evolving Samsara Eye. The Samsara Eye is the foundation of everything. Only with the Samsara Eye can I touch the power of the universe and impact the 6 paths level. This is the foundation, and the others are just icing on the cake. After making up his mind, Shinji immediately made a decision and chose the last item, Yintun Chakra Quality Improvement. In an instant, Shinji felt that he suddenly lost consciousness, and his body seemed to have lost control, or more accurately, his mental power overflowed from his body and spread to the surroundings. For a short moment, he felt that the grass and trees around him, and the chairs all became part of his body. This feeling was very magical, and he immersed himself in it, but before he could experience it deeply, this feeling gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. Dong dong! Shinji fiercely covering his eyes. Just now, there was a sudden fetal movement in his eyes, and everything in front of him was completely black, and he completely lost the ability to detect light. But he did not panic, but closed his eyes in concentration. Sure enough, as the fetal movements subsided, his eyes quickly recovered their ability to sense light, and as their eye function recovered, he found that his vision was better than before. You know, before, he had a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan eyes in his eyes, and his eyesight was already among the best in the ninja world. Now he can feel that his eyesight has improved significantly compared with before, which means that the power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan eyes has been greatly enhanced. This feeling. He looked down at his hands. This improvement was so significant that it was difficult for him to adapt to it for a while. Moreover, as his pupil power improved, an inexplicable sense of confidence surged into his heart. Soon, he smiled and calmed down. No wonder Sasuke gets so excited every time his eye power increases. This feeling of strength filling the whole body is really fascinating. The first update is here. Chapter 209 Privilege Elevation. After returning to the apartment, Shinji was still immersed in the excitement of improved eye power. The improvement in pupil power this time is almost comparable to the improvement when he tried so hard to integrate the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Even so, he felt that his eternal Mangeki Sharingan still had room for improvement. This shows that a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan alone does not actually meet half of the conditions to attack the Samsara Eye. No wonder in the ninja world for thousands of years, only Uchiha Madara has successfully opened the Samsara Eye. Over the past 1,000 years, geniuses have emerged in large numbers in the ninja world. But the only one who can open the Samsara Eye is Uchiha Madara. This is precisely because if you want to open the Samsara Eye, you need not only a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but also the high-quality Yin Escape Chakra of the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki. As a result, in each generation, only the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki is qualified to attack the Samsara Eye. As for other Uchiha clan members, even if they are lucky enough to fuse a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, they can only stop there. Shinji is not sure whether his current Yin Escape Chakra quality has reached the level of the reincarnation of Otsutsuki Indra, but even if it is not as good as it is, the difference should be very small. Random rewards are being generated. Acquire merit points, 100 points. The total merit value is being settled. Total merit value, 179 points. When Shinji's body fully accepted the gift from the ninja world, the sound of the lamp sounded again, notifying Shinji of the random reward. That's 179 points of merit. Shinji breathed out, and then said to the lamp, I choose to increase my authority. Promoting to lamp bearer requires 100 merit points. Are you sure? Shinji said without hesitation, I confirm. Permissions are being upgraded. Congratulations, you have been promoted to lamp bearer. From now on, you can summon a light to actively detect space rifts and travel through planes. The number of your waiters has been increased to 4. You can clear local pollution by consuming embers. The merit points are being settled. Your remaining merit points are 79 points. After listening to the description of the lamp, Shinji was stunned for a while before he sorted out the information listed by the lamp. There is no doubt about it. When the authority is upgraded to the level of lamp bearer, Shinji, the lamp bearer, can be regarded as the lamp bearer who protects a world in the true sense. Because before this, he could only carry out passive defense. Unless, like last time, a space rift happened to appear near the ninja world, he could travel through space. But it's different now. He can summon a light to detect cracks and actively travel through planes. This means that he has unlimited possibilities. Thinking of this, Shinji had an idea and summoned his lamp with his backhand. This was not the first time he had seen this light. He had seen it once when he traveled through time before, but that time he was too hasty and did not have time to take a closer look, but this time he could take a closer look. The appearance of the lamp has not changed, and the faintly glowing golden sand inside is the same as last time, only about 1/5 of the capacity of the lamp. These are the embers. Shinji stared at the golden sand in the lamp and tried to activate it. Later, he discovered that these golden sands called embers could indeed be mobilized by him, but his current authority could only use the embers to remove pollution, and could not do other things. So, he raised the lamp and illuminated the village with its shadow, wanting to see if there was any pollution in the village. In the blink of an eye, the entire Konoha village was illuminated by the shadow of the lamp in his hand. As the lamp shadows covered the village, black fog appeared in some areas. These black fogs were very conspicuous under the lamp shadows. Shinji, who was standing by the window, had a solemn look on his face. Has it been so seriously polluted? Judging from the contaminated areas, there are at least dozens of contaminated individuals in the village, and this is only in Konoha village. If you look at the entire ninja world, I'm afraid there will be more contaminated individuals. Ah! After the initial shock, Shinji sighed. After thinking about it carefully, this is actually reasonable. The invasion of the Demon Slayer world is so frequent, and under the cover of the lantern bearer of the Demon Slayer world, Shinji didn't even notice some of the invasions. So there are definitely quite a few ninja creatures who have seen and heard of ghosts. At that time, Shinji was weak and had limited authority. He could only solve the problems in front of him and could not remove all the pollution. Thinking that these pollutions would gradually narrow the distance between the ninja world and the Demon Slayer world, Shinji hurriedly asked the lantern, "Evaluate, if these pollutions continue, how much time will the ninja world have left?" Evaluating. Based on the current growth rate of pollution, the ninja world will collide with the other world in 78 years. 78 years. After hearing this number, Shinji suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Although these pollutions are troublesome, at least they will not immediately destroy the ninja world, and 78 years is enough for Shinji to grow. However, considering that the lantern bearer in the demon world is likely to have further actions, the current pollution value may not develop according to the evaluation of the lantern. Shinji, who was holding the lantern, hesitated for a moment, and finally put the lantern down and released the call for the lantern. The last time he traveled through time, he got an important piece of information, that is, the embers in the lantern can help the plane delay time when the plane is in crisis. At that time, the strong man's plane had been directly attacked by the Overlord, but the Overlord finally invaded the plane after the embers in the strong man's lantern were exhausted, so the value of the embers is very high, and it can save a plane at a critical moment. Now the pollution in the ninja world is difficult to clear for a while, and as long as the lantern bearer in the demon world is still alive, the pollution will continue. So it is actually meaningless to consume precious embers to clear the pollution at this time. After temporarily putting the pollution aside, Shinji thought about the waiter again. The number of waiters of the lantern bearer has been increased from 2 to 4, which means that Shinji can recruit 2 new waiters to expand his strength. But after thinking about it, Shinji didn't know who to recruit. There is only one candidate at present, but it is hard to say what his potential is. If he can awaken the Samsara Eye, then his strength will be difficult to estimate, but if he can't awaken the Samsara Eye, Ninkai will be an elite Jonin at best, and it will be difficult for him to even reach the level of Kage. Chapter 210 Dinner. In the barbecue restaurant. Naruto, are you really kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization? Koji asked inarticulately while chewing barbecue. As he asked, all the classmates around him stopped eating and looked at Naruto, who was also chewing barbecue. Although those present were still students of the ninja school. But most of them are from ninja families, some are from bloodline families, some are from mystic families, so they are well informed. The fact that Naruto was kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization is still a secret to ordinary villagers, but many of them have heard about it, but have not yet confirmed it. So when they heard Koji ask, everyone looked at Naruto. Naruto shook his head. Why are you all looking at me? Okay, it's true. Sakura asked curiously, I heard that the people in the Akatsuki organization are all S-level wanted criminals, why did they kidnap you? How do I know? Naruto pouted. Although he enjoyed being noticed by everyone, he was still a little embarrassed about being kidnapped, and he really didn't know the whole story. Until he was rescued and returned to the village, he didn't understand what happened. Shin, who hadn't interrupted, raised her hand at this time. I know. Everyone looked at Shin again. The Akatsuki organization kidnapped Naruto, actually for the tailed beast. Shin, pretending to be profound, crossed his arms and continued, this is a secret of the 5-cage conference, I only told you. After hearing Shin's words, many students at the table changed their faces and looked at Naruto thoughtfully. There have been various rumors about Naruto and the fox demon in the village. Some say that Naruto is the son of a fox demon, and some say that Naruto has a fox demon hidden in his body. So even if they don't know what the tailed beast is, many students still associate it with this rumor. Of course, there are also many people who are confused. Xiao Li is one of them. He asked blankly, tailed beast? What is that? What does it have to do with Naruto? Of course it is a tailed beast. Shin was stunned for a moment and found that he didn't know what the tailed beast was. Seeing Shin speechless, Tian smiled and said, you know it, right? Of course I know. But it's all secrets, I can't tell you. Shin sat back angrily. In fact, topics that can be discussed at the 5-cage conference are no longer confidential. Shin just wants to show off. There is no problem of leaking secrets. Humph. Sasuke snorted at this time, and his eyes swept around the audience coldly. The tailed beasts are not something you need to understand at your level. There is no need to know too much. Sakura and Ino fell for Sasuke's tricks, their eye stars immediately appeared in his eyes. Shikamaru asked, Sasuke, I heard that you also participated in the rescue this time, and it was you who rescued Naruto in the end. Yet. Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth, nodded proudly, and his eyes subconsciously swept to Shinji, Kimimaro and Niji. There is no doubt. Not only Naruto, who had just returned to the village, but also Sasuke participated in this gathering of classmates. Even Shinji, Kimimaro, Niji, Haku, Karin, who also quietly returned to the village through various channels, also participated one by one. The reason for this is to cover up the fact that they sneaked out of the village a few days ago. In fact, when they sneaked out of the village, the forces behind them covered them in time and arranged for substitutes to temporarily replace them. It's just that Naruto was kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization in the village, which led to a round of strict scrutiny within Konoha, so they had to participate in the event publicly to reduce Konoha's suspicion of themselves. Otherwise, they who had just sneaked back to the village would not be willing to come to such a gathering. Their caution was not without reason, because there were 2 Anbu secretly monitoring them next door, just across the wall. This meant that the village had already included Naruto's classmates in the scope of surveillance. Because from Naruto's kidnapping, it can be inferred that the kidnapper was very familiar with Naruto's life trajectory, so there was a secret spy of Akatsuki around Naruto. Sakura asked hurriedly, Sasuke, tell me how you rescued Naruto. Sakura's words triggered memories, and Sasuke's smugness gradually disappeared, shaking his head, nothing to say. Wow, worthy of Sasuke. Sakura looked admiring. Sasuke ignored Sakura, but looked at Shinji who was concentrating on eating meat. Shinji, I have something to tell you later. Shinji looked up. What? Sasuke said, it's about the Sharingan. Hearing the 3 words Sharingan, Kimimoro's expression was obviously startled, as if he felt a dull pain in his chest again. But in fact, with the powerful recovery power of the corpse vein and the medical ninjutsu of Kabuto Yakushi, his previous injuries had long been recovered. The reason why he felt a dull pain in his chest was that the impression left on him by this trip to the land of lightning was too deep. The power of the upper string 1 impressed him deeply. And the powerlessness of such a powerful upper string 1 in the face of A made him feel an unprecedented shock. This also made his evaluation of the Sharingan change. Niji was also moved by the 3 words Sharingan. During this trip to the land of Earth, he saw Karen's nearly complete huge Susanoo and was stunned. He couldn't imagine how the Hyuga clan's soft fist could fight against a strong man with such a pupil technique, so he was in a daze on the way back. Karin didn't know what Nisi was thinking. She huddled in a corner and ate quietly. In the previous battle in the Land of Earth, she was temporarily forced back by the demons because of fear. But after Nisi successfully destroyed the anchor point, the demons immediately fled in all directions. She then returned to the cave where the anchor point was located and activated Susanoo to completely flatten the cave. Afterwards, she changed out of the Akatsuki's red cloud uniform in an empty place, found the Kyuzagakuer team that would pick her up later, and returned to Konoha. Bai, who was also in the corner, had a smile on his face. During his trip to the Land of Water, he was injured in more than a dozen places, and he didn't have the strong physical fitness of Kimimaro. If it weren't for Karen's treatment, he would probably have been exposed by now. However, he had no complaints about this. Anyway, the ninja world was saved. For this, no matter how much it cost, it was worth it in his eyes. Shinji, who saw all this, remained calm and continued to eat barbecue. Chapter 211 Threat. Shinji was still considering the two new waiters. After thinking about it, he found that only Niji was more suitable. As for Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Naruto, they were either not strong enough to deal with the demons, or their loyalty was not guaranteed and they might leak information. In short, none of them were suitable for the time being. Let's wait and see. Shinji shook his head secretly. He planned to wait until Niji's cell fusion experiment had further results before deciding whether to give Niji a waiter quota. After all, being his waiter was not a good job. If you were not strong enough, you could lose your life at any time. Koji asked, "Is Akatsuki really that powerful?" Shikamaru pouted and said, "It takes the 5 major ninja villages to join forces. Just from this point, you can see how difficult Akatsuki is. I have seen it. Anyway, if you encounter it, don't think about fighting. The most important thing is to run away," Ya said with a lingering fear. Obviously, he remembered the Akatsuki members he met when he chased Sasuke back before. "Humph, I will definitely surpass them." Sasuke snorted. Ningji thought about this B of the Akatsuki organization, who met in the Land of Earth for the first time, also clenched his fists. Tenten noticed that Niji was different and whispered, "Niji, what's wrong with you?" Ningji shook his head, "I'm fine." Just then, Kimimaro, who was also recalling A and upper string 1 in his mind, could no longer stand this boring dinner, and stood up and said, "I have something to do, I'll go back first." Shin hurriedly said, "Kimimaro, the dinner isn't over yet?" Yakumo Kurama whispered, "Don't worry about him, he's been training like crazy recently, I don't know what stimulated him." Ningji also stood up, "Sorry, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Tenten saw this and hurriedly pulled Xiao Li along, and left with Niji. Shikamaru looked helpless, "The geniuses are working hard, and it seems that we can't be idle, let's go and practice." Thinking of the warnings of the elders at home, Koji, Ino, Kaiba, Shino, and others all stood up one after another. Soon, only Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were left in the room, as were Shinji, Haku, and Karin, as well as Shin, who had called everyone together for dinner, and Kurama Yakumo, who was in the same group as Shin. Shin held her chin with both hands, bored, it was so hard to get everyone together for dinner. Kurama Yakumo complained, "Do you think everyone is like this?" Shinji put down his chopsticks and said, "I'm done too, Shin, thank you for the treat." Seeing Shinji stand up, Haku and Karin also stood up quickly. The grouping from the last final exam of the ninja school has been continued, and everyone is now almost working in groups. This is due to the last grouping, which was originally a team formed by classmates who matched each other, and the fact that everyone was secretly holding their breath and wanted to compete again. Shin pouted unhappily. Shinji smiled, then turned and left the barbecue restaurant. After a while, Sasuke chased out and called Shinji. After letting Haku and Karin go to the practice field first, Shinji and Sasuke strolled on the street. After walking for a while, Sasuke, who had been silent, suddenly said, "Shinji, I know you envy me for awakening the Sharingan, but I tell you, a mere 3 Magatama Sharingan can't change anything. In front of the Manjiki Sharingan, I don't even have the ability to fight back." "Oh." Shinji responded. Sasuke continued, "So you don't have to be jealous of me, I'm just a loser." Shinji was speechless. Sasuke clenched his fists, this time I felt that powerlessness again. Do you know? The one who kidnapped Naruto was the Manjiki Uchiha codenamed A in the Akatsuki organization. I don't know what the other party's purpose was in kidnapping Naruto, but I know that the other party was not serious this time. Naruto was rescued just by luck. Shinji was stunned. He was confused, not knowing who gave him this code name. Sasuke's emotions gradually became excited. You may not be able to imagine how strong A is. His Susanoo is unmatched, even the bastard Itachi is probably not his opponent. I can imagine, and I'm not as strong as you think. Shinji said to himself in his heart. He didn't expect Sasuke to give him such a high evaluation, and he actually thought he would be stronger than Itachi. So, as he said, Sasuke opened his Sharingan unconsciously. I must also have a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Shinji nodded lightly, yet. Sasuke shook his head, then looked at Shinji. Shinji, you don't understand what I mean. Shinji frowned. What? Sasuke looked away and said coldly, you'd better awaken the Sharingan as soon as possible and become a useful Uchiha. Otherwise. What will happen otherwise? For revenge, I can give up everything, including you. If you can't keep up with my pace, I will get rid of you without mercy. As if to prove his words, Sasuke looked at Shinji fiercely, then turned and left without stopping. Shinji was stunned for a while before he reacted. Is this kid threatening me? No, such a threat is too stupid. After thinking about it, he suddenly laughed. It's obvious. Sasuke knew that if he killed his relatives or close friends with his own hands, he could open the Manjiki Sharingan. So, if Sasuke decided to do so, he shouldn't tell himself. If Sasuke didn't want to do it, he wouldn't say anything extra. But Sasuke just said this in a threatening tone, which means that he didn't really want to do it, but wanted to put pressure on himself in this way to awaken the Sharingan as soon as possible. Shinji shook his head. He walked towards the training ground. He hoped that Sasuke could be more ruthless and awaken the Manjiki Sharingan by any means necessary, because as long as Sasuke awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he could use the pair of Manjiki of Uchiha Fugaku to let Sasuke have a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan earlier than the original time and space. By then, he would be equivalent to copying an Uchiha Madara, and could use the same method as Uchiha Madara to obtain a pair of Samsara eyes. On the other side, how could I possibly use the method that guy told me to obtain the Manjiki Sharingan? Sasuke frowned and thought to himself, there must be other ways. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly votes. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 212, Discuss. It's still the same venue, and the same people. It's just that the atmosphere of this 5-cage conference is much more dull than before. Even the most irritable fourth Raikage is no longer making a fuss. In this operation, the combined forces sent by the 5 major ninja villages not only returned without success, but also suffered huge personnel losses. For example, in the Kirigakure team, only Zabuza survived, and all the other members died in the battle. Such a result. Even the 3rd Tsuchikage, who had always wanted to see Kumigakure make a fool of himself, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Upper string has therefore entered the vision of the 5 major ninja villages, provoking the sensitive and fragile nerves of the 5-cage. The 3rd Hokage saw that the atmosphere was not right and said, let's discuss it. The 3rd Tsuchikage looked around at the people present and said, is the upper string of the Akatsuki organization really that difficult? The leaders of the joint forces exchanged glances with each other, and Kakashi stood up and said, the opponent's strength is very strong. According to our assessment, even with targeted preparations, at least 4 to 8 jonins are needed to match them. Kakashi had just finished speaking. There was a noisy discussion from the seats of the small ninja village, and many people whispered to each other. With targeted preparations, 4 to 8 jonins are needed to match them. This undoubtedly shows that the opponent is the best among the jonin, a powerful figure who has reached the level of Kage. And this is just an upper string. According to the upper rank 6 that have already appeared, there are at least 6 upper rank members in the Akatsuki organization, and above the upper ranks, there is an upper rank 1 that has not yet appeared. One upper rank is a Kage level strongman, and the combined strength of all the upper rank members is simply unimaginable, so it is no wonder that the small ninja villages are frightened. The 3rd Tsuchikage asked again, didn't you collect more information about the guy who mastered the space-time ninjutsu? Kakashi shook his head, I'm sorry. The 3rd Tsuchikage's face sank. Compared to the concerns of the small ninja villages, the 5 major ninja villages are more worried about the mysterious Akatsuki member who mastered the space-time ninjutsu. Although the upper rank is strong, as long as the 5 major ninja villages are prepared, let alone 4 to 8 jonins, even a dozen jonins can be easily gathered. For the 5 major ninja villages that can mobilize tens of thousands of ninja coalitions, this is nothing at all. But the mysterious Akatsuki member who mastered the space-time ninjutsu was different. Because as long as that Akatsuki member existed, the battle situation would be uncertain. For example, in this operation, the overall strength of the joint forces was far superior to the upper ranks, but because of the opponent's strange space-time ninjutsu, the joint forces were divided one by one and were almost defeated by the upper ranks one by one. The strength of Akatsuki is probably stronger than we thought before. After a pause, the third Hokage continued, on the night when the joint forces left, Akatsuki's A sneaked into our Konoha and kidnapped the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. What? All the cages present were shocked. The third Hokage pressed his hands downwards. Please rest assured, after our efforts in Konoha, we have successfully rescued the Nine-Tailed Jinchuriki. The fourth Mizukage narrowed his eyes. They are indeed coming for the tailed beasts. If the kidnapping of the two-tailed Jinchuriki of Kumigakure could not prove that Akatsuki's target was the tailed beasts, then the kidnapping of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki this time was definitely Akatsuki's intention. Listening to the whispers of the fourth Mizukage, the other cages all fell into deep thought. The significance of the tailed beasts to each village is self-evident. The Mizukage himself is the three-tailed Jinchuriki. Akatsuki's idea of taking the tailed beasts is actually his idea. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is the son of the fourth Kazekage. The eight-tailed Jinchuriki is the brother of the fourth Raikage. The nine-tailed Jinchuriki is the son of the fourth Hokage. Even in Uegakure, the two Jinchuriki are important combat forces and the main means of deterring other major ninja villages. They cannot afford to fail. So once it is confirmed that the target of Akatsuki is the tailed beast, there is no possibility of reconciliation between the 5 major ninja villages and Akatsuki. Even the Takigakure, which has the tailed beast among the small ninja villages, has no way out at this time. The fourth Raikage suddenly asked, Hokage, how did you rescue the nine-tails Jinchuriki? Did you defeat A? The third Hokage briefly described the process of rescuing Naruto, and then sighed, alas, in the end, A escaped. The joint forces were in vain, and Konoha's rescue operation failed to capture any member of Akatsuki. This means that until now, the 5 major ninja villages still have not grasped the core intelligence of Akatsuki. After the fourth Mizukage looked at the other 4 shadows, he lowered his eyes and calculated in his heart, it seems that we, Kirigakure, have the upper hand. He has received the complete action report of Mei Terumi. After learning that there is only one mysterious warrior arranged by Akatsuki at the test site, Terumi, although Mei and Kisame showed up during the operation, they did not find other members of Akatsuki at the scene, so it is still possible for Bai to infiltrate Akatsuki. The representatives of Kusagakure village also started to think about it. Although all the ninjas they sent to assist Xiangling in the first wave were killed, the subsequent team still helped Karin. According to Karin's description, Akatsuki's assessment is whether she can survive the pursuit. If she survives, it means that she may have passed the assessment of Akatsuki. As long as Karin passes the assessment by chance and enters Akatsuki, Kusagakure village is equivalent to mastering the core secrets of Akatsuki. On the other side, Orochimaru, who disguised himself as the representative of Otagakure, smiled with a slight upward curve. As a former member of Akatsuki, he knew Akatsuki much better than everyone present, so when he saw the 5 shadows in the ninja world frowning for the information of Akatsuki, he felt mocking. But when he thought of Kabuto Yakushi's report, he immediately fell into deep thought. Just now, when everyone was discussing the upper string, he was thinking about the upper string 1. To others, the upper string 1 has never appeared and is a mysterious figure hidden in the curtain, but he knows the information about the upper string 1. Not only that, he also knows that the upper string 1 had just fought a big battle with the A in the Akatsuki organization and was defeated. After listening to the description of the third Hokage about Konoha's rescue of Naruto, he suddenly had a question in his heart. He didn't understand how the A of the Akatsuki organization rushed from the desert of the Wind Country to the snowy mountains of the Lightning Country in just a few days. The first update is here. Chapter 213 Kakashi's Analysis. Gradually, the strangeness of the upper string was discussed at the meeting. The fourth Kazekage asked, did you really see him eating corpses? Zabuza, wrapped in bandages, nodded, well, he seems to be able to absorb chakra by eating corpses. Kakashi echoed, yes, I have confirmed it with the Sharingan. Every time he eats a corpse, his chakra will surge. Hiss. Many people in the meeting took a breath of cold air, and their hair stood on end. All the people present were ninjas. They had basically done things that were not presentable, such as snatching corpses, destroying corpses, and studying corpses. But no one would eat corpses for chakra. Just listening to it made people feel evil. Someone in the meeting suddenly said, could this be some kind of secret technique? I've never heard of such a secret technique. Humph, it's probably a forbidden technique created by the Akatsuki organization. Yeah, those crazy people dare to do anything. There was a lot of discussion in the meeting. The 5 Kage also exchanged glances, then shook their heads slightly, indicating that their village did not have such an evil technique. Orochimaru, who seemed to be thinking about something, suddenly asked as the representative of Sound Village, does the upper string really have an immortal body? Kakashi looked at Orochimaru and replied, it is currently impossible to determine what means the other party used, but the upper string does have an extraordinary recovery ability. Even if its arm is cut off, it can be quickly recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon someone in the field asked the representative of Takigakure village, I heard that your village has a secret technique of immortality. Did the upper string use the secret technique of your village? The representative of Takigakure village quickly denied, the upper string is absolutely different from our Takigakure village. It has nothing to do with it. The secret technique of our village is called Earth Grudge, which has been stolen by Kakuzu. Someone else said, isn't there a guy named Phaeton in the Akatsuki organization who also has an immortal body? People from the Tang Ninja village should stop hiding and come out to explain it clearly. The representative of the Tang Ninja village had to say, we don't know how Phaeton got immortality, but our village doesn't have this technique anyway. Per 1000 degree. Soon, the venue was in a mess. Orochimaru, who brought up this topic, fell silent at this moment. The reason why he brought up this topic was because through Kimimaro, in the battle between Kabuto Yakushi and the upper string 1, he learned that the upper string 1 also possessed terrifying recovery abilities. This shows that recovery abilities are not unique to the upper string 1. It is very likely that all the upper string members in the Akatsuki organization possess this terrifying and enviable immortality. And this immortality is exactly what Orochimaru is pursuing. Konoha and Kirigakure were also silent. Sasuke did not hide anything. After returning to the village, he immediately reported to the village the fierce battle between A and Rengoku Kyojuro. Team Tsunade also submitted their report on the battle with the demons to the Hokage's office. So the third Hokage at this time was very clear that the immortality of the upper ranks was not an isolated case, but a whole group of people possessed this immortality. The same is true for Kirigakure. The report on the battle between Mei Terumi and Tomioka Gyuu had long been placed on the desk of the 4th Mizu Kage. And Mei Terumi also wrote her speculation about Tomioka Gyuu into the report. In the report, she mentioned that the mysterious warriors on the island were most likely an experimental product of the Akatsuki organization, and even added the speculation that these experimental products might be afraid of sunlight to the end of the report. Neither Konoha nor Kirigakure. At present, no one has put this some intelligence was shared. In the eyes of the third Hokage, it was understandable to share basic intelligence, but the core intelligence should be in their own hands in order to gain the initiative in the 5 Kage talks. For the 4th Mizu Kage, Bai was a spy sent to Konoha by him, and his identity could not be made public. This time Bai was favored by the Akatsuki organization again, and became an important chess piece for them to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. In this case, it was even more impossible for them to say that Bai was assessed by the Akatsuki organization. After the quarrel lasted for a long time, it was finally calmed down with the intervention of the third Hokage. After the argument just now, everyone at least reached a consensus, that is, the strength of the Akatsuki organization far exceeded their expectations, and all actions related to the Akatsuki organization must be more cautious. And this consensus also indicates that the 5 major ninja villages have given up the plan to rescue the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato as soon as possible. In this regard, the 4th Raikage had nothing to say. After all, this rescue operation not only failed to save Yukato, but also put the entire joint force in danger. If Akatsuki sends more people to deal with the joint forces, the consequences will be disastrous. Because of this, no matter how reluctant the 4th Raikage is, he has to accept the fact that Yukato may not be rescued in the short term. Fortunately, according to the news sent back by the Hidden Cloud Village, Yukito seems to be controlled by Akatsuki's A with illusions. It seems that his life is not in danger in the short term, so there may be a chance to rescue Yukito. After the meeting, the third Hokage called Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi and others who participated in the joint forces and the rescue team to the Hokage's office. After taking a puff of cigarette, the third generation tapped his pipe lightly. The situation seems to be more complicated than expected. The strength shown by the Akatsuki organization before is probably just the tip of the iceberg. Jiraiya said, if that's the case, we must contact that person as soon as possible. Tsunade questioned, is he reliable? The third generation pondered for a moment and said, Sasuke is still in the village. There is no doubt that the he that Jiraiya and Tsunade are referring to is Uchiha Itachi, who has joined the Akatsuki organization. And the third generation's meaning is self-evident, that is, Sasuke is still in the village. With this hostage, Itachi should still be reliable. Just then, Kakashi suddenly said, Hokage-sama, I have a guess. Including the third generation, several people in the office all looked at Kakashi. Kakashi considered his words, I feel that the upper strings and the Akatsuki organization are probably not in the same group. The third Hokage was not surprised, but said, tell me your reasons. Kakashi repeated his analysis, and then added, the mysterious warrior that Sasuke met in the Kingdom of Wind has the same ability and fighting style as the upper strings, and when he encountered a of the Akatsuki organization, he immediately broke out into conflict, just like the previous upper strings 5 and upper strings 6, so the upper strings and the Akatsuki organization are not only not in the same group, but may even be in a hostile relationship. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 214 The Secret of Susanoo's Lamp. Shinji didn't ask about the 5-cage tournament, nor did he need to do so. Because as long as he asked Shin out for a walk, Shin would tell him all the information she knew. Shinji was somewhat speechless when he learned that the 5 major ninja villages also regarded the group of upper-ranked demons as members of the Akatsuki organization. Because of his butterfly effect, the current Akatsuki organization has become a stronger and more mysterious terrorist organization than in the original time and space. The 5 major ninja villages are almost afraid of talking about Akatsuki. On second thought, he thought it was not bad. Whether it was Nagato who thought he was in control of the overall situation, or Obito who thought he was controlling Nagato, or Madara who thought he was controlling Obito. These nesting dolls may have differences on other things, but they are very unified on the issue of gathering 9-tailed beasts and resurrecting the 10-tail. If the 5 major ninja villages pay attention to the Akatsuki organization earlier, they will naturally create greater resistance for the Akatsuki organization to resurrect the 10-tail. After all, Shinji is only 8 years old now, and he still needs time to grow up. I don't want the Akatsuki organization to complete the resurrection of the 10-tail too quickly and provoke the 4th Ninja World War. After a rough understanding of the situation in the ninja world, Shinji once again put his mind on his own affairs. First of all, with the increase of authority this time, he can actively summon the light and use the light to travel through the planes. He knows that this ability is very dangerous. If he is not careful, he may travel to an unknown dangerous place, or attract the attention of the Overlord. Reason tells him that it is better to try it after he has the Samsara Eye. But looking at the light, thinking about the infinite possibilities represented by space travel and wandering in various planes, he can't help his curiosity. So, on this night, he tried it carefully. The result disappointed him, but he was also secretly relieved. There is no doubt. The light cannot travel through the planes at will. It must detect a certain space crack before it can help Shinji travel to the plane connected to the crack. After a night of attempts, he found that space cracks are not a very common phenomenon and require a certain amount of luck to encounter. Undoubtedly, plane travel is not an easy thing. Each plane is a treasure, and at the same time, each plane is a treasure. The surface is also a fortress. This also made him understand why only the lantern-bearer of the Demon Slayer world invaded the ninja world, but no lantern-bearer from other worlds invaded. Since he could not detect the space rift, Shinji gave up and temporarily suppressed the idea of plane travel, thinking about improving his strength. Early the next morning, he came to his laboratory in the medical class. Because the joint forces and the rescue forces suffered heavy casualties this time, the Konoha medical class was very busy at this time. And because Shinji was not a formal member of the medical class and he was a sensitive Uchiha survivor, he was not arranged by the village to treat the wounded in other villages, but became the most idle person in the medical class. In the laboratory, Shinji was flipping through the test records while thinking about the plan. This time, because the action of cutting off the anchor point was related to the safety of the ninja world, he almost used all the forces around him. This led to all the people involved in the operation being monitored to varying degrees. Naruto, who was nearly kidnapped, has become a key protected target of Konoha, and Sasuke, who witnessed Naruto's kidnapping, has also been investigated and monitored. Karin was accepted by Shinji and entered the small circle of her classmates. As a witness to Naruto's attack last time, she could not escape the village's investigation. In addition, the Kyuzagaku behind her still hoped that she could infiltrate the Akatsuki organization and was also paying attention to her secretly, so Shinji had already replaced Karin's eyes a few days ago and temporarily shelved the plan to restore Karin's completely damaged Manjiki Sharingan. Bai is also being investigated by the village for the same reason. The Kirigakure behind him has focused its attention on him, restricting his every move. Even when Shinji and him were practicing physical skills in the practice field, he could feel someone spying nearby. As a member of the same circle of students and a remnant of the Kirigakure corpse vein, Kimimaro was in a similar situation. Affected by Naruto's kidnapping, he could not escape the village's investigation. Ningji's situation was slightly better. But because he informed the Hyuga clan of this action, he was monitored around the clock by Hayashi. Everyone was either being investigated or monitored, and even Shinji himself could feel that someone was secretly monitoring him. So whether it was the recovery plan for the completely damaged Manjiki Sharingan or the cell fusion plan of Kimimaro and Niji, they were all forced to stop. Putting small nutrient tanks in front of him, Shinji propped up his chin and fell into thought. There were 3 small nutrient tanks in front of him, and what was in them was nothing else but pairs of eyes. From left to right, they are the pair of Manjiki Sharingan containing Susanoo, the pair of Manjiki Sharingan that was completely damaged, and the pair of high-purity Byakugan that was taken from the Otsutsuki branch. Dong! 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 He tapped the table lightly with his fingers. The temporary restoration plan of the completely damaged Manjiki meant that the Samsara Eye plan with Karin as the main body was forced to suspend. The suspension of the plan for the fusion of Kimimaro and Niji's cells also meant that the Samsara Eye plan was forced to suspend. How long it would take to suspend, he had no way of judging, so he couldn't afford to waste this time. Can't just wait like this. Time was equivalent to the life of the entire ninja world for him, and he couldn't just waste it like this. But he couldn't change the fact that Karin, Kimimaro, and Niji were under close surveillance, so he could only start to improve his own strength. Samsara Eye. He thought of the Samsara Eye again. Now he already has a pair of Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and after the quality improvement of Yintun Chakra this time, he feels that his pair of Eternal Manjiki Sharingan is close to the conditions for impacting the Samsara Eye. If I use the Susanoo Sun Tio-Chan to control another pair of eyes, perhaps my Eternal Manjiki Sharingan can completely reach the conditions for impacting the Samsara Eye. Thinking of this, he glanced at the small nutrient tank on the table with the Byakugan. Before this, his Susanoo Sun Tio-Chan had always been controlling the Sharingan, so he had not figured out some of the characteristics of the Susanoo Sun Tio-Chan. It was not until he controlled the pair of high-purity Byakugan that he discovered a secret of the Susanoo Sun Tio-Chan. Chapter 215 Other Eye Techniques Bloodline Limits. When he awakened his Manjiki, he had already realized the potential of the Susanoo Sun Tio-Chan. After controlling Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Manjiki Sharingan, he had a personal experience of the potential of Susanoo Tio-U. Controlling a pair of Manjiki Sharingan, although it cannot double his pupil power directly, the improvement of his pupil power and the additional pupil skills made him more comfortable in the subsequent battles. However, when he fused a pair of Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, he found that using Susanoo Tio-U to control a pair of Manjiki Sharingan would only give him very limited improvement in pupil power. And as his own Eternal Manjiki Sharingan's pupil power became stronger and stronger, the improvement in pupil power brought by controlling ordinary Manjiki Sharingan instead, it became weaker and weaker, and could only obtain the benefits of the eye technique. At first, he thought it was because the difference in eye power between the two pairs of eyes was too big, but when he had to control the pair of Byakugan on the moon, he found that the eye power improvement provided by controlling the Byakugan with the Susanoo Sun Tio-Chan was higher than the eye power improvement obtained by controlling a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. And it was much higher. Although this pair of Byakugan was not ordinary, it was a high-purity Byakugan from the Otsutsuki branch on the moon, but in terms of eye power, this pair of Byakugan was obviously not as good as a pair of Manjiki Sharingan. But the eye power improvement brought by a pair of Byakugan, which was also controlled by the Susanoo Sun Tio-Chan, was higher than the eye power improvement brought by the Mangeki Sharingan. This had to make Shinji feel puzzled. And with his many attempts and experiments afterwards, he vaguely sensed a secret of the Susanoo-sun tomb, that is, the increase in pupil power brought by controlling different pupil skills bloodline limits is much higher than the increase in pupil power brought by controlling the same pupil skills bloodline limit. This discovery gave him a new assessment of the potential of the Susanoo-sun tomb. Because the high increase rate brought by controlling different pupil skills bloodline limits is actually a manifestation of complementary ability. In other words, the Susanoo-sun tomb can learn from the strengths of many schools and absorb the characteristics and advantages of each pupil skill bloodline limit to maximize the pupil skill increase. This is also why the effect of using the Susanoo-sun tomb to control a pair of Byakugan is significantly better than a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. Because Shinji's own pair of Eternal Mangeki Sharingan has almost all the information and characteristics of the Sharingan. Other ordinary Mangeki Sharingan can no longer provide more characteristics, so as Shinji's Eternal Mangeki Sharingan's pupil power increases, the pupil power provided by controlling ordinary Mangeki Sharingan is getting less and less. On the contrary, there is a certain difference between the Byakugan and the Sharingan. Controlling it can obtain information and characteristics that the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan does not have. Therefore, the pupil power improvement obtained by controlling a pair of Byakugan with the Susanoo-sun Tyo-Yu-chan is obviously greater than the improvement obtained by controlling a pair of Mangeki. Before, because he was carrying out the Samsara Eye plan and the Rin-Egan plan at the same time, Shinji temporarily had no time to study the ability of the Susanoo-sun Tyo-Yu-chan in depth. Now that these two plans have been forced to suspend, he can study the Susanoo-sun Tyo-Yu-chan carefully. He stroked his chin. In addition to the Sharingan, Byakugan, Samsara Eye, and Samsara Eye, what other eye techniques are there in the ninja world now? Although all the eye techniques in the ninja world originated from the Byakugan of the Otsutsuki clan. However, during the millennium of evolution, due to various gene mutations, many other eye techniques have evolved. In addition to the common eye techniques, Shinji quickly thought of the red eyes and blood dragon eyes, which may be the eye techniques produced by the mutation of the Sharingan. The eye technique bloodline limit of the red eyes once belonged to a bloodline family in the Hidden Mist. In detail, the ability of the red eyes is actually very powerful. It not only has the ability of the Byakugan to see through, but also has some kind of wonderful perception ability, which can foresee danger and make small-scale predictions. What's more amazing is that it has the ability to create illusions, and this ability happens to interfere with the insight of the Byakugan, so the red eyes are also called the Byakugan nemesis. It's just that in the original time and space, the Kirigakure Red Eyes family was wiped out by Kirigakure because they participated in the Bloodline Family Rebellion. The only person who appeared was a disabled boy named Ranmaru, so the power of the Red Eyes was seriously underestimated. After all, the ability of the Red Eyes displayed by Ranmaru, a boy who has not received training and is not even considered a ninja, is by no means inferior to the ordinary Byakugan or Megatama Sharingan. So where is the limit of the Red Eyes? Whether there is potential to be tapped, no one can say for sure at present. Like the red eyes, the unpopular eye technique bloodline limit of blood dragon eyes does not appear much in the original time and space. However, in terms of expressiveness, blood dragon eyes are also remarkable. In the original time and space, Sasuke once encountered the Blood Pond clan who possessed the blood dragon eyes. Chino of the Blood Pond clan also used the illusion ability of the blood dragon eye to fight against Sasuke in an illusion contest. Although Chino lost in the end, don't forget that her opponent was Sasuke, the reincarnation of Indra Otsutsuki. So the ability of the blood dragon eye in illusion should be no less than that of the ordinary Megatama Sharingan. At the same time, the blood dragon eye also has a magical ability to control blood. As long as the owner of the blood dragon eye is willing, they can use their unique chakra to detonate other people's blood, thereby creating a terrifying flesh and blood bomb. Red eye. Blood dragon eye. These two eye techniques are undoubtedly the two most easily accessible to Shinji at present. Shinji can actually think of several others. For example, the pure eye that Naruto's son Boruto accidentally awakened later, and the cross eye of his Heike Otsutsuki, are eye techniques that are obviously different from the Sharingan. If he uses the Susanoo no Notsuin to control these different eye techniques and blood limits, the eye power that Shinji can obtain must be very considerable. It seems that I have to find a way to collect some different eye techniques and blood limits next. In an instant, Shinji made up his mind. It is never too much to improve the eye power. It took Uchiha Madara almost several decades to awaken the Samsara eye. This may be because Madara used Izanagi, or it may be because Madara's pupil power is insufficient. So if Shinji doesn't want to endure decades of hardship to impact the samsara eye like Uchiha Madara, he must improve his pupil power as much as possible. In this regard, the more the better. In addition, he is also very curious whether using Susanoo to control other pupil skills and blood limit can bring additional abilities. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote monthly. Chapter 216 Bounty. In the land of grass, outside a black market. A sneaky figure peeked outside for a long time, and finally, under the cover of night, he flashed and mixed into the black market disguised as a dance hall. After passing through the lively dance floor, the sneaky figure came to a secret door and knocked on it. A light shout soon came from inside the door, "Who?" The sneaky figure pinched his throat. "One-eyed dragon introduced me here." After a while, the door was opened. The black market boss glanced at the figure outside the door, then stepped aside to make room. "Come in." After entering the house, the black market boss looked carefully and said, "Business is not good recently. The 5 major ninja villages are like crazy, searching for us everywhere, so the black market bounty has been suspended. If you want to make money, you should go somewhere else." The sneaky figure said, "I'm here to give you money." The black market boss frowned. "Give money? I want to buy information." "Information?" The black market boss hesitated and said, "If it's about the Akatsuki organization, then don't speak. Now everyone knows that the Akatsuki organization should not be messed with. Now when I see people wearing red cloud clothes, my legs are shaking." The sneaky figure seemed a little proud, and then said, "Don't worry, it has nothing to do with the Akatsuki organization. What I want to buy is information about red eyes." The black market boss frowned. "Are you from Kirigakure?" The sneaky figure shook his head. "I'm not." "Then why do you want to find those guys?" After a pause, the black market boss said, "Since escaping Kirigakure, those guys have rarely shown up. It's risky to inquire about their news. I don't want my head to be chopped off by Night Owl in the middle of the night." The sneaky figure asked curiously, "Who is Night Owl?" "The leader of that group is called Night Owl, a madman with red eyes." The black market boss smiled. "This one doesn't count for you." Hearing the news about red eyes, the sneaky figure immediately became interested. "Do you know where this Night Owl is?" 5 million. After a pause, the black market boss quoted a price. After struggling for a long time, the sneaky figure gritted his teeth and said, "Deal." After receiving the money, the black market boss pointed on the map. "It's this area. Someone saw them moving here." The sneaky figure stared at the map and wrote it down carefully. "This group of guys is not simple. Kirigakure has sent people to clear them out several times, but they all returned in vain. No matter what you want to do, you'd better be careful." After a pause, the black market boss suddenly changed his face. "You should know the rules. After leaving here, we don't know each other." The sneaky figure waved his hand. "I understand. I understand." Konoha village, in the training ground. Bang bang bang. After a series of muffled sounds of punches and kicks, Shinji was hit by 2 punches and 3 kicks, and the whole person was knocked back. Bai stopped the attack and asked with concern, "Shinji classmate, are you okay?" "Hey." Shinji exhaled and shook his head. Although his physical skills have improved a lot, compared with Bai, especially when he can't open the Sharingan, it is obviously not enough. However, Bai would not be so serious in sparring in the past, so Shinji often had the upper hand on the scene. Today, for some reason, Bai's attack suddenly became much more fierce. After catching his breath, Shinji said, "You just..." Bai quickly said, "Just now I was a little distracted." Distracted? Shinji was speechless. Bai defeated himself in a state of sudden distraction, which shows that the gap between the two is not ordinary in terms of physical skills. Bai realized that he said the wrong thing and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Just now, he was indeed distracted. In the past few days after returning to the village, the fierce battle with the water pillar Tomioka Jiyuu has been lingering in his mind. Obviously, the fierce fighting style of the water pillar Tomioka Jiyuu and his skillful use of water make him gain something every time he thinks about it. During the sparring just now, it was because he was so engrossed in his thoughts that he subconsciously regarded Shinji as Tomioka Jiyuu, so his offensive suddenly became fierce. "It's okay, come again." Shinji knew that he had a weak foundation and little experience, so he never overestimated himself. Besides, the practice of physical skills is boring, tedious, and even self-abuse. For him who lacks tactical talent, if he wants to develop a keen combat intuition, he can only be beaten over and over again. The crushing game using the eternal Mangeki Sharingan cannot develop such a combat intuition. After a long time, Shinji, who had finished the sparring, returned to his apartment. He turned on the faucet in the bathroom, and listening to the sound of the water flowing, he bit his finger and began to make a spiritual call. Bang! A figure walked out from inside as a puff of white smoke rose. Shinji's face froze. What are you doing? The coal ball, who was summoned by the spirit, turned around by himself, then winked at Shinji and said, "How is it? How is it?" Shinji's face was full of black lines. He didn't know what coal ball had gone crazy for suddenly. He was wearing a mini version of Akatsuki's red cloud suit, which was a tight-fitting one. Seeing coal ball still twisting around there, he said, "You are courting death." Coal ball squatted on the ground. Hee, don't think I don't know about your business. What's my business? Coal ball licked his paws and said, "You joined Akatsuki, right? Humph, don't forget, I made your red cloud suit for you. But your Akatsuki is too stingy, don't you even give out uniforms and masks." Shinji was helpless. "Don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with Akatsuki." I understand. Coal ball said with a smile, "Your Akatsuki organization is so powerful now, and has provoked all the 5 major ninja villages. You must not admit it." Shinji spat lightly, "You'd better not show off, or your cat's life will be in danger." Mikhail sighed and took off the cat version of Hong Yun's suit on his body. "Hey, I only dare to wear it in front of you. I don't dare to wear it casually at home, for fear of being beaten to death. It's good to know. The 5 major ninja villages can't deal with Akatsuki, let alone you, a cat." Shinji smiled. He knew that with Mikhail's timid personality, he would definitely not dare to show off. At this time, Coal Ball came close to Shinji and whispered, "Shinji, are you really the A of the Akatsuki organization? I heard from outside that the bounty for you from the 5 major ninja villages has reached 100 million. Do you know how much 100 million is?" 100 million is. Coal Ball gestured with cat claws for a long time, but finally gave up and said, "In short, it's a lot, a lot. Even providing you with effective information can easily be exchanged for tens of millions." Shinji was stunned for a moment and rubbed his chin. "So much money. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket." Chapter 217 Intelligence Business. Coal Ball nodded repeatedly, "Yes, I almost couldn't help but sell you." Shinji glared at Coal Ball. Coal Ball smiled awkwardly, "I haven't sold it yet. Actually." Shinji turned his eyes and said, "This can be sold." "Ah." Shinji curled his lips, "I gave you all the money, and now I can't even afford to eat. Then let's sell it." Coal Ball's eyes lit up, rubbing his cat paws, "Don't worry, I will definitely sell it for a good price." Seeing Coal Ball's money grubber look, Shinji knocked on its head, "Let's talk about business first, what did I tell you?" Coal Ball quickly told him about the information he bought back on the black market for 5 million. There is no doubt. The sneaky figure in the grass country black market before was Coal Ball, who used the transformation technique to turn into a human form. Looking at the map handed over by Coal Ball, Shinji frowned slightly. The place where the cross is drawn on the map is located on a peninsula bordering the soup country and the water country. The terrain there is famous for its complexities. There are not only mountains and water, but also many hot springs and underground caves. It is indeed a good place to hide. Mikhail said, "Many of the night owls are rebels from Kirigakure, so Kirigakure has launched several encirclements against them, but none of them succeeded." Shinji listened and nodded gently. In the original time and space, the red-eyed were almost extinct. The only character who appeared was a disabled teenager named Ranmaru. In this time and space, because the 4th Mizukage took power in advance and was not attacked by Itaki and controlled by Obito as in the original time and space, although Kirigakure still had a rebellion of the bloodline family, the intensity was much lighter than in the original time and space. The best example is that the demon Zabuza not only did not start a rebellion, but also became the direct descendant of the 4th Mizukage. Therefore, the Red Eye family is also different from the original time and space. After the rebellion failed, many members escaped the encirclement of Kirigakure several times. The night owl that Mikhail found out was one of them. Unlike ordinary red eyes, Night Owl was an ambitious guy, with a large number of desperate people around him, making a lot of noise, so he was noticed. That's good. After confirming the information, Shinji breathed a sigh of relief. He actually didn't want to attack the disabled red-eyed boy named Ranmaru. After all, it was a bit embarrassing for him to take the eyes of the weak. Fortunately, the appearance of Night Owl avoided his embarrassment, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Because he knew very well that if there was no Night Owl, he would probably still attack Ranmaru in order to improve his strength. According to the information provided by the black market, there seemed to be other red eyes around this Night Owl, so as long as the arrangement was proper, Shinji might be able to harvest more than one pair of red eyes. Seeing Shinji's serious face, Maikayu asked curiously, "Shinji, why are you asking about this?" 5 million was spent all at once. Shinji didn't explain too much, just praised, "Maikayu, you did a good job this time." Hehe. Smiling, Maikayu said, "I am also a member of the Akatsuki organization, this little thing can't be difficult for me." Shinji rolled his eyes, "The previous thing about selling me, it's not about selling my information. I think we can really give it a try." Because of the purchase of information about Night Owl on the black market this time, Shinji had already spent all the pension he received from the village. Now, let alone purchasing instruments and experimental materials, even his future life is a problem, so he really has to find a way to make some money. Maikayu also became interested. How to sell? How to sell? First, tell me what the price is in the market. Maikayu said hurriedly, the information about A is the most valuable. It is said outside that A may be the leader of the Akatsuki organization. The second is B, and the effective information is also in the tens of millions. As for C, it's cheaper, a few million. Then it's the upper string group, upper string 1 and upper string 2, as well as the information of those who master space-time ninjutsu in the upper string is the most valuable, and it's also in the tens of millions. Shinji couldn't help but sigh, wow, this is all money. Cole Ball's eyes sparkled, and he nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. Shinji asked, by the way, what counts as valid intelligence? Name, appearance, background, ability, etc., are all valid intelligence. After a pause, Cole Ball suddenly frowned, but it seems that even if we buy it, the other party will not pay immediately, but will pay after verification. Tisk. Shinji spat again. As soon as he heard it, he knew that this was a sting operation by the 5 major ninja villages. First, they offered a sky-high reward to lure the information dealers to their door. As long as they wanted the dealers to provide information, they could first stabilize the dealers by verifying the information, and then secretly mobilize forces to capture the dealers, pry open their mouths, and torture them out of all the information they knew. But this was not difficult for Shinji. As long as they gave real information first and didn't charge money, they could directly ask for payment in person for the next piece of information. At that time, the 5 major ninja villages, which were rich and powerful, would probably pinch their noses and accept it in order to obtain information from the Akatsuki organization. What information should be sold? Shinji pondered. He certainly didn't want to sell his intelligence casually, even if it was unimportant information. If it was handed over to the 5 major ninja villages, it might be analyzed into many things. So the safest thing was to sell the intelligence of the upper ranks. But the information of the upper ranks itself represented pollution, and selling their intelligence was actually actively spreading the pollution. After hesitating for a while, he decided to test the waters with the information of Bai and Karin. Maikayu said shyly at this time, "Shinji, I am also a member of your Akatsuki organization, right?" "Haha, I just asked casually, does our Akatsuki organization have subsidies?" Shinji glanced at Maikayu, "Do I look like I have subsidies?" Tisk tisk. Maikayu shook his head and said, "Hey, I knew that your Akatsuki organization is not easy. It is so famous, why are you so miserable?" Shinji said, "Don't talk nonsense, if the intelligence business does well this time, I will give you dividends. But you have to be careful, the one who buys the information may be the 5 major ninja villages. If you are caught, I can't save you." Maikayu nodded heavily. He was afraid of death, so he obviously listened. Then he asked, "Do you need me to go to the Kingdom of Hot Springs to help you find the Night Owl? The price can be cheaper." Shinji shook his head, "The other party has red eyes, and your half-baked transparent escape doesn't work in front of him. Let me come in person." It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 218 Chakra Information. Shua shua shua. In the sound of breaking wind, the 4 Konoha Anbu scattered and fell into an inconspicuous forest outside the Konoha wall. The leader asked, "Is it here?" One of them nodded, "Well, the information from the barrier team is here. Look, someone just passed by here." The 4 of them soon came to a footprint. The footprint was very light. Obviously, the owner of the footprint was deliberately avoiding leaving traces. If there were no moss on the ground, the footprint would not have been left. After another round of inspection, they found that there were no other traces in the woods except for the footprint left by accident. As for the owner of the footprint, he had already disappeared. The leading Anbu was angry and helpless. Damn it, he let that guy escape again. There is no doubt. The appearance of the 4 Anbu here was not a coincidence, but a carefully designed arrest operation by the Anbu and the barrier team. Their target is the mysterious person who has been frequently in and out of the village recently. The incident of the 9 Tails Jinchuriki being abducted by the Akatsuki organization in the village is still fermenting. In order to eliminate hidden dangers and prevent similar things from happening again, Konoha launched an unprecedented internal investigation. As a result, not a single spy of the Akatsuki organization was found. In this operation, many spies planted in Konoha by other villages were found by Konoha. Considering that the 5 major ninja villages are currently in a cooperative state, Konoha handled the matter very low-key. Instead of killing people, the spies were peacefully repatriated. During this investigation, the barrier team accidentally discovered that a mysterious person frequently traveled through Konoha. The barrier of the village. Yes, the entire Konoha village is in a perception barrier. Theoretically, any enemy invading Konoha cannot escape the perception of the barrier team and will be discovered at the first time. But theory is just theory after all. There are quite a few people in the ninja world who know the information code of the Konoha barrier, including Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi. So even the barrier team knows that the barrier information has been leaked. However, the cost of changing the barrier is too huge, not to mention time and effort. Once the new barrier is running, it is still difficult to prevent information from leaking, so the village has not changed the barrier for a long time. In fact, even the old barrier is not maintained by the barrier team around the clock. Only in special periods, such as the previous war period and the current village-wide investigation, the barrier team will maintain the barrier operation around the clock. It is precisely because of this that they accidentally discovered the mysterious person who frequently crossed the barrier. After searching the grove thoroughly and confirming that there was no gain, the leading Anbu asked, "Is there any news from the barrier team? The other party has crossed the barrier so many times, and the chakra information should have been captured and analyzed long ago." Another Anbu shook his head. "I asked around, and the barrier team seems to have sent the report directly to the Hokage's office." "What?" The leading Anbu looked surprised. "The barrier team did this, obviously they found something, but the other party did not notify the Anbu, but reported it directly to the 3rd Hokage, which undoubtedly shows that the matter is probably not simple." Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage put down the report in his hand and stared at the leader of the barrier class in front of him with a gloomy face. "You want to tell me that the person who frequently crosses the barrier is a long-dead ghost?" "This." The leader of the barrier class wiped his sweat and said helplessly, "Hokage, according to the comparison of the retained files, the chakra information of the mysterious person we captured is indeed very consistent with the chakra information of the deceased Uchiha Fugaku." "Ah." After sighing, the 3rd Hokage waved his hand and sent the leader of the barrier class away. Then, he glanced at the leader of the village's Jonin class, Narashikaku, and the leader of the intelligence analysis class, Yamanaka Inoichi, and asked, "What do you think?" Yamanaka Inoichi said, "I have verified that Uchiha Fugaku is indeed dead, and his body is still stored in the secret vault." The 3rd Hokage stood up and folded his hands behind his back. "This is interesting. Everyone's chakra information is unique, just like an iris or fingerprint. It's not that there is no secret technique to disguise chakra information in the ninja world, but the 3rd generation couldn't figure out why the mysterious man disguised himself as Uchiha Fugaku's chakra information." Shikaku said at this time, "We are analyzing his behavior habits. Now we have some clues. It won't take long to find him." The 3rd generation Hokage nodded. "This matter must be dealt with as soon as possible." In the practice field, Shinji, who had just practiced with Bai, came to the side of the field, took the towel handed by Karin to wipe his sweat, and then raised the water cup to drink. Unlike Shinji, who was sweating profusely, Bai was just a little out of breath after a game, but he also came to the side of the field, drinking water, and said, "Shinji classmate, school is about to start." "Well, time flies." Shinji put down the kettle. The 2-month vacation of the ninja school is about to pass in a blink of an eye. Thinking back to the past 10 days, he was afraid and fortunate at the same time. The fear was that he underestimated the strength of the village's investigation. With rounds of investigations, many spies from other villages were found, including the spy from Kyuzagakure who was in charge of contacting Karin. Fortunately, spies like Karin, Haku, and Kimimaro were all treasures of the forces behind them, so under the strategy of sacrificing the car to save the king, they survived the village's investigation safely. Shinji was fortunate that he was cautious enough to stop the experiments related to Karin, Kimimaro, and Niji early and avoided this storm. In the past few weeks, his mind was all on collecting other eye techniques and blood limit. He had been using shadow clones to sneak out of the village and search for information about the night owl. No doubt, the mysterious person who made the village suspicious and worried was Shinji, but he himself was not aware of it. He is now worried that the night owl is too cunning and clever. His shadow clones searched the land of soup but could not find the other party's hiding place. The 5 major ninja villages are now searching for the Akatsuki organization. The search is so strict that no rebel ninja dares to jump out and show off at this time. Hey, the guy who can escape the Kirigakure's encirclement and suppression several times is really not a fool. How can we find that guy? Land of soup. Scorpion looked at the figure in front of him who was hidden in the black robe and said, "Night owl." The man in the black robe nodded, and then asked with a vigilant face, "Why does the Akatsuki organization want me? There is no feud between us." The first update is here. Chapter 219 Assessment. The scorpion hidden in the Fenglu amber shook its tail. "We are all wanted criminals of the 5 major ninja villages, don't be nervous." The night owl snorted, "Don't confuse us with you. If you want me to deal with the 5 major ninja villages, then you'd better give up this idea as soon as possible. We don't want to die." Tisk. Deidara on the side spat lightly, his expression full of disdain. Feeling despised, the night owl was furious. However, thinking that the other party was a member of the Akatsuki organization, he had to suppress his anger. Scorpion said in a hoarse voice, "Do you think you are qualified?" Night owl frowned, "What do you want to do? Don't go too far. Our request is very simple. As long as you do it, we will spare your life." After a pause, Scorpion said, "Don't worry, we are not asking you to deal with the 5 major ninja villages, but just asking you to help us kidnap a few students from the Konoha Ninja School." Night Owl breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the target was only the students of the ninja school. However, thinking that it was the Akatsuki organization that made the request, and that the people who could make this group of people care about it would obviously not be ordinary students, so he asked, "What students?" Scorpion threw out a piece of information. After taking the information and taking a look, Night Owl's face condensed, "Uchiha." Scorpion nodded lightly. Night Owl couldn't bear it any longer. "Let me go to Konoha to kidnap Uchiha, are you crazy?" Scorpion said, "Look carefully, your target is just an 8-year-old kid who hasn't awakened the Sharingan yet. Why, they are all eye techniques and bloodline limits, and you don't even dare to do anything to an 8-year-old Uchiha kid." Night Owl roared in a low voice, "That's Konoha village. And the 5 cage talks are being held there. Going there to kidnap people at this time is not looking for death. The 5 cage talks are over." After a pause, Scorpion chuckled and said, "The 4 cages have secretly returned to their respective villages a few days ago." Night Owl wanted to ask, "How did you know?" But considering that the other party was the famous Akatsuki organization that even the 5 major ninja villages were extremely afraid of, he had to swallow the words back. Looking at Night Owl's expression, Scorpion continued, "You should also know that the 4 cages can't stay in Konoha village for a long time." Night Owl nodded. Scorpion continued, "And Konoha has just completed an internal investigation, and the tension is just beginning to relax, so this is your chance." Night Owl's expression changed, "Then what can I get?" Scorpion replied calmly, "If you can successfully complete this task, I will recommend you to join the organization and become one of us. If you refuse, I will make you into a puppet and add you to my collection." Staring at Scorpion and Deidara, Night Owl weighed the pros and cons carefully and said, "Okay, I promise you." A wise choice. With a smile, Scorpion and Deidara turned and left. After walking out of the hiding place of Night Owl, Deidara asked Scorpion, the leader ordered us to lie dormant for a while. Will we be okay if we do this? Scorpion smiled and said, I am just following the leader's order. Didn't he ask us to fully assist Obito? Deidara said, Obito wants an Uchiha who has awakened the Sharingan. The information you gave to Night Owl is about an Uchiha kid who has not awakened the Sharingan. You don't really want to do some stimulating eye-opening experiment? Scorpion glanced at Deidara, do you think I'm joking? Deidara was curious, hey, can you really make the Uchiha awaken the Sharingan through stimulation? Scorpion said, try it and you will know. Frankly speaking, I am now very interested in the Sharingan. Deidara muttered, those Uchiha guys are not easy to mess with. Konoha village. The ninja school is open again. Back to the familiar campus, listening to the teacher's lectures in the classroom and the pleasant bell ringing, Shinji suddenly felt that the previous ninja crisis was so unreal. At noon, Shinji came to the playground. Glancing at the playground, he found that everything was still the same. Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Niji each occupied a corner and practiced attentively. Xiao Li was running around the playground. Shin, Sakura, Ino, Kurama Yakumo and other girls sat together, chattering. Naruto followed behind Koji, Kaiba, Shikamaru, and others to play and fight, completely forgetting the thrill of being kidnapped not long ago. At this time, Bai and Karin also came to the playground. Shinji waved to them. Bai walked up to them, Shinji, have you seen the notice? The ninja school will hold an opening exam, and the location is in the Death Forest last time. Death Forest again. Shinji was speechless. Last time, they almost got into trouble while surviving in the wild in the Forest of Death. This time, they didn't know what the ninja school was up to. They were going to go to the Forest of Death again. He thought to himself, could it be Danzo? Or Orochimaru? I heard that this exam is still a free team. After Karin said that, she looked at Shinji eagerly, her eyes full of expectation. Bai also looked at Shinji, waiting for his decision. Shinji smiled, why are you looking at me? Didn't we form a team a long time ago? Bai and Karin breathed a sigh of relief. For the two of them, Shinji's acceptance was the only warmth they had in their spy careers in Konoha. So they were very afraid that Shinji would abandon them and look for other teammates. After all, because of their identities as spies, they didn't dare to fully demonstrate their strength. Just then, Niji and Tenten came over. Seeing Shinji, Haku, and Karin standing together, Niji asked, it seems that this time, you three will be in one group again. Shinji said, well, what about you? Tenten smiled, we are the same. Ningji said in a deep voice, Shinji, this exam is just right for to test whether our strength has increased in the past few months of vacation. It seems that seeing Shinji and the others gathered together, Shin and the others in the distance also came over. Hearing what Niji said, Shin hurriedly said, Shinji, Niji, you have to be careful this time. Kimimaro is like crazy during the vacation, practicing every day. Shinji said, what is he practicing? Shin shook her head, I don't know too much, it seems to be physical skills, but it doesn't look like physical skills. Kurama Yakumo on the side hurriedly stopped Shin, don't say it, don't forget that we are opponents with them. Sakura said, we are all classmates, what are you afraid of? By the way, Sasuke has also been practicing very hard recently. If you are not careful, this victory will be ours. Chapter 220 Mutual Attacks Allowed. Outside the fence of the Death Forest, rows of ninja school students were lined up. In front of the team, in addition to the teachers of the ninja school, there was also a group of Konoha's jonins. Irika, as the representative of the ninja school teachers, came to the group of jonins and said politely, seniors, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Kakashi waved his hand to show that you're welcome. Asuma on the side complained, it's just an ordinary opening test. Is it necessary to come to such a place? Yui Kurane also echoed, this kind of place is too dangerous for the students of the ninja school. Irika was a little helpless, I'm sorry to trouble you seniors. This opening test is the instruction of the elders, and we have no choice. Kakashi yawned lazily, you go and get busy, we are just complaining casually. Irika bowed, then stepped back to prepare for work. After Irika left, Asuma muttered, I haven't heard the old man say that. Could it be that some elder arranged this temporarily? Kakashi seemed to have thought of something, and his face darkened. With her hands in her pockets, Mitarashi Anko noticed Kakashi's expression. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Kakashi shook his head. Asuma patted Kakashi's shoulder, then murmured towards the woods in the distance, don't worry, look over there. Everyone looked over and found that there were still many figures of Anbu in the forest. Obviously, the top management has made a comprehensive assessment of the safety of this ninja school opening assessment and arranged sufficient insurance measures. Shizun was speechless. Is it that serious? Hong looked at the student formation not far away and smiled. Every Shiwai underestimated these little ghosts. There are many monsters in them. Monsters? Shizun also looked at the student formation, her eyes full of scrutiny. Soon, she frowned and found some clues. Among the students, there were several students whose temperaments stood out from the crowd. Even if they just stood there quietly, people's eyes would be attracted to them involuntarily. Uchiha Suzuki. The first person Shizun noticed was Suzuki, who had opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, had a cold look in his eyes, and crossed his chest with his hands. At this moment, even the 9 tails Jinchuriki beside him became his foil. Kimimaro. Then, Shizun's eyes were attracted by the 2-handed Suzuki. Drooping, standing still, attracted by Kimimaro. His eyes were indifferent, even a little out of focus, as if he didn't put his mind here, but it made people feel fearful unconsciously. Hyaganiji. Shizun's eyes moved sideways, and turned to Hyaganiji again, the rich boy who always exuded a faint melancholy. It was just different from before. Niji at this time seemed to be more fierce than before. Scanning the student formation, Shizun retracted his gaze. The 2 brats of the Uchiha and Hyaga families are indeed extraordinary, and the boy from Kirigakure is also worth paying attention to. Kakashi said lightly, you missed someone. Shizun asked curiously, who did you miss? Pointing to Shinji who was joking with Haku and Karin in a corner of the student formation, Kakashi said, he was the first last time. I heard. After a pause, Jing-Ian said, but this Uchiha Shinji seems to have not awakened the Sharingan yet? How did he defeat Uchiha Suzuki? Kakashi said, although there is an element of luck, this kid has nothing to complain about except that he has not awakened the Sharingan, so don't ignore him. Asuma smiled and said, it seems that this opening assessment is not as boring as imagined. In front of the student formation, Irika stood still and shouted, everyone, pay attention, now I will announce the rules of this assessment. The slightly noisy student formation immediately quieted down. Irika announced, this assessment will continue the principle of the last 3-person free team formation and will be conducted in the form of a small team. Before the assessment, everyone can form a free team first. Once the team formation is completed, the team score will replace the individual score. The students who had heard the news before were still quiet. Because the school had announced the rules a few days in advance, everyone had already formed teams. In fact, most people continued the team lineup from last time, and only a few teams changed their members. See no when someone raised doubts, Irika continued, the content of the test is very simple. Start from here and go to the central round tower in the Death Forest. The first team to arrive will win. After listening to the distant Jing-Ian, she said, it's just like that, it's still very simple. The threats in the Death Forest are mainly reflected in various snakes, insects, rats, ants and large beasts living in the primitive forest environment. But if you are just in a hurry, even the students of the ninja school should be able to cope with it. Kakashi said, keep listening. Sure enough, Irika changed the subject and suddenly said, there is one thing I need to remind you. On the way to the central round tower, there will be an interception group arranged by the ninja school. These interception groups are temporarily played by excellent ninjas in the village. Once you encounter them, you will be attacked indiscriminately. The students immediately became restless. Shikamaru raised his hand and asked, Teacher Irika, are the ninjas in the interception team genin? Irika shook his head, no comment. Shikamaru curled his lips and whispered, oh no. Koji on the side asked, what's wrong? Ino also came over, Shikamaru, did you find anything? Shikamaru said depressedly, this so-called interception team is obviously not prepared for us. They should be specially prepared by the ninja school to test Kimimaro, Suzuki, Shinji, Niji and others. Ah! Koji and Ino exclaimed at the same time. If the interception team is to test the monsters in the ninja school, then they, the ordinary students, will be affected. Because with the strength of those monsters, Ordinary genin can't play the role of testing at all, so the members of the interception team are probably all chunin. And if an ordinary student team encounters an interception team composed of chunin, the end can be imagined. Obviously, Shikamaru is not the only one who thinks of this. Teacher Irika, can we attack other student teams? Just when the students were noisy and complaining, a voice suddenly made everyone quiet down. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was not someone else who spoke, but Uchiha Sasuke, who raised one hand. Fearing Uchiha Sasuke's momentum, almost no students dared to look him in the eye. After a slight exchange of eyes, they were defeated under the gaze of the other's scarlet Sharingan. Irika seemed to have expected it and nodded helplessly. Student teams are allowed to attack each other. The first update is here. Chapter 221. Let's go. Irika's words immediately made the student team agitated again. Everyone looked at each other and guarded against each other. If the interception team mentioned by Irika before was the common enemy of all the students present, and everyone was just complaining about the difficulty of the assessment, then after Irika announced that students were allowed to attack each other, everyone suddenly became frightened birds. Because once you enter the forest of death, there will be no one else you can trust except the two teammates around you. Almost everyone is an enemy. Sasuke, who asked the question, put down his hand and smiled. Finally, it's a little interesting. Kimimaro glanced at Sasuke, and his unfocused eyes suddenly brightened up. On the other side, Niji also looked at Sasuke and Kimimaro, and a fighting spirit appeared on his face. Feeling the gazes from Kimimaro and Niji, Sasuke was fine and full of fighting spirit, but Sakura beside him felt her scalp tingling and whispered, oh no, Kimimaro and Niji are targeting us. Beside Kimimaro, Shin folded her arms, ha ha ha, this Maiko will show her skills this time. Kurama Yakumo moved 2 steps to the side, pretending not to know Shin, and said, stupid Maiko. Tenten beside Niji said, Ningji, don't worry, we too won't hold you back this time. Yeah. Xiao Li nodded heavily. Looking at his classmates who were eager to fight, Bai asked Shinji with some concern, Shinji, this test seems to be a bit troublesome. Everyone is serious. Karin was a little worried, we won the first place last time. Will others target us this time? Shinji said lightly, I'm here. After listening to Shinji's words, for some reason, Bai and Karin's anxiety was relieved a lot. After explaining some test rules, Irika opened the iron fence leading to the Death Forest and said, this is the entrance. The test begins. As the iron fence was opened with a squeak, everyone's eyes looked at the deep forest inside the iron fence. The entrance is right in front of them. Swish! Just when everyone was ready to move and prepare to set off first and take the lead, with the sound of breaking wind, 4 figures fell at the entrance. Everyone was surprised at first, then they looked closely and found that the 4 people blocking the entrance were all wearing masks and dressed in ANBU costumes, with the word interception on their chests and backs. There is no doubt that this is the interception team arranged by the ninja school for this opening examination. When the students thought that the members of the interception team might be the chunin in the village, they not only lost the idea of rushing to set off, but many of them shrank back. You know, chunin is already a team leader who can lead a team to perform various tasks. Even in a large ninja village like Konoha, the backbone of the middle level is composed of chunin. After all, there are only so many jonin. More. Strictly speaking, the students present were not even ninjas, but could only be called reserve ninjas. Therefore, facing the middle level backbone of the village, many people did not even have the will to fight with them. In the distance. Seeing this scene, Shizun frowned and said, is it too much to let a team of chunin serve as the interception team? With her eyesight, she could naturally see that the 4 people blocking the entrance were all chunin. And using chunin to assess the students of the ninja school was unimaginable to her. Red Bean said, fortunately, we didn't have such an assessment back then. Asuma smiled and said, let's see how these little ghosts deal with it. They. Swish. Before Asuma finished speaking, accompanied by a strong wind, Sasuke used the instant body technique to rush to the entrance and pounced on one of the 4 members of the interception team. He really dares. Whether it is the teachers of the ninja school or the jonins beside them, they all sighed in their hearts at this moment. Bang bang bang. However, before everyone finished sighing, Sasuke knocked down the interception team members in front of him with 3 moves and 2 styles, and then rushed into the Death Forest without looking back. This. Everyone was shocked. Many people know that Sasuke, who has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, is probably stronger than ordinary Chunin. But including Kakashi, no one thought that Sasuke could defeat a Chunin so easily. Such progress is simply incredible. While everyone was still shocked by Sasuke's performance, Kimimaro also rushed out of the student square, rushed to the entrance of the Death Forest, found a member of the interception team, and left after solving it with 2 moves. Then, not wanting to be left behind, Niji picked a member of the interception team and defeated him easily with a set of soft fists that were both real and fake. Then he called out to Tenten and Lee and rushed into the Death Forest. It was not until then that Sakura and Naruto, who were on Sasuke's team, and Shin and Yakumo, who were on Kimimiro's team, reacted and rushed into the Death Forest. The last member of the interception team who was blocking the entrance did not stop them, but stared at the student formation. Although he was wearing a mask, his nervousness and annoyance were still revealed. His own Chunin teammates were easily knocked down by several students of the ninja school like hitting a wooden stake. Such a grievance was simply unspeakable. Shizuan, who was far away, was confused at this time. She had just returned to the village with Tsunade not long ago, so although she had heard a lot of rumors about these ninja school geniuses, she did not take these rumors too seriously in her heart. After all, there would be many similar rumors in every class of the ninja world. It was not until she saw Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Niji easily deal with the Chunin that she realized that these geniuses were really extraordinary. At this time, the students who were hesitating to move forward all looked at Shinji in the corner of the square. Everyone used their eyes to signal Shinji, urging him to act quickly. Obviously, everyone had already regarded the last member of the interception team at the entrance as Shinji's prey. Anyway, if Shinji didn't take action, they wouldn't move. They didn't dare to fight a Chunin, and it looked like an angry Chunin. Not to mention these students, even the teachers of the ninja school and the Jonin next to them looked at Shinji, acknowledging that the last member of the interception team was his. Feeling everyone's gaze, Bai turned around and asked Shinji, "What should we do?" Shinji shrugged and said helplessly, "Let's go." After that, he disappeared on the spot. Shua. The next moment, he appeared behind the last member of the interception team. The interception team member was startled. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a numbness in his neck, and then he lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Shinji waved to all the students, "Hey, why are you still standing there? The second update is here. Please recommend and vote. It's just a small favor, please." Chapter 222 Clear the Field. Until the last group of students gradually disappeared at the entrance of the Death Forest, Shizuan didn't fully recover. She couldn't imagine that the 4 Chunin interception team was beaten down by 4 ninja school students like a joke. Red Bean was also shocked, "These brats." Asuma glanced at Kakashi with a complicated expression, "They have improved a lot compared to last semester." Kakashi nodded, looking serious. Even at his age, he probably only has this strength. Actually, the Jonins were not surprised that the ninja school students defeated the Chunins. What really surprised them was that Sasuke and his friends could defeat the Chunins so easily. This shows that their strength has obviously exceeded the level of the Chunins. Among these people, the oldest, such as Kimimaro, is only 10 years old, and the youngest, such as Sasuke, is only 8 years old. Hong said at this time, "Let's go, let's follow and see." Several Jonins nodded happily. If they thought it was a very boring thing to escort a group of ninja school students for the opening examination before, now their thoughts have changed. Especially Sasuke, Kimimaro, Niji, and Shinji, the 4 monsters of the ninja school, obviously intend to compete with each other, so they are now more and more curious about who will win the first place in this opening examination. In the Death Forest. Because this examination allows mutual attack, the students scattered as soon as they entered the Death Forest. Shikamaru, Ino, and Koji hid in a dense bush and gathered together. Seeing Shikamaru writing and drawing on the ground, Koji asked, "Shikamaru, what are you drawing?" Ino knocked Koji's head, "Stupid, can't you see this? Shikamaru is drawing a map of the Death Forest." Shikamaru pointed with a branch, "Look, this is where we are now, and this is the central round tower of the destination of this assessment." Koji said, "It doesn't look far." Shikamaru nodded slightly, "If you only calculate the straight line distance, it is indeed not far, but don't forget, Teacher Irika just said that there is more than one interception group participating in this assessment." Ino was a little worried, "What should we do? We are not Sasuke, Shinji, and others. If we encounter an interception group, we will definitely not pass. Shikamaru stared at the simple map he drew on the ground and studied it for a while, and then drew a few circles on the ground with a branch. If I were the interception group, I would set an ambush in these places. Ino asked, why? Shikamaru explained, the interception team is full of chunin. Except for the team of those monsters, other teams have no chance of passing once they encounter them. So there must be a way for other teams to reach the destination. Otherwise, this assessment will be meaningless to others. Koji was still a little confused. What do you mean? Ino said, it means that as long as other teams are smart enough, they can predict the location of the interception team and avoid it. Shikamaru nodded, yes. Koji asked again, then why do you think the interception team will definitely be in these places? Because it's close. After a pause, Shikamaru said, these areas are the closest routes to the central round tower. Who among us will walk in a straight line without scruples? Suzuki. Kimimaro. Ino and Koji blurted out a name each. And Niji and Shinji. Sighing, Shikamaru shrugged helplessly, so this time's assessment is mainly aimed at the four of them, and the only way we can pass the assessment is to analyze the patrol trajectory of the interception team and be careful to avoid it. Ino breathed a sigh of relief, luckily you are here. Koji also smiled, yes, as long as you can pass the assessment, you shouldn't be beaten by your mother when you go home. Shikamaru shook his head and said solemnly, it's not that simple. Don't forget, this time the assessment can attack each other, so in addition to the interception team, other student groups are also our enemies. If we accidentally run into Suzuki and the others, we will be finished. Ino said, not really. Bang. With a muffled sound, a figure fell and flew out. Suzuki crossed his arms and said to the three classmates on the ground, just lie here obediently. The knocked-down classmates complained loudly, Suzuki, we are just passing by, why attack us? Suzuki snorted, you should be thankful that this is just an assessment. If it is a real battlefield, do you think the enemy will listen to your complaints? Sakura on the side said weakly, Suzuki, is it not good for us to do this? Naruto also scratched his head, yes, we are all classmates. Suzuki retracted his gaze and looked in the direction of the central round tower, there will only be one group of winners in this assessment, and that is us. Sakura did not dare to persuade any more, so she had to come to the three knocked-down classmates and pull away the distress flares on them. Swoosh! In an instant, a flare flew into the sky and exploded. According to the rules, once the distress flare is triggered, the assessment is considered a failure. At the same time, the teacher team will arrive immediately and escort the eliminated students out of the death forest safely. Let's go! Suzuki said, and then he continued to rush towards the central round tower. Sakura and Naruto quickly followed. Shino suddenly stopped while running, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, signaling Kaiba and Hinata behind him to stop. Kaiba asked quietly, what's wrong? Shino explained, just now, the parasite told me that there are people fighting ahead. We may have to take a detour. Hinata became nervous when she heard this. She subconsciously opened her Byakugan, observed the front, and then lost her voice and said, it's Brother Ninkai and the others. Kaiba said, I knew that except for those monsters, no one else would dare to start a war casually. By the way, who is Ninkai fighting with? Hinata shook her head, it's not the students in our class. Shino frowned slightly, it seems that they are deliberately clearing out other groups. We must take a detour. On the battlefield, Ninkai looked at the three classmates who were knocked down and said, you can pull the distress signal flare yourself. The knocked down student asked, Ninkai, why do you have to attack us? Ninkai did not answer, but just stared at the other party quietly. The three students had no choice but to activate the distress signal flare on their bodies. Swish! Amid the scream, a signal spark exploded in the air again. Solved after 3 people, Niji's team continued to move forward. Seeing that there was no one around, Tian couldn't help but asked, Ningji, why do we attack other students? Aren't our opponents Shinji, Suzuki, Kimimaro and others? Swish! Before Niji could answer, there was another sound of flares being launched in the distance. Undoubtedly, another group of students was eliminated. Glancing at the flares exploding in the air, Niji slowly said, the winner can only be one of the 4 of us, so everyone will choose to clear the field first. The first update is here. Chapter 223 Encounter. Swish! 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 Looking at the flares exploding in the air one after another, Shinji, who was walking in the death forest, was really speechless. Based on the frequency of the flares being launched, it is obviously not done by the interception team, so it can be imagined that the students should have started a large-scale confrontation. Perhaps, this is also what the ninja school would like to see. Looking at the sparks of flares exploding in the sky, Karin was a little worried. Because the nearest one was only a few hundred meters away from them, perhaps separated by a few woods and a few bushes. Baizi asked Shinji, "Shinji, is it really okay for us to just walk slowly like this?" Shinji waved his hand, "Don't worry, as long as we can reach the central round tower, we will pass. As for the ranking, do you care about it?" Bai shook his head, "I don't care." Karin said quickly, "I don't care either." "That's it." Shinji smiled and said, "Actually, I'm a medical ninja. I'm not good at fighting and killing." Just then, a group of students jumped out of the bushes. Seeing this, Bai and Karin immediately became alert. "Oh no, it's Shinji." Just when Bai and Karin thought the other party was going to attack, the other party saw that it was Shinji and immediately ran away into the bushes like frightened rabbits without even looking back. Shinji said, "See. Everyone knows that I'm a medical ninja, and they won't attack me." Bai and Karin looked at each other. On the branch of a big tree, Shizuan held onto the tree trunk and looked into the distance. "I didn't expect it to be so intense. It's only been a short time, and so many teams have been eliminated." Red Bean said, "Well, it seems that the only team that can successfully reach the central round tower is the team of those little ghosts." Asuma turned to Irika who followed him and asked, "How many interception teams have you arranged in total?" Irika replied, "Including the one at the entrance, we have arranged a total of 5 interception teams. They will cooperate with each other. The closer they are to the central round tower, the greater the probability of their attack." Asuma said, "Does that mean there are still 20 Chunins in the death forest?" "Ha, those little ghosts are in trouble. There is no doubt." According to Irika, the closer they are to the central round tower, the greater the interception force of the interception team will be, and in the end there may even be a situation where several interception teams attack together. One-on-one, those little ghosts may be able to easily defeat a Chunin. But once the Chunin is large in scale and cooperates with each other, let alone a few little ghosts from the ninja school, even a Jonin like Asuma will find it difficult. Deep in the forest of death. Deal with them. Remember, don't kill anyone. While changing into the uniforms and masks of the interception team, Yesyao instructed the 3 subordinates around him. His 3 subordinates quickly tied up the 4 members of the interception team who were knocked unconscious, hid them in the tree hole of a big tree, and then changed into the uniforms of the interception team. Then, a subordinate asked Yesyao, "Boss, what is our target this time?" Yesyao, who had already changed into the uniforms of the interception team, said with a dark face, "It's an Uchiha who is still in the ninja school." "What, it's an Uchiha? What are you afraid of? It's just a kid from the ninja school." "Yet, it's not Uchiha Shisui." Hearing that the target was Uchiha, several subordinates of Yesyao argued in a low voice. Because it was Uchiha Shisui who was in charge of the border between Konoha and Kirigakure before, these people under Yesyao had either dealt with Shisui or heard of Shisui's reputation and were very afraid of Shisui. Night Owl waved his hand to stop his subordinates from arguing. "The target this time is just an Uchiha boy who has not opened the Sharingan. As long as you are careful, there should be no problem. But listen to me, this is Konoha's territory. Don't kill anyone unless it is absolutely necessary. Understood? We will leave here immediately after catching him." After a pause, Night Owl waved to his subordinates, "Let's go." Boom boom boom. Hearing the explosion in front, Suzuki stopped while running. There was no worry on his face, but full of excitement. Sakura said, "Suzuki, there is a lot of movement in front. Could it be the interception team?" "Even if it is the interception team, what is there to be afraid of?" With a light snort, Suzuki said, "If you are afraid, you can stay here. I will go alone." After that, without waiting for Sakura and Naruto to respond, he flashed and rushed to the battlefield in front. "Hey, Suzuki, you are such a nasty guy, how could we be scared? Wait for us." Naruto muttered as he chased after him. Sakura followed behind and said anxiously, "Naruto, you idiot, keep your voice down." Swish! Just then, a signal flare for help rose on the battlefield in front. Undoubtedly, another group of people was eliminated. A moment later, when Naruto and Sakura rushed to the battlefield, there were only 4 members of the interception team who were knocked to the ground and Sasuke standing still on the battlefield. Sakura hurriedly came to Sasuke. "Sasuke, what's going on?" Sasuke curled his lips. This group of useless guys were defeated by Kimimaro alone. Naruto widened his eyes. "What about the signal flare for help just now?" Sasuke pointed to the interception team on the ground. "The flare should be theirs." Naruto looked surprised. "What? The interception team was eliminated?" Sakura was more perceptive. "So fast?" From the outbreak of the battle to the end, it only took a few minutes at most. If this was the case, it meant that Kimimiro's team only took a few minutes to defeat the 4 Chunins of the interception team. Considering that Chun and Anma-Peun in Kimimiro's team were just there to make up the numbers, we can get a very simple message: Kimimaro defeated 4 people alone and won easily. Sasuke looked disdainful. "Tisk, what kind of Chunin can't you even consume Kimimaro?" Sakura persuaded. "Sasuke, Kimimaro and the others may be ahead, how about we take a detour?" What a joke! After glaring at Sakura, Sasuke kicked the ground and rushed towards the central round tower again. Sakura and Naruto had to complain again while following. However, not long after, the 3 of them encountered an interception team that was also running fast. Sasuke stood on the branch of a big tree, one hand on his waist, looking down at the interception team below. "I didn't expect you to come to my door. Kimimaro is not easy to mess with, and I am even harder to mess with than Kimimaro." Below. The Night Owls disguised as the interception team saw the Scarlet 3 Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, and their breathing suddenly became a little faster. "It's just a small effort, please help." Chapter 224 Fighting. Staring at the conspicuous 3 Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's eye sockets, Yasuo and the others were a little unprepared. They had heard about the extermination of the Uchiha clan a long time ago, and knew that there were only 2 young men left in Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shinji. And their target this time was Uchiha Shinji. As for how to distinguish, it was very simple. The genius who awakened the Sharingan was Uchiha Sasuke, and the other one who did not awaken the Sharingan was naturally Uchiha Shinji. So when they saw Sasuke's Sharingan, they knew Sasuke's identity. Is he the Uchiha genius who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 7? The face under the mask of Night Owl was full of entanglement. The target was Uchiha Shinji, but he ran into the famous Uchiha Sasuke, which made him feel very embarrassed. Several subordinates looked at Night Owl, waiting for his order. On the tree branch, Sakura said, "Sasuke, do you really want to fight? The opponent is all Chunin." Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and put his hands into the ninja bag on both sides of his waist. "Don't worry, I will end the battle soon." This brat. Sasuke's attitude annoyed Night Owl, and then his sight went directly past Sasuke and looked at the woods behind Sasuke. Because Kimimaro had just eliminated an interception team there and triggered the interception team's distress signal flare, so in his red-eyed vision, a Konoha team was approaching quickly. "Go!" With a change of mind, Night Owl didn't say anything nonsense, but directly called his subordinates to turn around and retreat. "Hey!" Naruto and Sakura were surprised. They didn't expect the interception team to retreat without a fight. Sasuke grinned, a little proud. But he was not ready to stop. After all, Kimimaro had just solved an interception team, so how could he be willing to lag behind? So he didn't say hello to Naruto and Sakura beside him, and directly flashed and chased after him. Seeing Sasuke chasing up alone, one of Night Owl's subordinates said, "Boss, why should we run away? It's just a brat. Even if he is a genius, what's the matter?" Yasuo smiled, "Don't worry, let's find a suitable place to deal with him. They are all Uchiha, I believe the Akatsuki organization should be satisfied." Obviously. Like Yasuo, a famous eye technique blood-stained Jonin, in the final analysis, he is only afraid of Sasuke's future potential, not the 8-year-old Sasuke now. Besides, there are 3 capable subordinates around him. Let alone a kid from the ninja school, they are not afraid of even elite Jonin. As one chased and one fled, the 2 sides quickly moved away from the area where Kimimaro and the interception team fought and came to the depths of the Death Forest. After confirming with red eyes that there were no Konoha ninjas nearby, Yasuo stopped and turned slowly. Swish! Sasuke followed closely with a whistling sound and fell to the ground. "Hey, you finally stopped running." Yasuo was a little confused. "Little boy, you are too arrogant. When you lie on the ground, you will know why I am so arrogant. Sasuke reached into the ninja bag at his waist and took out several kunai and threw them at Night Owl. Then he made a seal, while jumping high, jumped onto a big tree, looking down, fire style, great fireball technique. Boom! Instantly, a huge fireball spewed out of Sasuke's mouth, wrapped in heat waves, and rushed towards Night Owl and others with great momentum. After completing all this, Sasuke did not stop, and then grabbed with both hands and pulled back violently. Squeak! Immediately, the sound of metal wire tightening was heard in the forest. It turned out that the back of the kunai thrown by Sasuke in the first round was all tied with specially treated steel wires that were extremely difficult to detect in dim environments. His subsequent fire-style attacks were all to cover the first wave of kunai. For ordinary ninjas, the first round of attacks is often just a test, but he did the opposite. The first round of attacks was a killing move, and the subsequent attacks were actually fake moves to cover the killing moves. After the smoke from the great fireball technique gradually dissipated, what came into Sasuke's sight was the night owls who were tied to the tree trunks by his steel wire. Seeing that he succeeded, Sasuke slowly put down his hands, and the pride on his face slowly spread. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the night owls tied by the steel wires turned into thick tree trunks in a puff of white smoke. Substitute technique. Sasuke was surprised. Swish! Just then, a sound of breaking wind sounded behind him. Realizing something, his eyes froze at first, and then he pulled out his kunai, turned around and swung it, and the whole action was not dragged at all. However, his counterattack was still half a beat slower, and the kunai in his hand was blocked by the opponent, and he was hit hard in the chest, and the whole person fell from the tree. Damn it! While falling, Sasuke's 3 Magatama Sharingan in his eye sockets turned left and right. With only the peripheral vision of his eyes, he found that several figures on the ground had locked onto his falling position. Once he fell to the ground, he would inevitably suffer a series of blows. So he quickly formed a seal in the air while falling, shadow clone technique. Bang! Instantly, a shadow clone appeared in the white smoke. Sasuke seized the opportunity and stepped on his shadow clone. With the reaction force, he rushed to a bush not far away. After his shadow clone fell to the ground, it was indeed attacked by several figures at the same time. In a moment, it turned into white smoke with a slight sound. Sasuke, who had already moved behind a big tree not far away under the cover of the bush, was in doubt. The strength of this interception team obviously exceeded his expectations. Just as he was thinking about what tactics to use next, with a swish, a blade with a cold glow penetrated the tree trunk and pierced his shoulder. How is it possible? He was startled, then covered his wound, and jumped to the side in a flash. Uchiha then pulled out a long knife from the tree trunk, and then walked out from behind the tree. At the same time, his 3 subordinates showed up and surrounded Sasuke in the center. Sasuke's face was extremely embarrassed at this time. He couldn't figure out how the other party found him. Uchiha shook the blood off the blade and said, "From your tone, I thought you were so strong. It turns out you are only at this level." "Yeah, I thought it was a monster like Uchiha Shisui. My hands were shaking just now. Be careful, otherwise, it will be hard to explain if you accidentally kill him." Several of Uchiha's subordinates also started to tease. Superscript 1 Superscript 2 Degree A. Sasuke gritted his teeth, even though he had already felt that something was wrong with the interception team in front of him. But his strong self-esteem prevented him from making excuses for his failure. After all, Kimimaro had just solved an interception team neatly. The first update is here. Chapter 225 Interesting. Boom boom boom. Listening to the explosion in front, not only the timid Sakura, but also the usually carefree Naruto became nervous. However, despite this, they still did not stop, but rushed towards the direction of the explosion. Sakura asked, "Naruto, Sasuke will be fine alone." Naruto patted his chest, "Don't worry, if Sasuke can't handle it alone, I will help him." "Just you?" Sakura glanced at Naruto, then looked ahead again with worry. After a while, the two of them finally passed through a dense bush and came to the battlefield. And the scene in front of them shocked them. Sasuke was leaning against a big tree, breathing heavily, with wounds all over his body, and half of his body was stained with blood. Sakura had never seen such a scene before. She screamed "Ah!" and then fainted on the ground. Naruto was also scared. "Sasuke, are you okay?" Sasuke said, it's just a minor injury. Although he looked very scary, he really only had some flesh wounds. The deepest wound was when Night Owl pierced through the tree and stabbed his shoulder. The rest were all scratches. After all, Night Owl and his men wanted to capture him alive. Looking at Naruto, Night Owl's face froze. Through his red-eyed observation, he had discovered the 9 tails in Naruto's body and knew that the yellow-haired boy in front of him was Konoha's 9 tails Jinchuriki. He didn't want to be in Akatsuki at the critical moment when the organization was fighting the 5 major ninja villages. What was the connection with Konoha's Jinchuriki? So he quickly ordered his subordinates, "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and take this kid down." The 3 subordinates of Night Owl didn't waste any words and immediately rushed towards Sasuke. Sasuke gritted his teeth and went forward. Looking at Sasuke who was besieged, and then looking at Night Owl who was blocking him, Naruto didn't dare to move. He clenched his fists. "Damn it, move! Move quickly!" Because of blood loss, Sasuke's condition was rapidly declining. He was shocked and angry in his heart. He had the idea of sounding the signal flare on his body for help several times, but he was forced to suppress it. The actions of the Night Owls who obviously held back and wanted to capture him alive confused his judgment. Although he had long felt that something was wrong, he still did not doubt the identity of the other party's interception team. Bang! Another muffled sound. Sasuke was hit hard in the abdomen, and the whole person was bent up. Before he could dodge, a pair of big hands grabbed his head and twisted him up. "Hey, kid, weren't you arrogant just now?" Sasuke roared, "How dare you humiliate me!" With a slap sound, one of Yeshiao's subordinates slapped Sasuke. "Be honest." Sasuke was stunned for a while, and then he reacted and was furious. "I will kill you." Yeshiao ordered, "Shut up this kid." The subordinate of Yeshiao who grabbed Sasuke quickly hit Sasuke's neck with a knife, knocked him unconscious and carried him on his shoulder. Seeing this, Yeshiao glanced at the bewildered Naruto and Sakura lying on the ground, and then immediately led the team to withdraw. It was not until the Night Owls took the unconscious Sasuke away that Naruto recovered, and his slightly trembling body seemed to regain consciousness. "I actually watched them take Sasuke away." When Naruto thought about how Sasuke rescued him when he was kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization, he felt ashamed, so he overcame his cowardice, helped Sakura aside, pulled the distress signal flare on Sakura's body, and quickly chased in the direction where the Night Owls and others fled. After succeeding, the Night Owl did not run around in the Death Forest. He was able to escape the encirclement of the Kirigaku several times, in addition to his own strength and the Red Eye's blood limit, but also thanks to his calm mind. He knew that the closer to the central round tower, the higher the density of Konoha ninjas, so he led the team to avoid the main road leading to the central round tower and deliberately sneaked in the direction where the trainee team set out. Because at this time, as the assessment progresses, whether it is the student team participating in the assessment, the interception group responsible for interception, or the teacher team responsible for search and rescue, the medical team, etc., should all be gathering in the direction of the central round tower. With calm analysis and his red-eye reconnaissance, he successfully arrived at the periphery of the Death Forest, and only encountered a few student teams with slower progress along the way. And these student teams were obviously not his opponents. They were all easily knocked out by his team and did not even have the opportunity to trigger a signal flare. Woo! Sasuke had woken up slowly at this time and found that not only his hands and feet were tied, but even his mouth was blocked by a piece of cloth. He immediately felt something was wrong and confirmed that there was something wrong with this group of interception team members. Looking at Sasuke struggling hard, one of Night Owl's subordinates smiled and asked Night Owl, "Boss, I didn't expect it to be so smooth this time." "Yet." Night Owl nodded. He thought it would be very dangerous to sneak into Konoha and kidnap people, but he didn't expect it to be so smooth. Now that they are almost at the edge of the Death Forest, they should not encounter the student team or Konoha ninjas. As long as they are out of the Death Forest, they can climb over the outer wall and rush out of Konoha. By then, even if they are discovered by Konoha, they will have enough time to escape back to the land of hot water and report to the Akatsuki organization. Just as Night Owl was planning his escape route, suddenly, footsteps were heard not far away. He looked up and activated the perspective of the red eyes. He immediately looked strange and thought, "Why is there a student team here? Did they just set out?" Another member of the Night Owl team with red eyes smiled and said to his colleagues, "It's okay, it's just a student team. These guys are too lazy. The assessment has been going on for so long, but they have only walked such a short distance." Sasuke, who was carried on his shoulders, heard that it was only the student team approaching, and the hope that had just surged fell back. He knew how strong these 4 guys pretending to be the interception team were. The ordinary student team couldn't save him, let alone save themselves. Just then, the bushes were pushed aside and 3 figures walked out from it. The night owls looked over. The 3 people who had just walked out of the bushes also looked over. The 2 groups looked at each other. Woo woo woo. Seeing the 3 people coming out of the bushes, Suzuki, who had originally given up hope, suddenly struggled hard again, mumbling incoherently. There is no doubt. The 3 people who walked out of the bushes leisurely were not others, but Shinji, Shiro, and Karin, who had been walking all the way since the assessment. Seeing Shinji's appearance, Yesyao suddenly laughed, interesting. Seeing the Yesyao who kidnapped Suzuki, Shinji also laughed, interesting. It's just a small effort, please help. Chapter 226, Borrowing a Hand to Tie In. Yesyao felt that he was really lucky this time. Not only did he meet Uchiha Suzuki at the beginning, but on the way of retreat, he unexpectedly met Uchiha Shinji, the real target of this trip. As long as he kidnapped Uchiha Shinji, his trip would be complete. Even if he faced the Akatsuki organization, the other party could not find any fault. Compared to Yesyao, Shinji was even more surprised. With his perception ability, he naturally discovered the Yesyao people not far away from him, and used the pupil technique to observe them in advance. It just so happened. He used the Susanoo Suntoyu lantern to control a pair of white eyes, so he switched to the white eye mode when observing. And this look was incredible. He found that the 4 ninjas wearing the uniforms of the interception team not only brought the wounded Suzuki, but also 2 of them had the red eyes he had been secretly looking for. The red eyes are not Konoha's pupil technique blood limit, so just from this point, he can judge that the 4 members of the interception team in front of him are fake. So he released his pupil technique and walked towards this side. Suzuki, who was carried on someone's shoulders, was extremely excited at this moment. He struggled hard and shouted, Shinji, these people are not the real interception team, quickly fire the signal flare. There is no time. However, because his mouth was tied with a cloth strip, he could only make a woo sound, and others could not hear it clearly. There is no doubt. After the fierce battle just now, Suzuki knew that among the 4 people disguised as the interception team, at least one was a Jonin, and the strength of the other 3 was also above the Chunin, and they were probably special Jonin. Facing this kind of enemy lineup, he lost, so he felt that Shinji would definitely not be able to deal with it, so the only hope was to fire the distress signal flare and call for reinforcements. The thoughts of the parties were all in an instant. Soon, Yesyao ordered his subordinates, catch the kid with the Uchiha clan emblem on his clothes, and knock out the others. Except for the subordinate who carried Suzuki, Yesyao's other 2 subordinates immediately walked towards Shinji. In their opinion, even Uchiha Suzuki with 3 Megatama Sharingan was caught by them, so a mere Uchiha kid with no eyes was no problem at all. Seeing the 2 approaching him, Shinji tilted his head, Bai, you come to deal with it. Bai was a little surprised, but did not question Shinji's decision and stood up. Night Owl smiled, are all the Uchiha brats so arrogant? Suzuki, who was carried on his shoulders, saw that Shinji and his men were careless and seemed not to notice the 4 fake interception team members, and he was immediately anxious, stupid, they beat me up like this, haven't you noticed anything unusual? Don't die in vain, quickly trigger the distress signal flare. Shinji smiled and waved at Suzuki, Suzuki, wait a moment, we will recognize you soon. Suzuki became more anxious and kept winking at Shinji. Shua shua. At this moment, 2 of Night Owl's subordinates attacked at the same time and pounced on Shinji. Bai did not hesitate and immediately went to meet him. XXXX. Shinji knew the other party's identity in advance because he had secretly observed the other party with his Byakugan, while Haku realized that the other party was not a real member of the interception team purely through the tied Suzuki and the abnormal behavior of the Night Owls. However, he did not say it clearly, but was secretly on guard, treating the other party as a strong enemy. Because of this, when the 2 sides fought, Haku not only did not suffer any loss, but because the other party underestimated the enemy, he instantly suppressed the 2. Just when Haku was wondering if he had acted too much and needed to adjust. Swish! Taking advantage of the moment when everyone's attention was attracted by the battle on Haku's side, Shinji launched the instant body technique and suddenly approached the subordinates of the Night Owl who were carrying Suzuki. What? The Night Owl's subordinate was startled, because one of his hands was holding Shizuke, and he couldn't seal with both hands, so he subconsciously wanted to dodge. Not only him, but also Shizuke on his shoulder was shocked. At this time, Shinji suddenly stretched out his hands. His left hand grabbed the remaining hand of the Night Owl's subordinate who was carrying Shizuke, and his right hand reached forward and grabbed Shizuke on the other's shoulder. Instantly. Whether it was the Night Owl's subordinate who was carrying Shizuke or the Shizuke who was being carried, their eyes were all attracted by Shinji's left hand. Because Shinji actually grabbed the other's hand with his left hand, used the other's hand, completed the seal with both hands in an instant, and immediately let go of the other. The subordinate of Night Owl was stunned. At the same time, because he had already started to dodge and Shinji had let go of his right hand, his body had already jumped into the air, with nowhere to gain leverage. After completing the seal and taking Shizuke away, Shinji blew out a mouthful of fire, hitting the subordinate of Night Owl who was in the air. Boom! With a low roar, in just one encounter, Shinji not only took Shizuke away, but also borrowed the opponent's hand and chakra to give him a great fireball technique. Plop! With a muffled sound, the subordinate of Night Owl, who was emitting green smoke and smelling burnt, fell to the ground and groaned. From the time Shinji attacked to the end, the whole process took only 1 or 2 breaths. Not to mention Shizuke, even Yesyao, who was a jonin and possessed the blood limit of the red-eye pupil technique, had not reacted before the victory was decided. You little brat! Yesyao eyes condensed, and there was a bit of fear in his eyes. He was not only impressed by Shinji's skill of using other people's hands and chakra seals to perform the spell, but also surprised by Shinji's keen judgment of the situation. After thinking about Shinji's attack just now, he found that this Uchiha boy who had not even awakened his Sharingan, from the timing of the attack to the choice and execution of tactics, was very exquisite, and he didn't look like an 8 or 9-year-old boy at all. Shinji put down Shizuke, who looked dazed, and turned his eyes to Yesyao, smiling, "The next one is you." Yeshiao's face suddenly became gloomy. He was originally puzzled as to why the Akatsuki organization wanted him to kidnap an Uchiha boy who had not awakened the Sharingan. Now seeing Shinji's performance, he immediately believed that the other party must have awakened the Sharingan, but he just didn't show it like Uchiha Shizuke. How could someone who can be noticed by the Akatsuki organization be a waste? After having this thought, Yesyao suddenly wanted to retreat. Then, he immediately flashed to the side of the burned subordinate, carried him up, and then ordered the other 2 subordinates, "Retreat." Without waiting for his subordinates to respond, he took the lead and fled to the forest behind him. The opponent's decisiveness made Shinji stunned for a moment. The first update is presented. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 227 Borrow Something. The people who followed Yesyao into Konoha were all experienced ninjas, so they did not hesitate at all, immediately abandoned Bai who was fighting, and followed Yesyao to retreat cleanly. Bai, who was still thinking about how to avoid exposing his strength, breathed a sigh of relief and came to Shinji. "Shinji, who are they? Who knows? It feels weird." After shrugging, Shinji said, "I'll catch up and see." Swish! After that, Shinji flashed and chased after him. Bai then pulled off the cloth strip in Sasuke's mouth and asked, "Shizuke, are you okay?" Karin also came over. "Do you need treatment?" Shizuke, who was untied, didn't care about anything else and stood up quickly. "Hurry, help Shinji, those 4 bastards are not the interception team, they are pretending. They are very strong, Shinji is in danger." Bai was not surprised and said, "Shizuke, you can rest here, I'll go to support Shinji." Shizuke roared, "What's the use of you going, only I can help." He was very anxious. Not only because he knew that Yesyao and the others were very strong, it was very dangerous for Shinji to chase alone, but also because he was unwilling. Not only was he beaten so badly, but he was also kidnapped by Night Owl and seen by many of his classmates, which made him lose face. However, Shinji easily defeated one of the opponents, and his method was so clever that he was shocked even now when he recalled it. So he had to get his face back himself. But just as Shizuke was about to set off to chase, with a swish, Shinji, who had just chased out, turned back. Shizuke was surprised. Superscript 1 degree. Shinji said casually, "Oh, the opponent ran too fast, I didn't catch up." Shizuke, who had wanted to compete with Shinji with the help of the Night Owls, felt like he had eaten a fly after hearing this. He felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. Swish, swish, Swish. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of breaking wind, several figures fell around. Shinji looked up and found that it was Kakashi, Asuma and other senior ninjas, as well as Naruto with red eyes. It turned out that Naruto happened to meet Kakashi's senior ninja team on the way to chasing the night owls. After learning that Sasuke was kidnapped by an interception team, Kakashi immediately realized that something was wrong, so he took Naruto all the way to chase. Naruto was the first to rush to Sasuke. "Sasuke, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Sasuke shook his head. Kakashi walked over, looking up and down at Sasuke's injuries, and asked, "Sasuke, what happened?" Sasuke gritted his teeth, "I was ambushed by some guys disguised as the interception team." "Ambush?" Kakashi frowned and asked, "Are these injuries on your body also done by that group of people?" Looking at the bloodstains and the mess of himself, Sasuke was even more angry and nodded. At this time, several other senior ninjas also gathered around. Shizuan, who was a medical ninja, checked Sasuke and said immediately, "Fortunately, they are just some flesh wounds. The other party's purpose should not be to kill, so he was spared." Sasuke said with a dark face, "We can't let those bastards get away. I can recognize them, let me join the pursuit team." Kakashi did not agree, but turned to ask Shinji's team about the situation. After learning that Shinji not only saved Sasuke, but also injured one of the opponents in one encounter, Kakashi glanced at Shinji, and then said to Asuma and others, "The leader of the opponent should be a special jonin, and the other three are probably senior chunins." Asuma nodded, "Well, it's almost the same as I guessed." Sasuke said quickly, "No, the leader of the opponent is definitely a jonin. I have fought with him. He gave me a very strange feeling. I suspect he has some kind of pupil technique that can see through my cover. Predict my moves. The others should also be jonin, very strong." Everyone looked at Sasuke when they heard this. However, Sasuke was not only a little angry at this time, but also covered in blood, with a swollen face and nose, so his words were completely unconvincing. Shizuan, who was treating Sasuke, couldn't help but say, "Do you know what kind of strength a jonin with a pupil technique blood limit is? Do you know what the strength of a jonin team is? If the other party is really as you said, how can you be rescued now?" Feeling the suspicious eyes of everyone, Sasuke hurriedly asked Shinji, "Shinji, tell them." Knowing the inside story, Shinji admired Sasuke's judgment at this moment. Although he was beaten badly, Sasuke not only judged the opponent's approximate strength, but also guessed that the opponent had a blood limit of I technique. This is not an ordinary battle intuition. However, in front of a group of jonin, he obviously couldn't say anything, so he had to shake his head and said vaguely, "I didn't fight with the opponent's leader, and I also attacked by surprise when I rescued Sasuke, so I can't judge anything. Bai may know something." Bai originally wanted to hide his strength, so it was naturally impossible for him to tell the opponent's true strength in front of a group of jonin, so he waved his hand, "I didn't fight with the opponent much, and I felt that the opponent was not very strong. He should be a chunin. Or genin." Sasuke was anxious, how could it be a genin? "Look at me, will I lose to a group of genins?" Asuma shook his head. Hong frowned slightly. Red Bean sighed. Obviously, everyone didn't believe Sasuke's judgment, because if what Sasuke said was true, then Shinji and Haku, who hadn't awakened the Sharingan and were ranked in the middle and lower ranks of the ninja school class, would not be able to save Sasuke. Kakashi pressed Sasuke's shoulder, "I know you are anxious, calm down. The other party may be a bait sent by the Akatsuki organization, we can't act blindly. The signal has been sent out long ago, and the search team has already started the operation. They can't escape." Bang! Sasuke punched the big tree next to him, "When we catch those bastards, you will know that what I said is true." The other end. The night owls who were running wildly in the death forest suddenly stopped. At this time, a figure wearing a red cloud suit and a mask walked out from behind a big tree not far in front of them. There is no doubt. The one who just turned back was just Shinji's shadow clone, and his original body had changed into the decoration of the Akatsuki organization and caught up with the night owl. "Are you A?" The night owl looked solemn. He did not relax because the other party was a member of the Akatsuki organization, but secretly became alert. Shinji said lightly, "Why kidnap Uchiha?" The night owl said carefully, "Isn't this the order of your Akatsuki organization?" "Really?" Shinji smiled and said, "Then let's change the topic." Can I borrow something from you? The second update is here. It's the last 2 days of this month. If you don't vote for the monthly ticket, it will be wasted. So don't forget to vote if you still have the monthly ticket. Chapter 228 Eye Gouging. Ye Xiao's face suddenly became serious. In addition to the ability to see through the eyes similar to the white eyes, the red eyes also have a very mysterious and indescribable ability, which is the perception of danger. This sense is not accurate and cannot be used actively, but sometimes it comes suddenly. If I have to describe it, it's like a whim. At this time, Ye Xiao had this sense. He felt the invasion of danger. This was a sense that he had never had when he was found by Scorpion and Deidara of the Akatsuki organization last time. Everyone be careful. After the warning, Ye Xiao immediately put down the injured subordinates and prepared for battle. His other 2 subordinates slowly dispersed and deployed a battle formation. Shinji smiled slightly, since you don't want to borrow it, then I'll take it myself. Shua. Instantly, Shinji moved. He ignored the 2 subordinates of Night Owl and directly used the blinking body technique to pounce on the Night Owl in the center. Go! Almost at the same time as Shinji made his move, Night Owl shouted. However, he did not attack as he shouted, but took advantage of the 2 subordinates on both sides to pounce on Shinji, and suddenly threw a smoke bomb on the ground, and then took advantage of the surging smoke and fled behind him without looking back. There is no doubt. When he encountered Shinji and sensed the danger, he had already made the decision to abandon all his subordinates and escape alone. It was his consistent decisiveness that allowed him to escape the encirclement of Kirigakura again and again. Damn, I was tricked by those bastards of the Akatsuki organization. After cursing inwardly, Night Owl looked back and thought, no matter how strong A is, the 2 of them should be able to delay for a while. Besides, this is Konoha's territory, A will definitely not dare. He was thinking about how to get out, but suddenly he was stunned. Because behind him, a golden skeleton shadow suddenly rushed out from the smoke. Not only that, the 2 arms of the golden skeleton shadow also grabbed one of his subordinates. How dare he? Ye Xiao's heart sank. He thought that in Konoha's territory, A would be more or less cautious, but he didn't expect A to play by the rules at all. He immediately launched the Manjiki Sharingan pupil technique Susanoo that has been talked about in the ninja world recently. Moreover, the opponent seemed to have seen through his plan to sacrifice his subordinates and escape alone, and was not confused by the smoke at all. Just when he was hesitating whether to make a bigger noise and attract the Konoha ninjas to create chaos and get away. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his legs, and then he staggered and fell to the ground. Looking down, he found that his legs had been stained with black flames at some point. Uchiha's Amaterasu. Ye Xiao's eyes widened, and he felt it was ridiculous. He couldn't help but start to wonder if he had any grudges with A, otherwise, he couldn't understand why A wanted to kill him, and even used his pupil power to use the Manjiki Sharingan technique of Susanoo and Amaterasu right at the beginning. What hatred and resentment! Coming in front of Ye Xiao, Shinji released Susanoo, extinguished Amaterasu, and then threw 2 of Ye Xiao's subordinates to the ground. Ye Xiao struggled to stand up. What do you want to borrow? I'll give it to you, we can talk about anything. Wouldn't it be better to do this earlier? Shinji pointed at Ye Xiao and a subordinate beside him, and said, as long as you 2 take off your red eyes, I will let you go. What? Ye Xiao was surprised. As a ninja with Ijutsu bloodline, his red eye bloodline has always been coveted by various forces, but he did not expect that A, who also possessed Ijutsu bloodline limits and a Manjiki Sharingan with eye power superior to his own, would covet his red eyes. The subordinate of Night Owl with red eyes was also surprised, his face full of horror. For these rebel ninjas, losing both eyes is almost equivalent to losing their lives. Shinji said, you don't want to? Then I'll do it myself. Night Owl raised his hand quickly, wait, will you really let us go? Shinji was too lazy to answer, and approached Night Owl directly. With a slash of his hand, a scalpel with a cold glow appeared. After weighing the pros and cons, Night Owl gave up resistance. Okay, don't you want to borrow it? I'll lend you my eyes. Shinji glanced at Night Owl, still without saying much, but took off Night Owl's mask and took off Night Owl's pair of red eyes neatly. Then, he looked at the subordinate of Night Owl who also had red eyes. Losing red eyes is almost equivalent to losing life, but if you resist, you will have no chance of survival, so Night Owl's subordinate also suppressed the instinct of resistance and obediently let Shinji take off his red eyes. After putting the 2 pairs of red eyes into the small nutrient tank he carried with him, Shinji flashed and disappeared directly on the spot. Hey! Finding that Shinji really left, Night Owl and his men breathed a sigh of relief. Then Night Owl immediately took out the bandage and treated his leg injury. Because Shinji extinguished the Amaterasu in time before, his legs were only severely burned, not completely paralyzed. After a little treatment, he could barely move. The subordinate whose eyes were not gouged out asked at this time, "Boss, what should we do now?" Night Owl did not dare to hesitate and said in a deep voice, "Retreat." Soon, the 3 of them ignored everything else and supported each other to escape from Konoha village. Swish, swish, swish. Just a moment after Night Owl and his companions left, Kakashi and other senior ninjas, as well as Sasuke who insisted on following, landed here. There is a smell of blood. Well, a fight should have broken out here. Judging from the footprints, the group fled in that direction. It seems that there should be injured among them, and they all match. Several senior ninjas just took a glance and investigated the situation at the scene. Sasuke said anxiously, "What are you waiting for? That group of guys is very dangerous. If other students encounter them, they will be in danger." Kakashi nodded, led everyone to follow the traces, and started chasing again. In the Forest of Death. In a forest near the central round tower, Kimimoro's team and Niji's team were facing each other. With his Byakugan turned on, Niji asked, "Kimimaro, how many teams did you deal with?" Kimimaro said calmly, "1 interception team, 4 student teams, how about you?" Niji said, "Me too." Listening to the conversation between Niji and Kimimaro, Shin, Kurama Yakumo, Tenten, and Lee were all very nervous. Both sides have been looking forward to this match for a long time, and it is inevitable. No one can stop it. Just when the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme and both sides could fight at any time, 3 members of the interception team suddenly jumped out of the bushes, supporting each other. The first update is here. Chapter 229 Manslaughter by Mistake. Interception Team. Instantly, the eyes of Kimimaro and Niji's 2 teams were all attracted. No doubt. The 3 members of the interception team who broke into the confrontation were not others, but the ones who had encountered Shinji not long ago and had their eyes dug out. Because the 2 with red eyes had their eyes dug out by Shinji, they lost their long-range reconnaissance ability, and they fled in a hurry, so they did not find the 2 teams of Kimimaro and Niji who were confronting each other in the forest in advance, and they ran into them head-on. It's a group of brats. The only subordinate of the Night Owl who was not dug out informed the Night Owl of the situation. After learning that they were just a group of students from the ninja school, the Night Owl shouted, "Ignore them, rush over." With the order of the Night Owl, the 3 of them formed a triangular shape and rushed directly to Kimimaro and Niji who were confronting each other in the field. Even if his eyes were dug out and his legs were injured, as an experienced jonin, the Night Owl still did not take a group of ninja school students seriously. Looking at the interception team that suddenly appeared and immediately rushed over, Shin, Kurama Yakumo, Tenten, and Xiao Li were stunned. Unlike Kimimaro and Niji, the 4 of them were still quite afraid when facing the interception team led by Chunin. Moreover, although there were only 3 people in the interception team this time, for some reason, they felt that the other party was coming fiercely. Also looking at the interception team rushing over, Kimimaro said to Niji, "This interception team is mine." Because the Night Owls had put on their masks again, no one except Niji noticed anything unusual at the first time, even Kimimaro was no exception. Although Niji, who had the Byakugan, noticed the empty eye sockets under the masks of Night Owl and another person, he didn't want to fall behind when he saw Kimimaro rushing up, so he quickly followed. Feeling the surge of airflow, even if he lost his eyes, Night Owl judged that the little ghost in front of him was facing him, and he was immediately angry. "A group of little ghosts dare to come to die, then I will fulfill your wish." In an instant, he made up his mind to kill. Kimimaro felt the killing intention of Night Owl at the first time, but he didn't care, but directly waved the bone blade and stabbed up. Clang clang clang. Instantly, a series of metal collision sounds rang out in the field. Xiao was startled and secretly cried out that it was not good. He knew that even if he lost his eyes, it would be easy to deal with ordinary ninja school students, and the one in front of him was definitely not an ordinary ninja school student. So, he immediately made seals with both hands, ready to perform ninjutsu and fight quickly. Seeing that the other party had the intention of making seals, Kimimaro immediately opened the first gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, and his speed suddenly increased, and the bone knife in his hand slashed forward. Swish! The next moment, Yesya was stunned in place, his hands that were ready to make seals fell down dejectedly, and then a column of blood spurted out of his body, and the whole person fell to the ground with a thump. Kimimaro was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the other party had no defense against his frontal sword, and was killed by his sword directly. On the other side, the two subordinates of Night Owl were eager to get away, so they attacked fiercely and ruthlessly. Niji had no choice but to attack with all his strength. With his soft fist and white eyes, he hit many acupuncture points on the opponent's body in just a moment, knocking the two men to the ground and making no sound. At this moment, the whole audience fell silent. Shin covered her mouth. Kimimaro, how did you kill them? Akuma Yakumo also looked incredible. This is bad. Tenten ran over and checked the two people knocked down by Niji, looking a little anxious. It's not good, Niji, what's wrong with them? Xiao Li hurriedly said, what should we do now? Should we trigger a signal flare for help? Kimimaro's face was gloomy, and his expression was full of helplessness. From the opponent's physical skills, the opponent should not be so weak, so he opened the 8 gates of Dunjia, but he didn't know that the opponent didn't even dodge the frontal attack, which made him a little at a loss. Ninkai looked even more uneasy, and said, quick fire the distress signal flare, let the medical team come over. Hearing Ninkai's shout, Tian and Shin didn't care about the test, and fired the distress signal flare one after another. Swish! Swish! With 2 rapid wind-breaking sounds, soon, 2 signal fireworks exploded in the air one after another. Swish! 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 A moment later, a series of figures fell into the field. They were Kakashi, Suzuki and others. Seeing Kakashi and others arrive, Ninkai hurriedly said, quick, treat them quickly, they will be in danger if they are not treated. Shin, Tian and others also chattered non-stop. Looking at the 3 people wearing the uniforms of the intercept team lying on the ground, Kakashi asked, what happened? What happened? Ninkai quickly described the process briefly, and then said, neither Kimimaro nor I thought they were so weak, so we were careless for a moment. Kakashi looked at Suzuki with a strange look on his face and asked, were they the ones who attacked you before? Suzuki naturally recognized the Night Owls at a glance, but he felt extremely annoyed when he saw the Night Owls lying on the ground, already dead, and the 2 Night Owls' subordinates whose lives and deaths were also unknown. Especially when he heard Shin, Tenten and others testify for Kimimaro and Niji, saying that the members of the intercept team on the ground were ridiculously weak, and that Kimimaro and Niji died with a slight touch. He was even more black-faced throughout the whole process and couldn't say a word. Listening to Kakashi's words, Shin asked curiously, Suzuki, did they attack you before? Yakumo Kurama looked Suzuki up and down, why are you injured like this? Tenten added, you were beaten by these people, right? Xiao Li said, how is it possible? They are so weak, how can they hurt Suzuki? Suzuki looked at the eyes of the crowd and his face became more embarrassed. In the distance, after confirming the fate of the Night Owls through the Byakugan, Shinji shook his head helplessly. The reason why he did not choose to silence them was not because he was soft-hearted, but because he had other considerations. First, he did not need to silence them. Even if the Night Owls were caught by Konoha, at most they would reveal the fact that he appeared in the Forest of Death. Second, the Forest of Death was full of Konoha ninjas. He needed the Night Owls to attract attention and cover him to replace the Shadow Clone. Third, he still wanted to use Konoha to investigate why the Night Owls sneaked into Konoha to kidnap Suzuki and himself. It was just that he did not expect that the Night Owls would have such bad luck. He actually ran into Kimimaro and Niji and started fighting directly. Forget it, anyway, I got 2 pairs of red eyes. When he thought of the 2 pairs of red eyes in his pocket, Shinji's mind was already elsewhere. The second update is here. It's the last 2 hours of this month, and students who still have monthly tickets should pay attention, otherwise it will be wasted. Chapter 230 Suzuki, are you okay? Under the pretext of investigation, Shinji and his shadow clone completed the replacement again and returned to Bai and Karin. Bai stepped forward and asked, Shinji classmate, how is the situation? The situation should have been controlled. After a pause, Shinji said, even if there is something, it has nothing to do with us, let's continue the assessment. Karin hesitated, still want to continue. You can't give up halfway. Smiling, Shinji continued to rush towards the central round tower. Bai and Karan looked at each other. Although they couldn't confirm what happened, there was no doubt that someone sneaked into the Death Forest and tried to kidnap Sasuke. However, since Shinji decided to continue the assessment, they had to follow him. The journey was surprisingly smooth. They were almost in sight of the central round tower. Not to mention encountering the interception team, they didn't even encounter a student team. Bai asked, "Did everyone pass the assessment?" Karan said, "It should be that our progress was slow." Shinji raised his hand, "Rankings and such don't matter, as long as you pass." Yet. Haku and Karan nodded in unison. Both of them have special identities and do not want to stand out in the ninja school. Finally, after passing through a dense forest, the central round tower came into view. At the same time, two teams of students who were in confrontation came into view. One team was Shikamaru, Ino, and Koji, and the other team was Shino, Kaiba, and Hinata. After analyzing the underlying logic of this assessment, Shikamaru took a long detour and arrived at the central round tower without any danger. The Shino, Kaiba, and Hinata team had the Parasite, Ninja Dog, and Byakugan, which maximized their reconnaissance capabilities. So they hid from place to place and luckily came here. Both teams spent a lot of time, so they bumped into each other. At the same time, everyone wanted to be the first to enter the central round tower, so they confronted each other. Shinji. When they saw that it was Shinji who came out of the dense forest, everyone in the two teams was surprised. They thought that with Shinji's strength, he should have reached the central round tower long ago, but he actually fell behind them. "Hey, what a coincidence!" Shinji said hello as he walked. Shikamaru shrugged helplessly at Ino and Koji beside him, then stepped aside to make way for Shinji. Ino and Koji didn't say anything, and followed Shikamaru to step aside. Facing Shino and the others, Shikamaru and the other two still had the confidence to fight, but facing Shinji, they could only admit defeat obediently. "Same." Ya complained and stepped back a few steps. Shino and Hinata didn't even complain, and retreated cleanly. Shinji didn't pretend to be hypocritical, and directly led the team past Shikamaru, Shino, and the others and arrived at the central round tower. Irika, Mizuki, and other ninja school teachers had been waiting at the door for a long time. Seeing Shinji and the others arrived, they breathed a sigh of relief. Walking into the round tower, Shinji looked inside and found that the hall of the round tower was already crowded, so he said to Irika who came up to him, "Teacher Irika, I'm sorry." Irika shook his head, "You don't have to apologize, your team is the first in this test." "Hey!" Shinji was stunned for a moment. Not only him, Bai and Karan beside him could not hide their surprise, and their eyes were all cast on the students who had already arrived in the round tower hall. Mizuki explained, "They have all triggered the distress signal flare and lost the qualification for the test. You are the real first team to arrive." Bai asked, "What's going on?" The students in the round tower also came over at this time and started talking. "It's all Kimimura's fault. He eliminated us. We were eliminated by Niji. He was too cruel. It's really not nice. Look at me, Sasuke, that bastard, knocked out a tooth. It's just an exam, it's not worth it." Listening to the students' complaints, Bai and Karan looked at each other. There is no doubt. All the students in the round tower were eliminated by Sasuke, Kimimaro, and Niji. As for the reason, it will be clear after a little thought. Karan raised her hand weakly, "What about Kimimaro and Niji?" The reason why she didn't ask Sasuke was because Karan had seen Sasuke who was beaten and swollen and covered in blood. When the students heard Karan's question, they were also stunned and said one after another, "Yes, Kimimaro, Sasuke, why haven't those monsters Niji arrived yet?" Irika said solemnly at this time, "Sasuke, Kimimaro, Niji and their three teams have been eliminated." "What? How is this possible? Could it be Shinji?" Everyone looked at Shinji. Even Shikamaru and Shino who had just reconciled outside and entered the round tower together were no exception. In everyone's mind, if there is anyone who can eliminate Kimimaro, Sasuke, and Niji, it can only be Shinji, who is also a monster in their minds. Shinji spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know. Irika hurriedly explained, omitting the night owls, and only said that Naruto triggered the distress signal flare, so Sasuke's team was eliminated, and Shin and Tenten also triggered distress signal flares, resulting in the elimination of Kimimura's team and Niji's team. Finally, Irika looked at Shinji, Shikamaru, Shino and others, "Congratulations, you passed this assessment. Shikamaru and Shino's teams were all dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, only their 3 teams passed the school opening assessment this time. In other words, except for the first place Shinji team, they got the second and third place. We can go home and report this time. For a moment, such a thought flashed through Shikamaru and his friends' minds, and even their mood became particularly happy. Is Shinji the first again? Shinji has already won the first place twice. Shinji, can I join your team? Shinji, please consider me. The students surrounded Shinji. Shinji looked helpless. He deliberately fell behind this time because he didn't want to be in the limelight. Unexpectedly, by mistake, he not only got 2 pairs of red eyes by accident, but also got the first place in the assessment again inexplicably. Shiro and Karin, who became the focus of everyone again, were even more in tears. At this time, the senior ninjas brought Suzuki, Kimimaro, and Niji to the central round tower. The students in the round tower looked over together, and their attention was instantly attracted by Suzuki, who was wrapped in bandages like a mummy, with a swollen nose and face. The students who were eliminated by Suzuki asked with gloating, "Suzuki, are you okay? Here is the first update. At the beginning of the month, please vote for me." Chapter 231 Identity of A. Hokage's office. Kakashi handed an interrogation report to the third Hokage. "Hokage, this is the information just sorted out by the torture department." The third Hokage took the report. "Have you confirmed the identities of those people?" "Yes, it has been confirmed." Nodding, Kakashi said, "The leader is a rebel ninja from Kirigakure, a Jonin Night Owl from the Red Eyes clan. The other 3 members are more complicated. There are rebel ninjas from Kirigakure and rebel ninjas from the Hot Spring Village. However, their strength is not weak, almost close to the level of special Jonin." The third Hokage frowned slightly and read the report carefully. Kakashi continued to report, "This group of people is very famous in the area of Uchiha country. Kirigakure launched several encirclements against them, but in the end they returned empty-handed. Kidnapped Uchiha Shinji." The third generation looked up and glanced at Kakashi, saying, "Is this the purpose of their sneaking into the village?" Kakashi nodded slightly, "I have confirmed again and again that their primary target is indeed Uchiha Shinji." The third generation asked, "Then how do you explain that they attacked and kidnapped Suzuki?" Kakashi replied, "Coincidence. This is their explanation." The third generation did not dwell on this point and continued to look through the report. After a moment, he put down the report, that is to say, Sasori and Deidara from Akatsuki hired Night Owl to sneak into the village and kidnap Uchiha Shinji, and then A from Akatsuki attacked him in the Forest of Death and took away his and one of his subordinates' 2 pairs of red eyes. Yes, we checked Night Owl's body. Not only were his red eyes removed, but his legs also had signs of severe burns. Everything is consistent with the confession." Kakashi nodded. The third generation said in a deep voice, "What about A? Have you found any trace of him? Compared with Night Owl and his group of rebellious ninjas, he obviously cares more about A who is still lurking inside the village." Kakashi shook his head helplessly, and then said, "I have a suspicion that A may have been secretly monitoring Suzuki." The third generation narrowed his eyes, "Tell me your basis." Kakashi linked the last time Suzuki rescued Naruto from A and the fact that A immediately took action when Suzuki was attacked this time, and analyzed, "So I suspect that A may have been monitoring Suzuki, or protecting Suzuki." The third generation realized something, "You are suspicious." Kakashi nodded, "I suspect that A may be Uchiha Itachi in disguise. Itachi has been hiding in the village." The sudden appearance of so many Mangekyo Uchiha in the Akatsuki organization was already very suspicious, so following Kakashi's thoughts, the third generation felt that it made some sense. If A is another identity of Itachi, then it can explain why A, who is so powerful, has been unknown before. It can also explain why A can lurk in the village without anyone noticing. Because Itachi is not only very familiar with the village, but also worked in the Anbu and understands the village's search methods. If it is Itachi, it is not impossible to avoid the repeated investigations of the Anbu. Then there is only one question now, that is, why Itachi would rather disguise himself as A than contact the village. As for why Itachi dug out the red eyes of the Night Owl, these questions have become irrelevant. Barbecue restaurant. The classmates who completed the opening examination gathered together again. This time, because of the good result of getting the second place, the person who treated him became Koji. Kimimaro and Niji, who were a little depressed, were not going to participate at first, but they heard that Suzuki and Shinji would participate, so they followed. Before the dishes were served, Suzuki immediately announced, "The identities of those bastards have been found out. The Envyu didn't tell me who they were, but it has been confirmed that they were Jonin. Now, you should believe me." Shin muttered, "Jonin? Why do they feel so weak?" She was very depressed this time because Kimimaro accidentally killed Night Owl, which caused her to lose the qualification for the assessment after she had to trigger the distress signal flare. Tenten also echoed, "Yet, could it be a mistake?" Suzuki stood up, "How could the Envyu make a mistake? They are Jonin, otherwise, I wouldn't lose to them." Seeing Sasuke's blushing explanation, Niji said, "The chakras of those people are indeed extraordinary. The reason why Kimimaro and I can win is mainly because they were injured at the time." Kimimaro nodded. Afterwards, he learned that the reason why Night Owl died inexplicably in his hands was because he lost his eyes. "You heard it, right?" Suzuki breathed a sigh of relief. He had been holding back for a long time. He was beaten by a group of people inexplicably in a good assessment. When he wanted to take revenge, his enemies were defeated by his opponents Kimimaro and Niji in just 3 moves. He felt so uncomfortable that he wanted to cry. What's worse is that he made a fool of himself in front of all his classmates. You know, what he cares about most now is the honor of his family, so this time he came to the dinner party despite his injuries just to explain things clearly. He wanted to tell everyone loudly that he was defeated by a group of Jonin. Shin blinked and asked in a daze, why did Shinji also defeat that group of people? Were they already injured when Shinji met them? Of course. Suzuki got stuck in the middle of his words. Because he was sure that when they encountered Shinji, the Night Owls were not injured. And Shinji saved him when he faced the Night Owls in their normal state. At the same time, he recalled how Shinji used the enemy's hand and chakra to seal, and saved him and seriously injured the enemy in just one encounter. For a moment, he felt a little complicated. He had never thought of such a skill, let alone operating it. Everyone present looked at Shinji at this time, waiting for his answer. Shinji waved his hand, that group of guys didn't take us seriously at all, so we were able to sneak attack. Right. Bai nodded quickly, yes, we just saved Suzuki by chance and repelled those people. Ino stared at Shinji with stars in her eyes, that's also amazing. As expected of Shinji, he can even defeat the Jonin. Shin also said, yes, Shinji is still amazing. Tenten also echoed, Shinji was the first last time, and he won the first again this time, it's amazing. Listening to everyone's praise for Shinji, Suzuki, who had explained for a long time, felt that he had explained for nothing, so he had to sit back in his seat depressed, muttering, that group of idiots, how can they be so weak, so hateful? The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for the month. It's the beginning of the month, students who have votes in their hands, please support it. Chapter 232 Controlling Red Eyes. After the dishes were served, everyone devoured them. Maybe because the daytime test consumed too much energy, everyone ate very seriously this time, even Suzuki who looked unhappy was no exception. After a long time, everyone rested and burped. After eating and drinking, everyone chatted in groups of 3 or 2. The boys talked about today's test, and the girls talked about various daily things. Ninkai did not participate in it, but turned to Shinji and asked, Shinji, I heard that you borrowed an enemy's hand today to complete the seal. Hearing Ninkai's question, the originally noisy private room immediately quieted down. Suzuki looked sideways. Kimimaro raised his eyes. The students also cast their eyes on Shinji. Although they were all students of the ninja school, many of them had family backgrounds, either blood inheritance families or secret families, and their basic vision was beyond doubt. Because of this, they knew very well that Shinji's operation today how difficult it is to do this, it can even be said to be incredible. Yet, Shinji nodded casually. At that time, he just wanted to try it out, so he didn't have any psychological burden, and the other party was not prepared, so he succeeded in one fell swoop. Now if he were to repeat it again, he might not be able to do it, so he didn't take it too seriously. But his casual look, in the eyes of others, had a different meaning. Ningji sighed silently, and said in his heart, Shinji can do such a thing without even opening the Sharingan. He is really much better than me. It's not a fluke that he can be the first again. Sasuke's fist loosened and clenched several times. Compared to hearsay from others, he witnessed the scene at that time. Shinji saved people with one hand and made seals with the other hand. Not only did he save himself in an instant, but he also used the other party's hand to complete the ninjutsu and severely injured the other party. Even now, when he recalled it, he couldn't help but applaud. So he secretly made up his mind to practice this move well after returning. Kimimaro retracted his gaze. Compared to others, his mind was simpler, or purer. He didn't pay much attention to fancy showmanship. On the contrary, he preferred the fierce and swift fighting style of the upper string one. Shikamaru said, I have never heard of this technique. Shinji, how did you think of this move? Shin clapped her hands, yes, Shinji, how did you think of this move? Shinji looked at Suzuki. The inspiration for this move came from Suzuki in the original time and space. After all, Suzuki in the original time and space had a lot of showmanship. As Shinji looked at Suzuki, others also looked over. Suzuki said quickly, what's the big deal? This is nothing to our Uchiha clan. Without waiting for everyone's reaction, he stood up and glanced at Shinji, thank you for today's work. However, the first place in the next assessment must belong to me. After that, he left directly. Shinji smiled. Originally, he thought today's work was speechless, but seeing that Suzuki was stimulated, he suddenly realized that it was good to stimulate Suzuki in this way. You never know when Suzuki will open his eyes. Then, Kimimaro also stood up and said goodbye to everyone. He has never been very interested in activities such as dinner parties. If it weren't for the order of Orochimaru to keep an eye on Suzuki, he would not come at all. Shin muttered, they are such a bummer. Ya was speechless, they ran away after eating. They didn't come here just to eat the barbecue. Shino said indifferently, others go there to practice, unlike you. Hey, what did you say? Soon, everyone started to joke with each other. At night, after finishing the dinner, Shinji returned to the apartment. On the way back, he could clearly feel that someone was watching him. Obviously, with the arrest of several of Night Owl's subordinates, the village should have investigated something, so they sent people to secretly monitor and protect him. Shinji, who discovered this, did not show any abnormality and went back to sleep honestly. Time passed in a flash, and a week passed. This week, Shinji went to school and came home like an ordinary ninja school student. Except for occasionally going to the medical class laboratory to do some experiments, he did not do anything suspicious. After a week of observation, he found that he was not the only one being monitored. Suzuki was also monitored, and the degree was far higher than his. After a week, the village lifted the surveillance on him, but the surveillance on Suzuki continued, which shows that the village's focus is still on Suzuki, and he is just a hooker. With the lifting of the surveillance, he began his own activities. That night, he left a shadow clone in the apartment, and the real body came to the death forest quietly under the cover of night. After using the Susanoo Sun Lantern to control a pair of white eyes, his long-range reconnaissance ability was fully upgraded to a higher level, so he easily avoided the several secret sentries left by the village in the death forest and found an unmanned cave. I didn't expect that a week has passed, and the village still arranged secret sentries here. Shaking his head, he thought, it seems that I have to be more careful during this period. After secretly reminding himself, Shinji took out a number of small nutrient cans from the ninja bag he carried with him. Some of these small nutrient cans were empty, and some had floating eyes. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Shinji picked up one of the nutrient tanks and examined it carefully. The nutrient tank contained the pair of red eyes taken from the eye sockets of Night Owl. Let's try to control it first. After a week of restraint, Shinji could not wait any longer. So he quickly opened the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan and activated the Susanoo. Instantly, a golden shadow was projected from his body and transformed into a golden half-body skeleton giant. And on the face of this skeleton giant, 3 pairs of eye sockets suddenly appeared. The first and second pairs of eye sockets were shining with blood-red light, and the third pair of eye sockets were shining with a faint white light. There is no doubt that at this time, in his 3 pairs of eye sockets, from top to bottom, there are his own Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Fugaku's Mangeki, and the Byakugan from the Otsutsuki branch. Without hesitation, Shinji immediately activated the Susanoo Sun Lantern, released the control of Fugaku's pair of Mangeki and Byakugan, and took off the 2 pairs of eyes one after another, carefully putting them back into the empty nutrient tank. Then he opened the nutrient tank containing the pair of red eyes of Night Owl, held the pair of red eyes in his palm, activated the Susanoo Sun Lantern again, and took the red eyes in his palm into the empty eye sockets of Susanoo. The first update is here. Chapter 233 Fusion of Red Eyes. This feeling. After completing the control of the red eyes, Shinji savored it carefully, and then showed an expression of as expected. It was the same as he had guessed before. The effect of controlling the red eyes with the Susanoo lantern is far better than the effect of controlling a pair of Mangeki with the Susanoo lantern. Although the pupil power of Night Owl's red eyes is far inferior to Fugaku's pair of Mangeki Sharingan. But the improvement in pupil power brought to Shinji by controlling this pair of red eyes is much greater than the improvement in pupil power brought by controlling Fugaku's pair of Mangeki. My guess is right. Only by controlling different types of pupil skills can the improvement in pupil power be maximized. Shinji showed a happy face. As his guess was verified, it meant that he had mastered a method that could actually greatly improve pupil power, and this method was to collect various different pupil skills bloodline limits. At this time, Shinji's eyes turned to another small nutrient tank in front of him. The nutrient tank contained another pair of red eyes he had obtained. After thinking for a while, he took out this pair of red eyes again, and then activated the Susanoo Tou again to control this pair of red eyes. And with the successful control, at this time, in the 3 pairs of sockets of his Susanoo, except for his own eyes, the other 2 pairs were red eyes. Hey! After feeling it for a while, he suddenly frowned. Because he found that as he controlled the second pair of red eyes, his pupil power was significantly improved again. Although the improvement effect this time was not as significant as when he controlled the first pair of red eyes, it was obviously better than the effect of controlling Fugaku's pair of Mangeki. Why can controlling the second pair of red eyes also have such a significant improvement? He stroked his chin. He could understand that the effect of controlling the first pair of red eyes was stronger than controlling the Mangeki Sharingan, but the improvement of controlling the second pair of red eyes was also stronger than controlling the Mangeki Sharingan, which made him a little confused. Is it really because the pupil power of my own eternal Mangeki Sharingan is too strong, so if I control any other Sharingan, my pupil power will not be significantly improved? After thinking about it, it seems that only this explanation is more reasonable. If this is the case, it means that these 2 pairs of red eyes have not reached the limit of the pupil power that red eyes can reach, so I control 2 pairs and my pupil power is still significantly improved. Shinji's eyes lit up. This was the same as when he used the Mangeki Sharingan to control the Mangeki Sharingan. Although they were controlling the same eyes, the improvement in pupil power was very obvious. When his Mangeki Sharingan evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, the effect of controlling any Sharingan was better than nothing. Thinking of this, he once again carefully savored the 2 pairs of red eyes that were controlled. In terms of pupil power alone, the 2 pairs of red eyes were at the level of the Megatama Sharingan, among which the pupil power of the pair of red eyes of the Night Owl was obviously much higher than the other pair. After controlling the red eyes, he found that the perspective ability of the red eyes was actually not as good as the Byakugan. Not only in the perspective distance, but also in the clarity, the red eyes were obviously inferior to the Byakugan, a bit like a low-profile version of the Byakugan. In terms of insight, the red eyes were also obviously inferior to the Sharingan. Although they were both pupil skills bloodline limits, the red eyes were 1 level behind the Sharingan in terms of combat power. But the red eye also has an ability that the Byakugan and Sharingan do not have, that is, the red eye can control the red eye chakra and construct a chakra illusion. With Shinji's current mastery of the eye technique bloodline limit, he vaguely feels that this ability of the red eye should still have potential for development. Perhaps when the red eye becomes powerful to a certain extent, this construction of chakra will not only be an illusion as a sleight of hand. But this is only Shinji's guess after all. Because the Red Eye clan is also a bloodline family that has been passed down for many generations, there must be many geniuses among the owners of the Red Eyes in the past generations, but no Red Eye clan member can develop the Red Eye to that extent, which shows that the Red Eye itself must have some defects, or lack of some opportunity to continue to evolve. If Shinji narrowed his eyes and continued to think, if I use the Susanoo lantern to forcibly merge the 2 pairs of red eyes into 1 pair, will there be some kind of breakthrough? The reason why he had this idea was that his Susanoo lantern only had 3 pairs of eye sockets in total, and 1 pair of eye sockets needed to accommodate his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan, so he couldn't use all the remaining empty eye sockets to control the red eyes. In addition, with the continuous improvement of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan's pupil power, he had the confidence to use the ability of the Susanoo lantern to try to forcibly merge the 2 pairs of eyes. After all, the pupil power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan far exceeded the sum of the pupil power of the 2 pairs of red eyes. Even if something went wrong during the forced fusion, he could easily deal with it. After brewing for a while, Shinji began to try. This was not the first time to fuse the eyes with the Susanoo lantern, so he quickly adjusted his state and activated the pupil technique. Swish! As he activated the pupil technique, the Susanoo Noho that enveloped him suddenly glowed with golden light. The fusion began. However, soon, Shinji felt the resistance of the fusion. This was a change that he had never felt when he fused the blood-related Mangeki Sharingan last time. It can be seen that red eyes do not have the ability to fuse with each other under normal circumstances. From this point of view, the Sharingan is indeed a very special pupil technique bloodline limit. After a little hesitation, Shinji decided to ignore the resistance and continue to activate the Susanoo lantern to force the fusion of the 2 pairs of red eyes. And when he continuously invested his pupil power into the Susanoo lantern, the resistance to the fusion began to gradually melt away. Shinji's eyes condensed, and he had a new understanding of the power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The resistance to the fusion of the 2 pairs of red eyes was actually far beyond imagination. The reason why he could forcibly suppress this resistance was entirely due to the terrifying pupil power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The pupil power of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan seemed inexhaustible. The 2 pairs of red eyes had no way to resist this overwhelming pupil power. So strong. With the continuous injection of pupil power, the resistance to fusion became smaller and smaller, and gradually disappeared. At this time, a red light shone on the face of the Susanoo that enveloped Shinji, and its second and third pairs of eye sockets briefly overlapped, and then quickly separated. After the separation, the red light in the third pair of eye sockets disappeared completely, and it became a black hole again. At the same time, the red light in the second pair of eye sockets was much more weird than before. Chapter 234 I Want to Be a Real Ninja. Under the powerful pupil power, the 2 pairs of red eyes were forcibly fused into one by the Susanoo lantern and became a pair of red eyes. This process seems easy, but it is actually extremely dangerous. That is, people like Shinji who have a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan and have mastered the special pupil technique of the Susanoo lantern can do whatever they want. If it were someone else, even someone as crazy as Orochimaru, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to try this easily. Hey! After a long sigh of relief, Shinji didn't care about resting, and immediately concentrated on feeling the pair of red eyes that had just been fused. First of all, he was concerned about the amplification effect of pupil power. The pupil power increase obtained by controlling this pair of new red eyes is much higher than when controlling 2 pairs of red eyes before. It can be seen that the fusion effect is very good. The pupil power of the 2 pairs of red eyes not only did not suffer loss during the fusion, but it was greatly improved. The 2 previous pairs of red eyes really didn't reach the limit of red eyes. Shinji confirmed his previous guess. Even as a senior ninja, Night Owl didn't develop his red eyes to the extreme. Of course. The reason may be that Night Owl's own talent is not enough, or there may be some defects in the red eyes themselves. No one can give an accurate answer without in-depth investigation and research. Then Shinji activated the Susanoo Sun Toucan and switched to the red eye state, and further experienced the fused red eyes. This he frowned quickly. Unlike what he imagined, the fused red eyes did not have a significant improvement in perspective distance and clarity. Compared with the white eyes, there is still an obvious gap. He looked around again and frowned even tighter. The improvement of the fused red eyes in the subtle insights is also very limited. If the insight of Night Owl's red eyes before was about the level of 2 Megatama Sharingan, then the insight of this pair of red eyes after fusion is about the level of 3 Megatama. In terms of eye technique bloodline limit alone, Shinji is definitely a master. This is not only because he has a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, but also because of the Susanoo Sun Tio-Yu-chan, he has the opportunity to experience various eye techniques bloodline limits, so in this regard, his judgment is absolutely accurate. Something is wrong. After the fusion, the eye power has been improved so obviously, why is the improvement of perspective and insight so limited? The eye power has been improved so obviously, which shows that the fusion is still successful, but the increase in perspective and insight is so slight, so where is the improvement of eye power reflected? Shinji, who realized that something was wrong, immediately calmed down his impatience and calmed down. If we ignore the superficial abilities such as perspective and insight, and only use the eye power as the criterion, the eye power level of the previous Night Owl's red eyes is on par with the 3 Magatama Sharingan or the ordinary Byakugan. Even if there is a difference in strength between them, they are roughly at the same level. And the red eyes after fusion, in terms of eye power alone, obviously exceed the level of the 3 Magatama Sharingan or the ordinary Byakugan. Based on Shinji's rich experience, it is roughly below the Manjiki Sharingan and above the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Although it has not reached the level of the Manjiki Sharingan, the fused red eyes can actually crush many Ijutsu bloodline ninjas in the ninja world in terms of eye power. You have to know that it can be compared with the Manjiki Sharingan. This matter it is already very worthy of pride. So the performance of this pair of fused red eyes should never be like this. It must hide some ability that Shinji has not yet discovered. After trying for a long time, Shinji still got nothing, so he shook his head and sighed. It seems that this new pair of red eyes needs to adapt for a period of time before it can tap its hidden ability. With his understanding of the eye technique bloodline limit, he knew that many times he couldn't rush for success. Moreover, this pair of red eyes was forcibly fused by the Susanoo tomb. It is difficult to say whether the current state is stable, so it is the best choice to adapt for a period of time by controlling it. So after a moment of hesitation, he confirmed that the extra 2 pairs of eyes that the Susanoo tomb could control were the fused red eyes and Fugaku's pair of Manjiki Sharingan. The reason why he didn't choose the Byakugan was mainly because the red eyes also had some perspective detection ability, and the Amaterasu and Izanagi no Mikoto contained in Fugaku's pair of Manjiki were both very useful eye techniques, so he temporarily gave up the Byakugan. After packing up everything, he left the cave. After returning to the apartment and replacing his shadow clone, Shinji's stomach suddenly made a gurgling sound. He touched his stomach. I'm hungry so soon. It's time to grow up. After going out, he strolled on the street, thinking about what to eat to fill his stomach. When passing by a small park, he found a familiar figure sitting alone on the swing in the park, swaying gently. Shinji walked over. Shin, why are you here alone at night? Shin looked up. Shinji, you. What's wrong with me? Shin shook her head and muttered softly, I can't tell why, but you seem to have become stronger again. Ah. Shinji didn't show it on his face, but he was shocked in his heart. He had just mastered a pair of new red eyes, his pupil power was significantly improved, and the quality of Yintun Chakra was improved again. His strength has indeed become stronger, there is no doubt about this. But this kind of enhancement cannot be judged by the naked eye, or even by the eye technique blood limit. He didn't understand why Shin could see it at a glance. This was too outrageous. Just when Shinji was in a state of turmoil, Shin retracted his gaze, lowered his head, and shrank on the swing. Shinji suppressed his doubts and sat on another swing next to him, unhappy? What happened? Shin whispered, a genius like you won't understand. Tell me about it. I actually know that everyone thinks I'm a burden. It's because of Kimimura's help that I can rank among the top in the class. As she said that, Shin tightened the rope of the swing. I know all of this. Shinji didn't say anything, just listened quietly. I also want to become stronger, and I also want to be praised by everyone with my own abilities. Instead of listening to others saying, just be a good shrine maiden. Shin grabbed Shinji's arm, tears streaming down her face. Shinji, I want to be a real ninja like you. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. Chapter 235 Resurrection. Looking at Shin, Shinji whispered, Ninja. Are you so attracted to it? Shin nodded. When I was in the land of demons, everyone respected me because of my identity as a shrine maiden, but I didn't like it. It wasn't until I came to Konoha village that I really made friends, and you, Shinji, are my first friend. Shinji smiled, it's an honor. As if thinking of something, Shin's eyes flashed with yearning. I don't know what a ninja is, but I know that only by becoming a ninja with can I make friends and no longer be lonely. I don't want to go back to the land of demons and be a clay-like shrine maiden. I want to pursue my dreams freely like you. Shinji propped himself up with his legs and swung on the swing. He always knew that Shin didn't want to be a ninja, but she wanted company. A little girl is born to bear the heavy responsibility of protecting a country and suppressing evil spirits. No matter who it is, she will feel fear and loneliness. As the lantern bearer who protects the ninja world, he is no exception. It is precisely because of this understanding that he did not persuade Shin, but smiled. Hey, I'm optimistic about you. Shin's eyes lit up. What? Shinji stopped smiling and said lightly, who knows, you may become a powerful ninja standing at the top of the ninja world in the future. Shinji, you. Shin stared at Shinji blankly. She thought Shinji was just joking to comfort her, but after meeting Shinji's eyes, she suddenly felt that Shinji seemed to be serious. As a super genius of the ninja school, does Shinji really recognize my talent? Does he also think I can become a qualified ninja? For a moment, Shin's heart was full of emotion. Shinji obviously did not realize that the same words of comfort, spoken by different people, would have very different effects. If this sentence was spoken by Naruto, who was also a burden, Shin would only feel that the other party was comforting her. Comforting himself, but if it was said by Shinji, who won the first place in the assessment twice in a row, the effect would be completely different. Gugu. Just when Shin wanted to continue to talk to Shinji, Shinji's stomach growled again. Touching his stomach, Shinji smiled and said, "Our ninja journey starts with filling our stomachs. Let's go, I'll treat you to ramen." Okay. Shin jumped up, full of energy. Leading Shin to Ichiraku Ramen, Shinji said, 2 servings of miso ramen. Soon, Uncle Ichiraku brought 2 servings of ramen. Because Shinji was a regular customer, Uncle Ichiraku secretly added a few more slices of ham to the ramen. Smelling the aroma of ramen, Shin's appetite suddenly opened up. While slurping the noodles, she said, "This one tastes good." Of course. Nodding, Shinji asked casually, "By the way, why did you say that my strength has become stronger? How did you see that?" Shin shook her head, "I don't know, it's just a feeling. Anyway, when you approach, I instinctively feel a little cramped." Feeling. Shinji was thoughtful. Chakra is the root of everything. Shin can sense that Shinji's Yintun chakra quality has improved, which only means one thing, that is, Shin's own chakra quality is also very high. As a shrine maiden, this is actually normal. It's just that Shin is still in a sealed state. Logically, her perception should not be so sharp. Thinking of this, Shinji confirmed, "You still have that bell magic weapon with you, right?" Yet. Shin seemed to be completely attracted by the deliciousness of ramen, and she didn't forget to slurp the noodles when she agreed. Shinji asked again, "Have you felt anything wrong recently? Abnormal?" After drinking all the noodle soup in big gulps, Shin seriously thought about Shinji's question and answered immediately, "Nothing is wrong." "Oh, I remember, about a month ago, I felt that my perception ability suddenly became stronger." "A month ago?" Shinji turned his eyes and said a date, and asked, "Is it this day?" "Yes, it's this day." "Hey, Shinji, how did you know?" Shin was a little curious. She obviously didn't mention this matter to anyone, so she didn't know why Shinji knew it so clearly. Shinji didn't answer, but ate ramen silently. The day he just mentioned was the time when the Akatsuki organization ambushed the 4th Raikage. And Shin's stronger perception is probably related to the elimination of the Wool Yang. In other words, it is because the Wool Yang was eliminated that Shin's ability has been improved. After finishing the ramen and returning to the small park, he said to Shin, "Because on that day, the monster Wool Yang was destroyed." Ah! Shin was surprised. The monster Wool Yang has always been a nightmare in her heart. She has woken up from her dream countless times because of dreaming about Wool Yang. Shinji said, "Do you remember the ambush of the 4th Raikage by the Akatsuki organization? That time, Wool Yang was destroyed in the melee." "Of course I remember this. But at the 5-Cage conference, the 5-Cage did not say that Wool Yang was destroyed." Shin still couldn't believe it. "I also heard it from others." After a vague perfunctory sentence, Shinji said, "You and Wool Yang are 2 sides of the same coin. You should know best whether it has been destroyed or not." Shinji was actually not sure whether Wool Yang had been destroyed or not. However, he knew very well that the old man of the Otsutsuki branch family used the power of the giant reincarnation eye to absorb all the chakra from the 8 tails Jinchuriki killer bee, and the attack released evaporated the entire lake. The evil chakra of the Wool Yang also disappeared without a trace after that attack, so he suspected that the Wool Yang was destroyed. Shin recalled it seriously, and then nodded lightly, "Hearing what you said, I don't seem to have nightmares recently." Shinji said, "Then this should be true." Shin was immediately happy, "Great, I finally don't have to face that monster anymore." Shinji shook his head, "No, you are too happy too early. Wool Yang is actually a part of the Miko. As long as you are still alive, Wool Yang will not be completely destroyed. Maybe it will be resurrected soon." "What?" The smile on Shin's face froze instantly. Looking at Shin sitting on the Kyunkaiho with her face across her body, Shinji suddenly realized something. "Ah, Suddenly, Shin covered her head and cried out in pain. Shinji quickly supported Shin. What's wrong with you? Shin's little face was full of panic, and she said in a trembling voice, it's back. Shinji was not surprised, because with Shin's strong sense, her sudden depression today might be a precursor to the resurrection of the monster Wu Yang. It's just a small favor, please help. Chapter 236 Yakumo. It's back. It's back. Shin was distracted for a moment, and kept whispering in her mouth. Hey! Shinji sighed. The Miko and the monster are two sides of the same coin. As long as the Miko is still there, the monster is immortal, so this scene is bound to happen and cannot be stopped. But even so, seeing little Shin suffering from fear, Shinji still felt a little uncomfortable. Touching Shin's head, Shinji said, don't be afraid, I'm here. His face was full of Shin, with tear marks on her face, suddenly raised her head and stared at Shinji blankly. Shinji, you will always be by my side, right? Yet. Shinji smiled. Shin hugged Shinji and cried and laughed like a child, attracting passers-by to look at her and point fingers at her. Shinji said quickly, okay, stop crying. If you keep crying like this, everyone will think I'm bullying you. Shin wiped her tears, then I won't cry. After thinking it over, Shinji said slowly, the monster is not invincible. As long as we find an opportunity, we can seal it, but... Shin asked anxiously, but what? Shinji said lightly, even if we succeed in sealing it, it is only a temporary solution. The seal will always be relaxed, and it will eventually break free, just like this time. Is there no way to completely eliminate it? Shin was a little discouraged. Shinji looked at Shin, no. Because it is a monster. There is only one way to make it disappear, that is, you accept it again. Shin widened her eyes, accept it. Yes. Shinji nodded and explained, it means that you merge with it again and become a complete shrine maiden. Shin shook her head vigorously, I don't want to merge with that monster. Shinji did not persuade her, but sighed again. Shin is in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke, and is 1 year younger than him. It is really inhumane to let such a child face monsters like Wu Yang. Moreover, the fusion of shrine maidens and Wu Yang is not without risks. If Wu Yang gains the upper hand during the fusion, a super monster with the full strength of a shrine maiden may appear in the end. If such a thing really happens, the ninja world will probably be devastated. So even if Shin dared to face the ghost now, Shinji didn't want to take such a risk. Anyway, time is on Shin's side. As time goes by, Shin's power as a Miko will become stronger and stronger. By then, Shin can deal with the ghost in any way she wants. After all, the battle between the Miko and the ghost has lasted for hundreds of years, and the ghost has never won once. After thinking for a while, Shinji turned and said, if you want, I can give you special training starting tomorrow. Shin's eyes lit up, special training. Shinji nodded slightly, yes, special training to become a ninja. Shin was afraid that Shinji would regret it, so he quickly agreed, okay. Looking at Shin's happy back, Shinji raised the corner of his mouth and showed a faint smile. During the previous trip to the land of demons, Shin even gave him the bell magic weapon to save him. He has never forgotten this favor. So in the future, he will help Shin completely solve the evil of the monsters, and in order for Shin to have a firm upper hand in the future fusion, he can start to train Shin's ability now. The next day, Shinji went to school and went home as usual. But after school in the afternoon, he did not go to the laboratory of the medical class, but came to a practice field that he had agreed with Shin. After waiting for a while, Shin came. But Shin did not come alone, there was another person with her, that is, Kurama Yakumo from their group. After waving from a distance, Shin came to Shinji, Shinji, Yakumo heard that you are going to have special training with me, so I also want to join in, is it okay? Shinji looked at Yakumo, and suddenly, his expression changed. As if frightened by Shinji's expression, Kurama Yakumo, who was walking towards Shinji, suddenly stopped, his face full of restraint. Shin shook Shinji's arm, Shinji, please, just agree. Shinji, who had recovered from his shock, immediately hid the strange color on his face and smiled, okay, but my special training is very strict, it's not playing house. Shin clenched his fists, I'm not afraid. Kurama Yakumo also hurriedly said, I'm not afraid either. Let's move our bodies first, let's start with the most basic physical skills. After saying this, Shinji asked casually, by the way, why don't you go find Kimimaro? Shin moved her body while pouting, don't mention that guy. He only cares about his own training and doesn't care about Yakumo and me at all. I'm fine, but Yakumo. As she spoke, Shin suddenly realized that she had let the cat out of the bag and quickly stopped talking. Cough cough cough. Yakumo's expression dimmed, but the extent of the warm-up became larger and larger, and he used more and more force until he started coughing violently. Shin hurried over to support Yakumo. Yakumo, are you okay? Yakumo shook his head stubbornly, I'm fine, just now. I just choked accidentally. Shinji, who was standing by, saw everything and shook his head. Yakumo, there is something wrong with your body. If I'm not mistaken, your lungs will feel hot and painful if you exert a little force now, right? Yakumo was stunned for a moment and looked at Shinji in surprise. How do you know? Shin held Yakumo's hand and said with concern, Yakumo, didn't you tell me that there was just a little problem with your body? Why is this happening? What's wrong with your body? Shinji said lightly, with your current physical condition, let alone becoming a ninja, even if you just live like an ordinary person, it will be very strenuous. So my special training is not only meaningless to you, but will hurt your body, so you should go back and rest. Yakumo was a little lost. Shinji, do you dislike me too? Shinji shook his head, I'm just telling the truth, I guess your family should have noticed this too. Yakumo shouted, why? I just want to be a ninja, why do you all want to stop me? Shin was frightened and at a loss. Shinji said word by word, because they want you to live. Even without your help, I will become a ninja. Yakumo didn't listen to Shinji's explanation at all, turned around and left the training ground. Looking at Yakumo's lonely back when he left, Shin said, Shinji, you shouldn't say that to her. You don't know how much pressure she is under, she needs our help. Are you free? The special training is not over yet. Shinji turned around, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc. The first update is here. Chapter 237. Is this difficult? Stinky Shinji, stupid Shinji. Shin muttered to herself while doing basic physical training in the training ground. Shinji ignored her and stood aside to supervise Shin's training. Because the ninja school suddenly implemented a 3-person group assessment system, the pressure on the students doubled. Because no one wanted to be the one who dragged down the group, the pressure was greater than before. The most direct impact was that all the ninja school students began to practice more. Even Shin, who was a shrine maiden as a main job and a ninja as a side job, felt a sense of crisis. Therefore, Kurama Yakumo, who was born in a wealthy family, didn't want to be pointed at by others and said that he was benefiting from Kimimaro. And the situation of the Kurama clan was a bit special. The Kurama clan used to be in Konoha was once prominent, and in the field of illusion, it could keep pace with the Uchiha clan. However, unlike the Uchiha clan, which produced many talents, the Kurama clan declined rapidly after its peak due to a lack of young talents. By the time of Kurama Yakumo's father, it became extremely difficult for the once famous wealthy family to train a senior ninja. And Kurama Yakumo was born in this context, carrying the expectations of all the Kurama clan members. However, fate played a little joke on Kurama Yakumo. She was born with the powerful illusion talent that the Kurama clan was most proud of. She was the strongest genius born in the Kurama clan in recent decades, but at the same time, she was born weak and sickly, and her body could not support her to become a ninja. To some extent, like Sasuke, she shoulders the responsibility of revitalizing the family. It's a pity that as she grows older, her physical weakness has not only not been alleviated, but has become more and more serious, and now it has even endangered her health. In fact, before asking Shin to help intercede and come to Shinji's special training, Yakumo's parents had persuaded her several times to drop out of the ninja school, but she insisted on not doing so, and the two sides were temporarily deadlocked. Retracting his thoughts, Shinji thought of the scene when he saw Yakumo just now. The reason why his face suddenly changed at that time was because he saw the monster that had been hidden in Yakumo's heart. Shinji knew that there was a monster named Ito hidden in Kurama Yakumo's heart. This monster is a bit like a Miko. The relationship with the demons is that it is a monster created unconsciously by Yakumo Kurama due to great pressure or negative emotions. It can be simply understood as the embodiment of her dark side. And because Yakumo Kurama has the terrifying illusion talent of the Kurama clan to distort reality, this monster named Ito also has this ability to interfere with reality. These are all things that happened in the original time and space, so it is not surprising. What really puzzled Shinji was why he could see Ito hidden in Yakumo Kurama's heart at a glance. Because it stands to reason that Ito should exist in Yakumo Kurama's spiritual world. Even if Shinji has the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he should not be able to detect the existence of Ito before invading Yakumo's spiritual world. This is not the ability of the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After excluding his own eternal Mangeki Sharingan and Fugaku's pair of Mangeki Sharingans, the only possibility is the new red eyes that he just controlled. Is it the ability of the red eyes? After a pause, Shinji continued to analyze, does it have the ability to see through the spiritual world? Or does it have the ability to see through the spirits full of malice? Ito can also be regarded as a spirit from a certain perspective. So Shinji is currently unable to judge what kind of ability the red eyes that he forcibly merged with the Susanoo Sun Tio Yu-chan have. But there is one thing he can confirm, that is, this pair of red eyes seems to have some special insight that the Sharingan and the Byakugan do not have. At night. The main house of the Kurama clan. Yakumo, give up. Your body can't support it. Kurama Yakumo's father Kurama Murakumo said helplessly. Kurama Yakumo held his head with both hands. No, as long as I work hard, I will definitely become a ninja. I will never let you down. Kurama Yakumo's mother Kurama Ring said, Yakumo, ninja is not your only choice in life, we can choose other paths. Yakumo cried loudly, why did you kill me first? I've worked so hard. Kurama Murakumo sighed, Tsunade-sama has seen your medical report. Yakumo asked eagerly, what's the result? With Tsunade-sama's ability, she will definitely be able to cure me, right? Kurama Murakumo and Kurama Ling shook their heads together. Tsunade-sama said that your weakness is congenital, and even if you take care of it, it will take a long time, so it is not recommended that you continue to stay in the ninja school. As the last hope was shattered, Yakumo gradually lost consciousness. Yakumo's parents were about to continue to comfort their daughter, but they found that a large amount of chakra suddenly overflowed from their daughter's mouth. What frightened them even more was that this chakra was full of evil. Even if they just felt it face to face, their spiritual bodies would feel creepy as if they were pricked by needles. Oh no, Yakumo has awakened that power. Ling, run away. As the current leader of the Kurama clan and the only jonin of the Kurama clan, Kurama Myun instantly understood that the chakra spirit in front of him was the Ito awakened by his daughter. In the history of the Kurama clan, several members had awakened their own Ito, and without exception, every Kurama member who awakened his own Ito eventually grew into a famous strong man. It's just that those predecessors successfully subdued their own Ito and made Ito their helper, while his daughter's Ito was obviously out of control. Kurama Murakumo knew very well that he was just a jonin and could not resist Ito, so he immediately told his wife to run away, and whoever could escape was the best. Yakumo's Ito obviously would not give Kurama Murakumo and Kurama Ryo a chance to escape. With a burst of unbridled laughter, it launched an illusion and instantly dragged Kurama Murakumo and Kurama Ryo into it. Just as it was about to light a big fire in the illusion and burn Kurama Murakumo and Kurama Ryo to death, suddenly, a figure wearing a red cloud suit and a mask fell from the sky and landed in front of Ito. Who are you? After hesitating for a while, Ito reacted and said in surprise, no, why can you break into my illusion? The man smiled, is this difficult? The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 238 Can you help me? Seeing the mysterious man in red cloud clothes and wearing a mask easily invaded the illusion he created, Ito, who had been sharing the perception and memory of Kurama Yakumo, suddenly looked serious. Are you a member of the Akatsuki organization? How did you appear here? No doubt about it. The one who suddenly invaded the illusion of Ito was not someone else, but Shinji, who noticed that something was wrong with Kurama Yakumo in the afternoon. While looking at the illusion created by Ito, he walked towards Kurama Yakumo's parents. Kurama Yakumo stopped in front of his wife Kurama Ryo, staring at Shinji who was walking towards him. Of the Akatsuki organization? What on earth do you want to do by sneaking into our Kurama family? Shinji's eyes fixed. With two thumps, Kurama Yakumo's parents lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Then Shinji slowly turned his head and looked at Ito. Sharingan. Ito was frightened and took a step back. Because just now, she saw the Sharingan under the mask with a strange red light through the hole in Shinji's mask. What should I do with you? Shinji said lightly, and his tone sounded as if he was negotiating. Ito immediately shouted, don't come over. As a monster born unconsciously in Kurama Yakumo's heart, Ito relies on Kurama Yakumo for all the information he gets. Yakumo is just a student at a ninja school, and is not very interested in anything other than being a ninja, so he doesn't know much about the Akatsuki organization, and doesn't know what the A of Akatsuki organization means. But Ito knows very well that although Kurama Murakumo has limited talent, he is the current patriarch of the Kurama clan after all, and is a senior ninja who has mastered the illusion of the Kurama clan. The fact that the other party can easily subdue Kurama Murakumo with illusions shows his strength. Shinji observed Ito with his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and said to himself, well, very high quality Yintsuku chakra. Seeing Shinji looking at him like an object, Ito was furious and launched an illusion on Shinji. Instantly, a huge fire suddenly formed and enveloped Shinji. Glancing at the raging fires around him, Shinji frowned slightly. He had seen through that these fires were all illusions, but for some reason, he still felt the temperature around him rising. After checking his spirit body, he sighed, I was not controlled by her illusion, it was my 5 senses that were misled. It was a very powerful illusion. I don't think the Kurama clan could be compared with the Uchiha clan in those days. The Sharingan itself has the ability to resist illusions, not to mention that Shinji has a pair of eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his eye sockets, so it stands to reason that Ito's illusion should be ineffective against him. But the actual situation is that Ito's illusion has really affected him. Or, it has bypassed his spirit and misled his 5 senses. Although there is no fire around, his body mistakenly thinks it is trapped in fire, thus producing various corresponding stress reactions. After roughly experiencing Ito's illusion, Shinji did not waste words and directly launched instantly, the surrounding space began to distort, and everything became blurred. Ito looked around in panic, and then she was horrified to find that not only the surrounding scenery, but also her own body was distorted. After another distraction, the mansion disappeared. There was nothing around, only a moon shining with a strange red light above her head. Then, Ito's pupils shrank suddenly, because she found that the red moon above her head was actually the appearance of a Sharingan. I'm under an illusion. At this time, Shinji's figure appeared in front of Ito, such a high-quality Yintun chakra, I don't want to destroy it. Listening to Shinji's words, Ito trembled. Once the opponent launched an illusion, she found that she couldn't resist it at all. Although it was only a short confrontation, she was already defeated. Shinji carefully sensed Ito's chakra. Undoubtedly, the chakra of Ito is very evil, the kind of chakra that makes people feel uncomfortable instinctively. But this is actually in line with the characteristics of high-quality Yintun chakra. Because Yintun chakra itself represents mental power and is the embodiment of emotions, and the more extreme the emotions, the more powerful Yintun chakra can be generated, so ninjas who use emotional power to enhance Yintun chakra will, without exception, give people a sense of evil and coldness. While hesitating, Shinji looked at Kurama Yakumo who was unconscious on the side, and then he thought about it and used his pupil power to wake her up. Kurama Yakumo rubbed his eyes, what is this place? Shinji did not speak, but just stood quietly, and intimidated by Shinji's majesty, Ito also stood obediently on the side. Kurama Yakumo, who gradually came to his senses, was shocked to see Shinji in a red cloud suit, and then he saw Ito, who was similar in size to him but looked like a Pruchna demon, and he screamed out in fear, ah! Shinji smiled, do you need me to introduce it to you? Yakumo took a few steps back, what is this place, why am I here? Shinji pointed at Ito and said, this is an illusion she created, I just temporarily requisitioned it. As for why you are here, don't you remember? Yakumo recalled and slowly remembered the argument with his parents just now, and the scene when he lost control of his emotions and was controlled by Ito. Shinji said, don't worry, your parents are fine. Yakumo had known about the existence of Ito for a long time, so she knew very well what kind of bad consequences would be caused by releasing Ito, so she asked Shinji, you stopped her? Why did you help me? Aren't you a member of Akatsuki wanted by the village? I just happened to pass by and saw something interesting. Shinji deliberately looked up and down at Yakumo, it's a pity that such a good talent is wasted. Yakumo's expression immediately dimmed when he heard it. Ito on the side looked at Shinji hatefully, but dared not speak. As Yakumo's unconscious body, she also hated others looking down on Yakumo. Give up, at least you can still live. After saying that, Shinji turned around and prepared to leave. Yakumo, who had long heard of the Akatsuki organization's great powers, quickly called out to Shinji, can you help me? I don't dare to expect too much, I just want to be an ordinary ninja. Become an ordinary ninja. Shinji smiled and said, I can't help you with this. If I help, you must become the best ninja. The first update is here. Chapter 239 Method. After hearing the first half of Shinji's sentence, Yakumo looked as if it was just as she expected. When she asked, she didn't hold out much hope because she had long been accustomed to disappointment. But when she heard the second half of Shinji's sentence, she was stunned. Do you have a way to help me? Shinji nodded gently, yes, but it's a bit troublesome. Yakumo keenly perceived the information in Shinji's words, and was immediately ecstatic. Really? Can you really help me? Shinji switched to the red-eye perspective state, and after examining Yakumo's body again, he said, your organs and meridians are not fully developed due to congenital deficiencies. This is the main reason for your frailty. Yakumo nodded repeatedly. Shinji continued, if it is just a simple treatment, even Tsunade of Konoha may not be able to start for a while. Medical ninjutsu is treatment. When encountering a situation like Yakumo who is born weak and almost disabled, medical ninjutsu is not completely useless, but the effect will definitely be slow. In this case, what is needed is the regeneration ability brought by the extreme Yang escape chakra. The simplest and most effective method is to transplant white Zetsu cells into Kurama Yakumo. Through the Yang release chakra and the characteristics of the sacred tree contained in the white Zetsu cells, Yakumo's physical potential can be stimulated, and her body can be stimulated to undergo a second development to make up for her innate deficiencies. Thinking of what her parents had said before, even Lady Tsunade was powerless, Yakumo found that Shinji's judgment was very accurate. Shinji suddenly changed the subject, so, except for me, no one else in the ninja world can help you. But, why should I help Miwojun? Yakumo was stunned, and said in his heart, yes, I am just an ordinary ninja school student, why should Akatsuki help me? Shinji then glanced at Ito beside him and said with a smile, besides the physical problem, you seem to have other things to deal with. Yakumo heard this and cast his eyes on Ito with a complicated expression on his face. Feeling the danger, Ito shouted, Yakumo, don't listen to him, I am the only one who really cares about you. Yakumo shook his head slowly, sorry, you are too dangerous, I must eliminate you. Ito yelled, no. I am you, if you kill me, you will not survive. Shinji smiled secretly. Ito is indeed a part of Yakumo, and the relationship between the two is similar to that between Jin and Wuri, but it is not impossible to destroy. Because if the chakra does not reach a certain level, it will not have immortality. But in the entire ninja world, there are only a handful of people whose chakra level can be comparable to that of the Miko, so the indestructible characteristic of Wuri is actually a special case. Other people do not have this ability, and Ito is no exception. Ito's words did not shake Yakumo. Thinking that her parents almost died at the hands of Ito, she was shocked and scared, so even if the price was her life, she had to destroy the inner demon of Ito. Just when Yakumo tried to destroy Ito, Shinji suddenly stopped her, think clearly before you do it. Yakumo looked at Shinji. Shinji said calmly, she is the embodiment of your talent. If you destroy her, you will become like the rest of your Kurama clan, living a mediocre life. By then, let alone becoming a jonin, it may be difficult for you to become a chunin. Yakumo hesitated immediately. She grew up with the expectations of her clan members. If she lost her talent, even if she got a healthy body, she would still not be able to revive the declining Kurama clan. When she thought of the disappointment of her parents and clan members, she, who was not afraid of death, showed a struggling expression on her face. Ito saw hope and said quickly, he is right. If you kill me, you will not be the hope of the Kurama clan. Yakumo looked at Shinji with a pleading face, then what should I do? Shinji said, if you are willing to work for me, I can consider helping you. Work. Yakumo was entangled, and then shook his head, I'm sorry, I can't hurt my companions in the village. Shinji smiled and said, who said I want you to hurt your companions in the village? Yakumo said cautiously, if you can promise that you will not let me do anything that will harm my companions in the village, I am willing to work for you. Shinji did not say anything solemnly, but just nodded lightly. Yakumo breathed a sigh of relief. Now she has not completely turned evil like in the original time and space, so she still cares about her companions in the village. If she completely turns evil in a few years, I am afraid that as long as Shinji hooks his hand, she will nod without hesitation. At this time, Shinji looked at Ito on the side again. What about you, are you willing to work for me? Ito did not hesitate, and nodded happily, my lord, I am willing. Shinji smiled, very good, you are very sensible. Yakumo ignored Ito, but asked anxiously, my lord, when can you treat me? Shinji shook his head, in your case, ordinary treatment is meaningless, only surgery can be performed. Yakumo and Ito said in unison, surgery? Yes, transplant surgery. Shinji did not hide anything and simply explained his treatment ideas. Yakumo asked, as long as this transplant surgery is completed, can my body recover? That kind of special cells are very magical. Even if only half of your body is left, you can still jump around. After a slight smile, Shinji immediately put away his smile, but now the question is whether you can survive the transplant surgery. Ito became nervous, is the surgery dangerous? Shinji explained, that kind of special cells contain extremely terrifying yang escape chakra. If there is no extreme yang escape chakra as a balance, at the moment of transplantation, the special cells transplanted into your body will become the host and devour your body. Yakumo said, my yin escape chakra is very strong. Ito also echoed, well, our Yinsuku chakra is very strong, and few people in the ninja school can be our opponents. Shinji thought for a moment and then shook his head. The quality of Yakumo's Yinsuku chakra is indeed far superior to that of his peers, but the danger of white Zetsu's cells is difficult to estimate. In his judgment, it must at least reach the level of the Mangeki Sharingan to effectively reduce the risk of cell transplantation surgery. Even if Yakumo adds Ito, his Yinsuku chakra has not reached the level of the Mangeki Sharingan. In addition, Yakumo is born weak. If he rashly performs cell transplantation surgery, it is likely to cost Yakumo his life. Shinji narrowed his eyes, unless. As it concerns his own body, Yakumo asked nervously, unless what? Shinji said, unless before the operation, I transplant a pair of eyes with pupil power close to the level of the Mangeki Sharingan. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 240 Selection of New Waiter. After saying this, Shinji fell into deep thought. Kurama Yakumo's talent is beyond doubt. Doubtful, this can be seen from her awakening of the monster Ito. If her body can be cured, her potential may not be as good as Naruto, Sasuke, Shin, but it will not be worse than Kimimaro and Niji. Because she needs him, Yakumo should be trustworthy in terms of loyalty, so Shinji suddenly feels that it seems to be a good choice to develop Yakumo into his servant. After all, after upgrading his authority and becoming a formal lantern bearer, he has 2 more servants. It's useless to leave it empty. You need to transplant a pair of eyes with pupil power close to the level of the Mangeki Sharingan first. Yakumo fell into new despair. When she learned that the operation could cure herself, Yakumo's joy was indescribable. For this reason, she even went to the Akatsuki organization wanted by the village. But Shinji's next words quickly made her joy go to waste. As Sasuke's classmate, she knows much more about what the Mangeki Sharingan means than others. Not to mention the Mangeki Sharingan, even the 3 Magatama Sharingan that Sasuke awakened is a treasure that she can hardly reach. Or to be more precise, even if you look at the entire ninja world, an eye at the level of the Mangeki Sharingan is a treasure that all ninja villages can compete for. She is just a student at a ninja school, where can she get such a treasure to transplant to herself? Without hesitating for too long, Yakumo mustered up the courage, Sir, I am not afraid of danger. Even if I don't transplant an eye at the level of the Mangeki Sharingan, I am willing to accept your special cell transplantation surgery. Shinji glanced at Yakumo, it is very likely that I will die. I am not afraid. Yakumo's eyes gradually became firm. She has figured it out. Instead of living like a cripple, it is better to take the risk of accepting a cell transplantation surgery and try her luck. Shinji smiled, I recognize your courage. But why take such unnecessary risks? Yakumo was stunned. Ito on the side was also surprised and looked at Shinji in surprise. Shinji began to value, from this moment on, you are both my subordinate and a member of my organization. As the leader, I will naturally be responsible for you. Moreover, it's just a pair of eyes with the level of Mangeki Sharingan, which is not worth mentioning compared to the Messiah. Don't worry, I will arrange the rest, you just need to obey my orders. Yakumo was shocked, Sir. What she couldn't stand the most was not being recognized. So when the leader of the Akatsuki organization, a strong man who was famous in the ninja world and even the Five Shadows had to treat him with caution, suddenly recognized her value, her heart was suddenly opened to Shinji. Ito, with a face like a Pruchna demon, also dispersed the malice on his body. She also felt the same sense of being recognized, especially by a strong person. Shinji continued, many people in Konoha village know your current physical condition, so before a series of operations, we must prepare first to avoid unnecessary attention. Yes. If it was before, Yakumo would urge Shinji to start the operation immediately, but now it is different. She feels that she has been recognized and respected, so she can wait. Shinji threw his spare red cloud clothes and mask to Yakumo, and activated the Naobi to mark Yakumo's spirit. Then, he said to Yakumo and Ito, from now on, you have to get used to each other. Yakumo looked at Ito with a complicated expression, if you dare to attack my parents again, I will definitely destroy you even if I die. Under Shinji's eyes, Ito said obediently, I will listen to you from now on. Shinji looked at Kurama Yakumo and Kurama Ring who fell not far away, turned his head and said to Yakumo, I have sealed your parents' memories of tonight. You can find an excuse to deal with it later. I understand. Yakumo nodded. She didn't regret having a relationship with the Akatsuki organization, but she didn't want her family to have too much contact with the Akatsuki organization. After all, the Akatsuki organization was being jointly wanted by the 5 major ninja villages. Once the village discovered that the Kurama clan had a secret connection with the Akatsuki organization, the Kurama clan would probably end up like the Uchiha clan. Shinji finally gave Yakumo a few words of advice, asking her to keep a low profile recently, and then he lifted the illusion and disappeared. With the disappearance of Shinji, everything around him returned to the illusion created by Ito. Under Yakumo's gaze, Ito had to honestly lift the illusion and then merge into Yakumo's body. The current Ito has not grown to the strength of the I-space-time, so as long as Yakumo is awake, she can't resist Yakumo. After everything was over, Yakumo found herself still in her bedroom, and her parents fainted in the corridor outside the door. If she hadn't had a set of Akatsuki's red cloud clothes and mask at hand, she wouldn't even dare to confirm whether everything just now was real or an illusion. Outside the Kurama clan's mansion, Shinji looked back after that, the figure gradually blended into the night. After a while, he returned to his apartment. Even my 5 senses can be misled. The Kurama clan must have something. Shinji sighed a little, and then lay down on the bed. He had asked Shin before. In order to treat Yakumo's body, the Kurama clan even went directly to the 3rd Hokage. Because of the Akatsuki organization, Tsunade was called back by the 3rd Hokage and happened to be in the village, so Tsunade personally checked Yakumo's body a few days ago. From Yakumo's mental state tonight, Tsunade should not be able to find a way to cure her weakness for a while, so she lost control of her emotions and released Ito. Even Tsunade can't cure the strange disease, but it healed itself. Anyone who hears this will find it strange. Shaking his head, Shinji rubbed his chin, no, I have to think of a way to fool it, otherwise, I will definitely not be able to hide it from Konoha. Yakumo's weakness is known to everyone in the ninja school, so he can't be cured completely at once, but he has to give everyone a process of gradual acceptance. After learning that Yakumo's body has begun to recover, Tsunade will definitely go to check. As long as he can hide from Tsunade's inspection at this stage, Yakumo's subsequent physical recovery can be attributed to the natural recovery of the body. Soon, Shinji had an idea. The first update is here. Please recommend and vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 241 Morning Exercise. The main house of the Kurama clan. After finally dealing with his parents, Kurama Yakumo lay down on his bed. Although he was very tired, his previous depression was swept away. I don't know when the adults can cure my body. She began to look forward to the future. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in her heart, Yakumo. Yakumo was startled, and sat up with a swish. Equally startled was Ito in her spiritual world. She said, Yakumo, did you hear that? The voice sounded again, it's me, don't be afraid. There is no doubt that the owner of this voice is Shinji, who directly connected to Yakumo's spirit through Naobi. Sir. Yakumo reacted. Shinji said lightly, this is my pupil technique, no need to make a fuss. Yes, yes. Yakumo was in awe, and her awe of Shinji in her heart was raised to a higher level. Before, she had only heard about Akatsuki from others. Now that she had come into contact with Akatsuki, she had personally experienced the extraordinary nature of Akatsuki. Shinji said, I have a comprehensive plan for your treatment. Now you do as I say. As he said, he briefly told Yakumo his plan. Yes. Yakumo was a little confused after hearing this, but still nodded seriously. Ah! Instantly, a high-purity yang-style chakra came from the void and poured into her body, making her moan in comfort. There is no doubt. This is Shinji activating the Huojin, extracting the yang-style chakra in Keirin's body and pouring it into Yakumo's body. Shinji's plan is very simple to say. That is to use the eye technique Huojin to pour high-intensity yang-style chakra into Yakumo's body without anyone noticing. However, because of Keirin's own strength, although her yang-style chakra has a great healing effect, it is for ordinary injuries and is not enough to achieve the ability of regeneration, so it cannot cure Yakumo's congenital disability. But the infusion of a large amount of yang-style chakra can make Yakumo's body temporarily rejuvenate, creating the illusion that Yakumo's body is recovering. Because this Yang Tsukumo chakra was not extracted by Yakumo herself, it could not be stored for a long time. It came and went quickly. Therefore, even if a strong person like Tsunade came to check, as long as Shinji happened to infuse Yang Tsukumo chakra into Yakumo's body, he would not be able to find any clues. In this way, as long as a period of preparation is done, Yakumo's recovery will not cause too many people to be surprised. Soon, Yakumo's pale face slowly became rosy. Not only that, she felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, some symptoms that troubled her in the past, all disappeared at this moment. It seemed that her body was really healed. She burst into tears of joy, "My lord, I am fine. My body has recovered." The Ito in her body was also shocked, "Oh my god, what kind of ability is this?" At this time, Shinji poured cold water on them, "Don't be too happy too early, this is only temporary. As the effect of the yang release chakra fades, the body will be restored to its original state." Yakumo didn't care, "My lord, I believe you." Shinji didn't waste any words. After a while, he stopped the Huajin and then disconnected the Naobi. Early the next morning, Shinji came to the ninja school as usual. In addition to Kimimaro, Ninkai, Xiaoli and other regular morning exercisers, there were many more students who didn't get up early for morning exercise before. For example, Naruto followed Xiaoli stupidly and ran in circles. Although he was already sweating profusely, he didn't complain and still gritted his teeth to persist. Obviously, the previous school opening assessment gave him a lot of stimulation. Pacing, Shinji also came to the playground. He made an appointment with Shin to supervise Shin's morning exercise in the morning, but it seemed, Shin hasn't come yet, probably sleeping in. Just then, he heard a few students exclaiming, "Yakumo, why are you here for morning exercises?" "Yes, yes. Can your body handle it?" Shinji looked in the direction of the voice and found that in an inconspicuous corner, Yakumo, who rarely practiced physical skills, was practicing in a serious manner. "Hat." Shinji raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Yakumo's morning exercises were also instructed by him last night, with the purpose of attracting the attention of those who were interested. As if sensing Shinji's gaze, Yakumo also looked at him, then snorted, retracted his gaze, and continued to practice. Undoubtedly, she, who didn't know that Shinji was the A of the Akatsuki organization, was still complaining about Shinji's persuasion of her to give up becoming a ninja at the practice field yesterday afternoon. After a while, the startled Irika rushed to Yakumo's side, "Yakumo, don't mess around, your body can't take it." Yakumo bowed to Irika, "Teacher Irika, I didn't mess around. I found that my body was in good condition after getting up today, so I tried morning exercises." Irika looked up and down suspiciously and found that Yakumo's complexion was indeed much better than before, so he said, "Then pay attention to yourself and don't be too tired." Yakumo bowed again and continued to practice. After a long time, Shin yawned and came to the playground. When she saw Yakumo, who was sweating but ruddy, she was surprised and said to Shinji, "Hey, isn't that Yakumo?" Shinji glanced at Shin, "She works much harder than you." Shin was a little worried, "But her body." Shinji interrupted her, "This is a school, the teachers are watching, you should worry more about your own business." Shin had to put on a bitter face and started morning exercises under Shinji's supervision. On the other side, after observing from a distance for a while, Irika was still a little worried, so he called Shizuan. When Tsunade examined Yakumo, Shizun was beside him, so she knew Yakumo's physical condition very well. Seeing that Yakumo looked so good, she was also full of doubts. After going forward to check Yakumo's body, Shizun's doubts not only did not subside, but became even bigger. "Hey, it's really strange, what's wrong with your body?" Yakumo hurriedly asked. "Teacher Shizun, is my body healed?" Shizun shook her head. "I can't be sure for the time being, but your physical vitality has indeed become stronger. Have you received any treatment recently?" Yakumo said according to the words prepared by Shinji for her. "No, I just slept for a night, and I felt much better when I woke up in the morning." Irika asked Shizun, "What's going on?" Shizun said, "Is the potential of the body accidentally stimulated? Although this situation is very rare, it has indeed happened in the past." With that, Shizun prepared to report Yakumo's situation to Tsunade, because for medical ninjas, the changes in Yakumo's body are themselves a very worthwhile thing to study. It's just a small effort, please everyone. Chapter 242 The ability of the Red Eyes Konoha Hospital. A group of people were surrounding Kurama Yakumo, who was lying on the bed. In the center stood Tsunade, who laid the foundation of Konoha's medical system. In the outer circle, there were medical ninjas who came after hearing the news. Even Shinji and his medical ninjutsu teacher Kaoru Kusai were included. Tsunade personally checked Yakumo's body, then took the physical examination data handed over by Shizun, frowning. "This is impossible." Shizun asked hurriedly, "Tsunade-sama, have you found the reason?" The surrounding medical ninjas all looked at Tsunade, waiting for her to explain. Because before Tsunade arrived, they all checked Yakumo's body, and they were all confused about the sudden recovery of Yakumo's declining body functions. "You know, the Kurama clan has come to the hospital many times to treat Yakumo. Except for Shinji, who is still in the learning stage, almost all the medical ninjas present have tried to treat Yakumo to varying degrees. It's just that Yakumo's body is weak, closer to congenital disability, so everyone's treatment has not achieved any effect. Because of this, everyone is particularly interested in Yakumo's inexplicable recovery." However, Tsunade, who was watched by everyone, shook her head. "For a moment, I can't find the specific reason." "What? Even Tsunade can't find the reason? This is really strange." A group of medical ninjas talked about it. In their eyes, Tsunade is the absolute authority in the medical field. If even Tsunade can't solve it, it means that the problem is not simple. Yakumo, lying on the bed, went from being nervous and uneasy at first to slowly letting go, secretly thinking, even Tsunade can't find out the organization's means. Being able to hide from Tsunade undoubtedly shows that the Akatsuki organization is more skilled, so she has greater confidence that the Akatsuki organization can cure her. In the crowd, Shinji looked humble and listened to the exchanges and discussions between the medical ninjas around him. He found a reason to appear here just to make sure Tsunade couldn't find anything. In terms of medical ninjutsu, he was indeed far inferior to Tsunade, but he had completed the basic course of medical ninjutsu and knew the working principle of medical ninjutsu. As long as he used the disaster before Tsunade checked Yakumo's body, Tsu drained all the remaining Yangtun chakra in Yakumo's body. Then in theory, no matter how sophisticated Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is, she shouldn't be able to find anything. At this time, Tsunade said to Yakumo on the bed, "I will arrange another comprehensive examination for you tomorrow, hoping to find the reason for the changes in your body." Yakumo followed Shinji's instructions and asked, "Even you don't know what happened to my body? I am just a beginner in the secret of life." Tsunade smiled and continued, "But you don't have to worry too much. From the current physical examination data, the body is moving in a good direction, but we can't find the reason for this phenomenon at present." Yakumo nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." Tsunade said, "Although your body is recovering, you still need to train moderately. Okay, you can go back after a rest." After sending Kurama Yakumo away, Shizun found Tsunade alone. "Tsunade-sama, did you really get nothing?" Tsunade walked to the window and her expression became solemn. Shizun, who knew Tsunade, immediately realized something and asked, "Tsunade-sama, have you found anything?" Tsunade said in a deep voice, "I found the breath of the first generation's chakra in Yakumo's organs." The first generation's chakra? Shizun was surprised and asked, "Did the Kurama clan conduct some kind of human experiment on Yakumo?" Tsunade shook her head, "No." Shizun breathed a sigh of relief. Tsunade said, it is precisely because there is no trace of surgery on Yakumo that the problem is particularly strange. Shizun frowned. Yes. If there was no surgery, why would Yakumo have the chakra of the first generation in her body? Tsunade corrected, no, she does not have the chakra of the first generation in her body. I just said the breath. Breath. Tsunade recalled the previous examination. I carefully examined her body. Her organs did have traces of being nourished by high-quality yang release chakra, but I did not find any abnormal chakra in her body. If I were not very sensitive to the chakra of the first generation, I am afraid I would not even be able to find the residual breath. Shizun looked surprised. How could this be? I can't figure it out. Tsunade sighed. She knew the dominance of the first generation cells better than anyone else. After the death of the first generation, she also knew the whole story of the large-scale human experiment in the village that attempted to reproduce the wood release. So she was very confused about the fact that the first generation chakra aura remained in Yakumo's body. In theory, only after the first generation cells were transplanted, the first generation chakra aura would remain in the body, and as far as she knew, in the entire ninja world, only one person was lucky enough to bear the first generation cells. Could it be that he transferred the chakra into Yakumo's body? Tsunade frowned slightly, and all kinds of speculations came to her mind. At this time, Shizun asked again, Tsunade-sama, is the monster in Yakumo's body still growing? Speaking of this, Tsunade's frown tightened, the monster is gone. What? Shizun was stunned. In an empty ward in Konoha Hospital. Shinji asked, how is it? Ito looked at her body and said in amazement, this is simply amazing. Sir, how did you do it? As Yakumo's unconscious body, Ito cannot stay away from Yakumo, and only when Yakumo falls into a coma can she barely escape from Yakumo's spiritual world in the form of a spirit. At this time, Yakumo has been sent back to the Kurama clan's homeland, but she stayed in the Konoha hospital in the form of a spirit without restraint. Shinji smiled, without explanation, but wrote the test record. There is no doubt. It was his attempt that Ito could stay away from Yakumo and move independently. Because he found that his new red eyes seemed to have special insight and amplification capabilities for spirits like Ito. So, he tried to infuse the red eye power into Ito's body. As a result, Ito, as he expected, not only obtained a temporarily stable spirit, but also had the ability to stay away from Yakumo and move independently within a certain range. This also means that even if Yakumo is under surveillance by the village, Ito can serve him instead of Yakumo. The first update is here. Chapter 243 Test. At night. The moonlight is like a waterfall, sprinkled on the earth. In the main house of the Kurama clan, many clan members gathered together to celebrate the improvement of the health of the main family's only daughter, Kurama Yakumo. This news is really exciting news for the Kurama clan, which has been so weak that even the clan leader has barely reached the level of an ordinary jonin. The Kurama clan needs a strong man. Otherwise, this wealthy family with bloodline limit and once on par with Uchiha will really become a laughingstock among the wealthy families. On a big tree outside the main house, two Anbu stood side by side. Looking at the brightly lit Kurama main house not far away, one of the young Anbu was a little worried. Senior, I heard that the Kurama clan is a family with bloodline limit. The powerful family of the limit, we are so close to monitor, will they find us? The older Anbu smiled and said, don't worry, the Kurama clan has been weak for a long time. Even their current clan leader was promoted to a jonin by the Hokage for the past achievements of the Kurama clan. So even if we sneak into the house, they may not be able to find us. I didn't expect that the once powerful family would be so weak. The young Anbu sighed and asked, Senior, how long does the surveillance in this situation usually last? The older Anbu replied, it's hard to say, but I heard that this time it was Tsunade-sama who personally instructed us to pay attention to all suspicious people approaching Kurama Yakumo. In my experience, such a task usually lasts for several weeks, or even longer. While the two Anbu were chatting in low voices, a spirit was quietly watching them from behind them. There is no doubt that this spirit is Ito. She stared at the two Anbu with extremely cold eyes. If she hadn't been concerned about Shinji and Yakumo, she would have started a killing spree. After taking a last hateful look at the two Anbu who were monitoring Yakumo, she disappeared from the spot. A moment later, she floated to a forest in the village, came to the figure wearing a red cloud suit and a mask, and bowed respectfully. Shinji nodded, how is it? Ito said, as you expected, the village really arranged an Anbu to monitor Yakumo's every move outside the mansion. And I overheard their conversation, and it was Tsunade who assigned them the monitoring task. I didn't expect her to find out something. Shinji was not surprised. During the day, he had a feeling that Tsunade must have discovered something, so she ordered Ito, a spirit that can travel freely, to pay attention to the surroundings of the Kurama clan's main house. Ito's face suddenly became angry. I'll kill her. Shinji glanced at Ito and chuckled, are you so eager to die? Ito was a little puzzled, what do you mean? I'm in a spirit state, she can't find me at all. A spirit doesn't mean invincible. After a pause, Shinji said, have you heard of the spiritualization technique? Tsunade's former boyfriend is a strong man who is good at the spiritualization technique. He can leave his body in the form of a spirit and kill the enemy, but he still died on the battlefield in the end. Ito's face darkened when he heard this. Shinji said calmly, there are more than a dozen ways to restrain spirits that I can think of. Do you think Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, doesn't know how to do it? I'm sorry. Ito bowed his head and apologized quickly. The pride that he had just been spying on the Anbu without being discovered also disappeared in an instant. Shinji waved his hand, okay, let's start the test now. He summoned Ito in the middle of the night not only to confirm whether Tsunade had sent someone to monitor Yakumo. He also had an important purpose, which was to test Ito. After listening to Shinji's explanation, Ito nodded quickly, and then flew away in one direction. Because she was a light spirit, her flying speed was extremely fast, so in just a blink of an eye, she had flown out of the village and disappeared from Shinji's sight. Looking back at the Konoha village that was getting farther and farther away and smaller, Ito, who was flying, suddenly felt a sense of vastness. At this moment, she was extremely happy. But after flying for a while, she suddenly felt dizzy. At first she didn't care too much, but as she got farther and farther away from the village, she found that her spirit was getting weaker and weaker. Why is this happening? She stopped in rapid weakness, and then flew towards the village without looking back. As she approached the village, her weakness gradually disappeared, and she realized that the reason for her weakness was because she was far away from the village. No, to be more precise, it was because she was far away from Yakumo in the village. After returning to Shinji, Ito, who was still in shock, reported her findings to Shinji. Shinji recorded calmly, after being away from the main body for 10 kilometers, the spirit began to weaken, and after being away from the main body for 20 kilometers, the weakening state rapidly intensified. It is speculated that the limit of the spirit's activity is about 25 to 30 kilometers with the main body as the radius. Ito was shocked. She just reported the phenomenon of physical weakness and did not mention the specific distance value. Unexpectedly, Shinji seemed to have discovered it long ago, and even knew the distance of weakness. For a moment, she felt that everything about her seemed to be under Shinji's control. Shinji ignored Ito's little thoughts and continued to record the data. He had expected that Ito could not stay away from Yakumo. After all, only when the chakra of the Miko was close to the 6 paths level could it be possible to split out an independent monster Wangliang that could be comparable to the tailed beast. For the rest of the ninjas, no matter how amazing their talents were, it would be difficult for the monsters they split out to exist independently because of their chakra levels. However, as the experiment progressed, he found that his new red eyes seemed to really have the ability to strengthen the spirit body. If I transplant this pair of red eyes to Yakumo, and add Yakumo's own high-quality Yin-Tun chakra, it should be able to make Yakumo I have obtained Yin-Tsu-Kushi chakra close to the level of the Manjiki Sharingan. Then I will transplant white Zetsu's cells to Yakumo to make up for her innate deficiency. At that time, her strength should be greatly improved. Perhaps, the power of Ito can also be further enhanced and become a monster that can truly exist independently. As he thought about it, Shinji's thoughts began to diverge. A correction was made in the previous chapter. The place where Shinji met Ito was an ordinary ward. When I was writing, my brain didn't react for a while and wrote the place as Shinji's laboratory. Sorry. Also, I would like to ask for recommendation votes and monthly votes. Please everyone. Chapter 244 An Urgent Matter. After telling Ito not to act recklessly, Shinji asked Ito to return to the main house of the Kurama clan. If Ito wants to act independently now, she not only needs Yakumo's permission, but also needs Shinji to inject her red eyes to maintain her spirit body, so even if Ito is fierce and wild by nature, it is controllable at present. As for Yakumo's surgery, Shinji decided to put it aside for now. Because he was not sure what Tsunade found on Yakumo, so it was not advisable to act rashly in such matters. No, however, he would still activate the Huojin every night to infuse some of Keirin's yang release chakra into Yakumo's body to maintain the illusion that Yakumo's body functions were recovering. It was another morning. It was still dawn, and the playground of the ninja school was already bustling. I don't know if it was because even the weak and sick Yakumo started morning exercises, but the number of female students doing morning exercises suddenly increased. In a corner of the playground, Shin, who was being supervised by Shinji, said, "Shinji, why don't we call Yakumo over to practice together?" Shinji looked at Yakumo, who was practicing alone in the distance. Seeing that Shinji had no objection, Shin hurried over and talked to Yakumo. After listening to Shin's words, Yakumo turned his head to look at Shinji, and then shook his head with a cold face, as if rejecting Shin's proposal. Soon, Shin returned to Shinji and pouted, "She doesn't want to practice with us. It must be because of what happened last time. We made her angry." Shinji smiled and said nothing. He could feel that the look Yakumo cast at him just now was full of competition, and he wanted to show off and prove himself. No doubt. In Yakumo's eyes, Shinji, a genius with rich blood and who won the first place in the ninja school for 2 consecutive years, had too many halos. So in her heart, she always regarded Shinji as a competitor. It was for this reason that she lowered her head and asked Shinji to help her with special training that day. In fact, she had already put down her dignity and pleaded. Therefore, Shinji's cold refusal at that time made her very sad. Now that she saw the hope of recovery, she regained her confidence and prepared to compete with Shinji, the genius of the ninja school. Of course, she didn't know that the one who gave her hope in secret happened to be the genius Shinji whom she wanted to defeat now. Yes, Shinji didn't care about Yakumo's attitude. In fact, he didn't want all his servants to get too close to him in public, because it would increase the risk of him being exposed. So it was a good thing for him that Yakumo didn't want to accept his special training with Shin. At the other end of the playground, Naruto and Sakura found Sasuke, who was practicing one-handed seals. The reason why Sasuke practiced one-handed seals was because he told Kakashi about Shinji's use of the enemy's hand to complete the seal in the assessment, and asked Kakashi for the training method. Kakashi, after listening to this, Kakashi sighed at Shinji's wild ideas and told him that it was not advisable to use the enemy's hands to make hand seals in actual combat. Instead of doing this, it is better to practice making hand seals with one hand. But Kakashi would never have thought that his casual words were remembered by Sasuke and became Sasuke's recent goal. However, it is not so easy to make hand seals with one hand. Not to mention ordinary ninja school students, even many senior ninjas cannot master it. Therefore, even with Sasuke's talent, there has been no progress in his training these days. Naruto asked, "Sasuke, can we practice together?" Sasuke, who was bored, glanced at Naruto and Sakura. "Don't bother me." Sakura hurriedly smiled and said, "Sasuke, other teams are training together, why don't we train together?" Naruto nodded, Yes. Shikamaru, Kaiba and others are training together, and they are making rapid progress. Let's train together." Sasuke looked around the playground. He found that many teams were indeed training together, but his attention was quickly attracted by Shinji, who was supervising Shin's training. He was furious to see that Shinji was wasting time supervising others instead of training himself. What made him even more depressed was that even though Shinji was so casual, he still won the first place in the 2 tests of the ninja school, leaving him speechless. So, he glanced at Naruto and Sakura, "If you can block 3 of my moves, you can train with me." "Just 3 moves?" Naruto was overjoyed and rolled up his sleeves. Sakura was also secretly delighted. The 2 of them blocked Sasuke. Sasuke can only block 3 moves, which is equivalent to one person barely blocking 1.5 moves of Sasuke. At this moment, Sakura suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Naruto was shocked. "Sakura, what's wrong with you?" Swish! Sasuke, who had already opened the Sharingan, flashed behind Naruto, turned around and kicked Naruto out. "You can't even block 3 moves, what qualifications do you have to train with me?" With a light snort, Sasuke put his hands in his pockets. "Go away, don't bother me." In the distance, on the roof of the teaching building, Kakashi, who was watching this scene, shook his head and said helplessly, "Sasuke, this kid really doesn't know how to control his strength. How can he use the Sharingan to cast an illusion on his companions?" Jiraiya's eyes were focused on Naruto. He looked at Naruto, who fell to the ground and was in a mess, and fell into memories. After a while, he said, "How are Naruto's grades in the ninja school?" Kakashi shook his head, "Not very good. His personal grades have been at the bottom for a long time. After the assessment reform, his ranking has improved because of Sasuke." Jiraiya smiled. "This is exactly the same as his grades in the ninja school. He was also at the bottom." Sasuke, who was on the same team with Naruto, also had some of the shadow of Orochimaru. Then, he asked, "Who are the best students?" Kakashi pointed at the playground and said, "The current number 1 is Uchiha Shinji, the number 2 is Kimimaro, the number 3 is Hyuga Neji, and the number 4 is Uchiha Sasuke. They are all very strong and far exceed the level of ninja school students." Jiraiya smiled and asked, "How can the Uchiha without eyes be stronger than the Uchiha with 3 Megatama Sharingan?" Kakashi said, "Uchiha Shinji is definitely a genius. If he can successfully awaken the Sharingan in the future, his potential will not be worse than Sasuke. It seems that this kid is really outstanding for him to be able to make such an evaluation." After that, Jiraiya's eyes moved to Naruto again, with a thoughtful look on his face. Naruto is not only the blood of his beloved disciple, but also the Nine Tails Jinchuriki in the village. At the moment when the Akatsuki organization obviously has intentions on the Jinchuriki, it is urgent to improve Naruto's strength as soon as possible. The first update is here. Students who have recommended votes, remember to vote. Chapter 245 Illusion Contest. On the playground, Sakura, who fainted under Sasuke's illusion, quickly attracted the attention of other students. Everyone gathered in 2s and 3s and called a few times, but found that they could not wake up Sakura, who was under the illusion. "What's the matter? Why can't you wake her up?" "It should be because Sasuke's illusion is too strong. It seems that we need to call the teacher over." Everyone chattered. Not far away, Sasuke chuckled. His eyes moved to Shinji, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised, as if he was saying to Shinji, "See, the Sharingan is the real power of our Uchiha clan." At this time, Naruto shouted to Sasuke, "Sasuke, quickly solve the illusion. You can figure it out yourself." Sasuke turned around and returned to a corner of the playground, and started his training again. It was just the corner of his eyes that revealed that he was still paying attention to the playground. Of course, he knew that the illusion he cast on Sakura was harmless and would not endanger Sakura's body. He just wanted to see if there were any students on the playground who could break his illusion. Just when everyone was at a loss, Shinji walked over. Seeing Shinji coming, everyone made way, even Naruto, who was anxious, made way. "Shinji, can you wake up Sakura?" Sasuke in the distance also narrowed his eyes at this time, staring at Shinji's every move nervously. But before Shinji could make any move, Yakumo hurriedly squeezed in front of Sakura and looked at Shinji provocatively. Shinji stepped aside, and he was amused by Yakumo's eagerness, a little playful, and eager to show himself. Yakumo squatted beside Sakura and took a deep breath, then completed the seal and gently pressed one hand on Sakura's forehead. "Release." "Hey, what happened to me?" Sakura woke up and sat up in a daze. Yakumo is so amazing. Even Sasuke's illusion with the Sharingan can be solved, it's really not easy. "You don't know, I told you that Yakumo's family is also a giant in illusion." As Sakura woke up, the surroundings immediately sounded exclamations and praises for Yakumo. Yakumo experienced this feeling for the first time, and his heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. When Sakura learned that it was Yakumo who solved the illusion for her, she hurriedly stood up and thanked him. "Yakumo, thank you so much." Yakumo waved his hand, a little embarrassed. At this time, Sasuke came over and said to Yakumo, "I didn't expect you to be able to solve my illusion." Yakumo looked at Sasuke and snorted, "Your illusion is not that great." "Oh." Sasuke was interested and said, "Want to compete with me?" Hearing Sasuke say this, all the students on the playground became excited. On one side is the genius of the Uchiha clan who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 7, and on the other side is the eldest daughter of the main family of the illusion giant Kurama clan. Although the Uchiha clan was destroyed and the Kurama clan declined, the illusion contest between these two families representing the highest illusion achievements in Konoha is still a topic of discussion. An event of great intensity. Even Kimimaro and Neji, who were also training on the playground, were attracted. Although he was extremely nervous, Yakumo was unwilling to admit defeat directly, so he asked, "How do you want to compete?" Sasuke was full of confidence, "Let's compete in illusion." Let's find a few classmates and see whose illusion can subdue them first. Nonsense. Before Shizuke finished speaking, Irika appeared and interrupted him. Shizuke said, Teacher Irika, don't worry, I know my limits. Irika shook his head, how can you treat your classmates as targets? Shizuke didn't care, Teacher Irika, the ability to resist illusions is also part of the training in the ninja school. Irika was speechless for a moment. As Shizuke said, there are many ways to understand illusions, but no matter which one, facing illusions in person is the fastest way. So the students in the graduating class all have to participate in the illusion confrontation organized by the school. Yakumo said, Teacher Irika, we will be very careful. Seeing that Shizuke and Yakumo were eager to try, Irika had to say, well, I will supervise your competition. Shizuke was looking around the field at this time, choosing the target of the spell. Why not let Naruto do it? Suddenly, someone suggested. Shizuke looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was Shinji who suggested it. Shin, who was beside Shinji, nudged Shinji with his arm and whispered, Naruto is Sasuke's teammate. Wouldn't it be unfair to choose him? Although Shin's voice was very low, after all, everyone was gathered together, so many people still heard it. Yakumo was one of them, but she did not object, but said, then let's choose Naruto. No matter who is chosen, I'm not afraid. Humph, then Naruto. Shizuke snorted coldly. Naruto realized that he had become the target of Shizuke and Yakumo's illusion contest, and pointed at himself, me. Under Irika's supervision, everyone quickly made way for a venue. Naruto stood in the center, his expression showing a rare sense of restraint. Shizuke was the first to stand up, walked up to Naruto, and said, remember, you have to try your best to resist my illusion, I don't want others to think I'm cheating. Naruto scratched his head, I'll try my best. Shizuke stopped talking nonsense and opened his Sharingan again. Immediately, he fixed his eyes on Naruto. Naruto also looked over, and the two of them soon met. At this moment, the whole audience held their breath. The students in the outer circle were concentrating, Yakumo clenched his fists, sweat oozed from his forehead, and even Irika, who was in charge of timing, was a little nervous. But after a while, Naruto blinked, Shizuke, have you started? Shizuke looked shocked, you? Naruto asked, what's wrong with me? Shizuke shook his head, gathered his mind, and launched the illusion again. Naruto continued to urge, Shizuke, start quickly. Teacher Irika has started the countdown. Shizuke was really panicked now. Everyone thought he hadn't launched the illusion yet, but only he knew that he had launched several illusions on Naruto in a row, but for some reason, his illusions had no effect on the silly Naruto. Irika found the clue, the illusion didn't work. Shizuke covered his eyes and muttered, damn it, how could this happen? The students realized that Sasuke's illusion was ineffective on Naruto. Yakumo stood up at this time, is it my turn? Everyone looked at Yakumo, waiting for her performance. Feeling everyone's gaze, Yakumo said to Ito who was hiding in his spiritual world, are you ready? You can't lose this time. Ito smiled, don't worry, for a fool like Naruto, I can easily hypnotize him as long as I sneak into his spiritual world. The second update is here. Please recommend and vote for me. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 246 Physical Illusion. Almost instantly, Ito invaded Naruto's spiritual world. She looked around and frowned slightly, this guy is obviously a fool who knows nothing, why is his spiritual world so dark? After a while, Ito came to a huge iron gate. Hey, why is there a door? After a pause, she looked into the door curiously, is there something hidden inside? Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out from the gap of the iron gate and rushed straight towards her. She was shocked and quickly stepped back. This. After stepping back, she was horrified to find that the shadow that pounced on her was actually a claw several times thicker than her body. Just then, a huge shadow behind the door approached the iron door, revealing an extremely huge outline like a mountain. Then, a disdainful snort came from inside, humph, it turned out to be a little bug. Ito trembled as he looked at the monster in front of him. Such a huge size, coupled with the terrifying and suffocatingly powerful chakra, facing such a giant, she found that his spirit even showed some signs of collapse. Fortunately, there was an iron door blocking it. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the rumors about Naruto in the ninja school, and remembered the Jinchuriki that Suzuki had mentioned during several dinner parties. She realized that the monster in front of her was probably the nine-tailed demon fox hidden in Naruto's body that had once ravaged the village. The nine-tailed fox was also full of curiosity about the sudden intruder. Although the seal could prevent it from controlling Naruto's will, it could not completely prevent it from infiltrating its own chakra, so in just a moment, a large amount of the nine-tailed chakra overflowed from the seal, spread rapidly on the ground, and surrounded Ito from all directions. Ito, who recovered from his shock, disappeared in Naruto's spiritual world as if he was running for his life. Outside world. Because of Sasuke's unexpected failure, the students who had originally only watched this competition as a fun show suddenly became more interested. Even Jiraiya and Kakashi on the roof noticed this side. Ah! At this time, Yakumo screamed and took 2 steps back, with panic on his face. Naruto, the target, was confused. Yakumo, are you okay? Yakumo's face turned pale with fear, and he shook his head hurriedly, and his eyes changed when he looked at Naruto. It was obvious. Ito could share Yakumo's perception, so Yakumo could naturally obtain Ito's perception. When Ito fled from Naruto's spiritual world and returned to Yakumo's spiritual world with fear, Yakumo was naturally affected. What's going on? Did Yakumo fail too? This is too strange. The students immediately whispered. The failure of Sasuke's illusion before had already surprised them, and now Yakumo also failed, and failed so inexplicably, which made it even more difficult for them to understand. Iruka was also a little surprised, but as a teacher, he did not let the situation get out of control, but immediately stood up and said, "Okay, this time Sasuke and Yakumo's illusion contest is a tie. Everyone, go away and get ready for class." Yakumo's illusion also failed, which made Sasuke look better, but he was still a little confused and didn't understand why his illusion failed. At this time, he noticed Shinji in the crowd. It seems that from beginning to end, among the students watching, only Shinji's face did not show any surprise. It was him who proposed to make Naruto the target. Did he know that I would fail? No, how did he know that my illusion would fail? After this thought flashed through his mind, he wanted to confirm for a while whether Shinji was really sure that his illusion would fail, so he proposed Naruto. So, just when everyone was about to disperse, he suddenly said, "Shinji, do you want to try it too?" The people who had just dispersed all stopped and looked at Shinji. In the eyes of all the students, Sasuke, who awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, was indeed very strong, but Shinji, who won the first place in the assessment twice in a row, was even more difficult for them to reach. At their current age, they still didn't realize what the Sharingan meant. They only knew that Sasuke lost to Shinji, and twice. Besides, Shinji was also from the Uchiha clan. It was unknown when he would awaken the Sharingan, so in everyone's eyes, Shinji was not weaker than Sasuke, and many students from civilian backgrounds even thought that Shinji was stronger. Instantly, everyone looked at Shinji with expectation, even Haku, Karin, and Shin who had been following Shinji were no exception. Yakumo, whose face was pale and barely recovered some color, looked at Shinji unyieldingly. Iruka knew that Shinji was a very opinionated student, so he had no choice but to ask, "Shinji, do you want to join? Want to compete with me in illusion? That girl is so good at it." Shinji smiled and slowly walked towards Naruto in the field. Sasuke's eyes sank, and his scarlet eyes shone with brilliance. Obviously, he was using his Sharingan to the fullest to observe Shinji's every move. Yakumo on the other side was no exception, staring at Shinji. Because Sasuke and Yakumo's illusions were ineffective on him, Naruto was a little proud at this moment. "Shinji, I'm not so easy to be illusioned." Shinji slowly raised his hand and said, "Naruto, my illusions are different from others, you have to be careful." Seeing that Shinji seemed to be about to make a seal, Naruto became nervous and swallowed his saliva. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and everyone was waiting for Shinji, the first ninja school, to make a move. Sasuke and Yakumo, who had just failed, stared at Shinji with their eyes fixed on him, as if they wanted to see through everything about him. Swish! At this moment, Shinji's figure flashed and appeared behind Naruto. Then, without waiting for Naruto to react, he hit Naruto's neck accurately with a knife, and then with a bang, Naruto fell to the ground. This. Looking at Naruto who was knocked unconscious by Shinji, everyone had a question mark on their faces. Sasuke was a little annoyed. "Shinji, is this your illusion?" Shinji shrugged, "I told you a long time ago that my illusion is different from yours." I am from the Department of Physics. Department of Physics? Yakumo blushed, and didn't know how to refute for a moment. Shinji squatted down, turned Naruto over, and smiled. Look, this baby-like sleep, isn't it enough to prove that my illusion is powerful? Everyone looked over and saw Naruto lying on the ground with drool in his mouth. As Shinji said, he was sleeping peacefully. Here is the first update. Students who still have recommendation votes today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 247, Set a Trap. This farce ended quickly with Irika's intervention. On the roof of the teaching building, Jiraiya smiled. What a group of interesting kids. Kakashi looked helpless. He really didn't know how to complain about the physical illusion invented by Shinji. Removing his smile, Jiraiya said, you should pay more attention to these two Uchiha kids. The Akatsuki organization seems to be targeting them. Kakashi said, well, I will pay attention. Jiraiya took a last look at Naruto, who was awakened by Sakura, and ran back to the classroom in dejection, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the classroom, Shinji supported his chin with one hand and thought about what to do next. At present, the whole village is relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. It seems that the situation is stabilizing, but in fact, all suspicious people are under close surveillance. Karin, Kimimaro, Niji, and others all have their own troubles. Sasuke is monitored around the clock, and his every move is under the sight of the Anbu. Even Yakumo, whom he just met, has attracted the attention of the village because of his abnormal recovery and is under surveillance by the Anbu. It can be said that no matter what he wants to do, he must hold it back for now. Otherwise, the village is likely to follow the clues and catch him and all those related to him in one fell swoop. There is only one Anbu monitoring Karin, and he often leaves for some reason. It can be seen that the village is not very suspicious of Karin. Maybe it won't be long before she can completely pass the village's review. At that time, I can restart the Samsara Eye plan and let her continue to try to restore the damaged Manjiki Sharingan. Kimimaro has two Anbu taking turns to monitor him 24 hours a day, so he should be the focus of the village's investigation. Contact with him should be temporarily suspended. Although the village did not arrange for Anbu to monitor Niji, there are always members of the Hyuga clan around Niji. It should be Hayashi who is monitoring and protecting him. Tisk, the Hyuga clan all have Byakugan. No matter what experiment I do on Niji, it will be discovered at the first time. This is a bit tricky. If Kimimaro and Niji cannot move for the time being, the Samsaran Eye plan can only be shelved. Why did Tsunade arrange two Anbu on Yakumo's side? Forget it, before the Anbu monitoring the Kurama main family mansion evacuates, Yakumo can't act rashly. Thinking about it, Shinji shook his head. Naruto has been in danger several times, making the village a frightened bird. All those who can inquire or guess about Naruto's whereabouts have become the focus of the village's investigation. And because of the circle of the same generation, almost all the people related to Shinji's plan are involved and have been investigated to varying degrees by the village. As a result, his Samsaran Eye plan and Samsaran Eye plan were all forced to be suspended. It's not a good idea to wait passively like this all the time. After thinking to himself, he suddenly had an idea and thought, what the village is looking for is the spy who leaked Naruto's whereabouts and informed the Akatsuki organization. The village will not be at peace until this spy is dug out. In this case, why can't we send a spy to the village to comfort the village? Almost at the moment when this idea came up, he had a candidate in his mind. Mizuki. The people who can contact Naruto openly and are familiar with Naruto are not only classmates, but also teachers in the ninja school. And the probability of teachers in the ninja school being spies is obviously much higher than that of underage students. Thinking of this, Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly. Throwing Mizuki out and comforting the village is not wrongly accusing a good person, because Mizuki himself is a spy planted in the village by Orochimaru. As for how to get Mizuki involved with the Akatsuki organization, it is even simpler. Shinji knows Mizuki's personality very well. In the original time and space, Mizuki surrendered to Orochimaru not simply out of loyalty, but more because he hoped to gain power from Orochimaru. So as long as power is used as bait, even if this bait is thrown by the dangerous Akatsuki organization, Mizuki is likely to bite the hook. After making up his mind, Shinji felt much better. He decided to find a way to set a trap to hand Mizuki over to the village, while asking Mikaiu to step up the investigation of the Blood Dragon Eye. Now that he has not only got the red eyes, he has also successfully fused a pair of enhanced red eyes through the Susanoo Sun Lantern, and the ability is not bad, which is very worthy of research, so he has even greater expectations for the Blood Dragon Eye. You should know that the Blood Dragon Eye is also a kind of pupil technique blood limit with magical abilities, and there are many members of the Blood Pond clan. As long as you are attentive, it should not be a problem to collect 2 pairs of Blood Dragon Eyes. When the time comes, I will try to fuse it with the Susanoo Temporare, and maybe I can fuse a pair of enhanced Blood Dragon Eyes like the Red Eyes. As for the matter that he had previously ordered Cole Ball to sell intelligence, it is not going smoothly at present. He obviously underestimated the desire of the 5 major ninja villages for the core intelligence of the Akatsuki organization. Cole Ball just spread it on the black market. As soon as he heard the news, he was immediately targeted by the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages. If it weren't for the fact that Mego could use the half-baked transparent escape, he would have been caught by a ninja village at this moment. For the sake of money, it is obviously not worth taking such a risk, so Shinji stopped Megu. Without money, Shinji could not temporarily use the power of the black market to help find the traces of the Blood Pond clan, so he could only let Megu think of a way himself. At night, as usual, after a day of teaching, Mizuki returned home exhausted. After taking off his coat, he looked up and saw himself in the dressing mirror with a tired face. Damn it! Thinking of those geniuses in the ninja school who have reached the level of Chunin or even surpassed Chunin at a young age, and thinking of himself who can only hang around at the level of Chunin no matter how hard he tries, he is unwilling to give up. Why can't I compare with those little ghosts? Is it because I don't have a blood limit? He gritted his teeth in the mirror, his expression twisted and hideous. Yes. Suddenly, a voice came from the room. Mizuki was startled and looked vigilantly towards the corner where the voice came from. Who? At this time, a figure walked out of the shadow of the room. Akatsuki Organization. Mizuki looked at the other party, and his pupils shrank suddenly, because this figure was wearing a mask and the unique red cloud uniform of Akatsuki Organization. Obviously, the person who sneaked into Mizuki's room was not someone else, but Shinji, who wanted to set a trap. He smiled. Are you very unwilling? Mizuki looked a little unnatural. This is Konoha, as long as I call, someone will come immediately. Really? Shinji smiled and said, then why don't you shout? Are you worried that you will be exposed as a spy of Orochimaru? It's just a small effort, please help everyone. Chapter 248 The Book of Seals. After hearing what Shinji said, Mizuki was furious and roared fiercely, what nonsense are you talking about? Hat. Shinji did not refute, but just chuckled. Mizuki's face became darker and darker. The other party's extremely confident expression showed that he must have some evidence in his hand. Seeing that Mizuki did not make any further moves, Shinji knew that he had the other party in his hands, so he sat on the sofa. After the initial panic, Mizuki also reacted now. The other party was a member of the Akatsuki Organization. Even if he didn't know his secret, it would be easy to kill him. The other party didn't do so, which meant that the other party must have something to ask for. And if there is something to ask for, there is talk. So, he changed his tone. What do you want to do? I'm just an ordinary ninja school teacher, I shouldn't be in your eyes. Shinji said lightly, teachers also have their uses. Sure enough, this guy is trying to get the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After secretly saying it, Mizuki forced a smile. What do you want? Shinji shook his head. It's not an order, I don't like to coerce others, I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. Cooperation? Mizuki was a little surprised. It can be seen that you are eager for blood limit. After a pause, Shinji continued, if you dare to work for our Akatsuki organization, I can grant you a blood limit. What? Mizuki opened his mouth and asked, you are not kidding me. Can blood limit be granted? Shinji curled his lips, you are surprised. Shinji's contemptuous and impatient attitude convinced Mizuki more than his explanation. According to his observation, Shoimu had guessed that the person in front of him was probably in Akatsuki, the big man who was suspected to be the leader of Akatsuki or the leader of a faction of Akatsuki. Instantly, he was moved. Excuse me, what kind of blood limit can I get? Shinji said, what do you want? If you can't wait, I have a ready-made eye technique blood limit. After that, Shinji took out the small nutrient tank containing the enhanced red eyes. Shoimu's eyes were immediately attracted by the red eyes floating in the nutrient tank. Because he was also one of the teachers in charge of the opening examination before, he also heard that the students were attacked by a group of mysterious ninjas during the examination, and then the mysterious ninjas had their eyes dug out. Therefore, he immediately judged that the red eyes in front of him were real. After giving Mizuki a look, Shinji put away the small nutrient tank. If you don't like the eye technique bloodline limit, I can arrange other bloodline limits for you, but you may have to wait. Mizuki said quickly, no. I will choose the eye technique bloodline limit. Those who have a little knowledge know that there are also strong and weak bloodline limits, and the eye technique bloodline limit is undoubtedly the best among the bloodline limits. Even the slightly weaker red eyes in the eye technique bloodline limit are not comparable to ordinary bloodline limits. Shinji's mouth corners under the mask slightly raised, but he didn't say a word. Mizuki woke up from his greed and asked hurriedly, "My lord, I can provide you with news about the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Shinji said lightly, "It's just news, it can't be exchanged for bloodline limits." Mizuki was a little embarrassed and cautiously tested, "What do you need me to do?" "The Book of Seals." Shinji uttered 4 words. Shuimu was shocked, "You want me to steal the sealed book?" "No." Shaking his head, Shinji said, "I want you to seduce the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to steal the Book of Seals and violate the taboos of Konoha." This. Mizuki never thought that what the Akatsuki organization wanted him to do would be such a thing. But on second thought, it was obviously much safer to seduce Naruto to do it than to do it himself. Although he couldn't guess what the Akatsuki organization's intention was, he couldn't hold back when he thought of the red eyes. After hesitating for a short moment, Mizuki nodded and agreed, "Okay, I will definitely find a way to let Naruto steal the Book of Seals. Don't worry, even if your plan is exposed, you can escape from Konoha and join our Akatsuki organization." Shinji got up and walked into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. After leaving Mizuki's house, Shinji looked back. There is only one purpose for letting Naruto steal the Book of Seals, that is to link Mizuki, Akatsuki, and Naruto, and then let Konoha catch Mizuki, the Akatsuki's spy lurking in the ninja school. As for whether Naruto can successfully steal the Book of Seals and learn the multiple shadow clone technique from it as in the original time and space, it is actually irrelevant. In the room, Mizuki paced back and forth excitedly. His narrow-mindedness could not tolerate his mediocrity, especially when he saw those talented students in the ninja school every day. It was even more difficult for him to accept it. So when the opportunity was placed in front of him, and there was also the guarantee of defecting from the village and joining Akatsuki, the last scruples in his heart also disappeared. The next day, the playground in the early morning was full of youthful vitality. More and more students, driven by the geniuses, chose to do hard morning exercises, which put more pressure on geniuses like Suzuki and Niji, forcing them to push themselves to the limit to maintain their leading edge over other students. Bang! With another muffled sound, Naruto flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Suzuki put away his fist and frowned, "Naruto, are you practicing seriously? Why haven't you made any progress?" Seeing that Naruto had been beaten black and blue, Sakura beside him hurriedly said, "Suzuki, Naruto has been working hard recently." Suzuki glanced at Sakura, "And you, if you two are still so useless, I will consider changing teammates." Sakura was struck by lightning. This scene was seen by Mizuki in the distance. After a while, he took the opportunity to treat Naruto's wounds and called the depressed Naruto aside and said, "What's wrong? Can't you bear such a small setback?" Naruto said stubbornly, "No, it's just that Suzuki is too hateful. And I can't beat him. This is normal." Mizuki said while applying medicine to Naruto, "Suzuki is a genius of Uchiha, and he has awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If you don't have 1 or 2 tricks, you will definitely not be able to beat him." "Trick?" Naruto was stunned for a moment and said, "Teacher Mizuki, can you teach me the trick to defeat Suzuki?" Mizuki pretended to be casual and said, "I don't have that kind of ability, but I heard that there are many powerful ninjutsu recorded in the sealed book in the village. If you can learn 1 or 2, you may be able to defeat Suzuki." The sealed book. Naruto's eyes lit up. The first update is here. Students who still have recommendation votes today, don't forget to vote. Chapter 249, Naruto the Thief. Without waiting for Naruto to ask again, Mizuki smiled and shook his head, "Why tell you this? Okay, the medicine has been applied to you. Remember, don't hurt yourself again today." "Oh, I see." Naruto nodded. Mizuki packed up the medical box and left with a smile. And all of this was seen by Shinji, but he did not show a smile of conspiracy like the villains in the movie. He just glanced at it, without any ripples on his face. After Mizuki left, Naruto was still thinking about the Book of Seals. Although he looked confused, he was not stupid. On the contrary, he had a sharp intuition that ordinary students did not have. After fighting with Sasuke several times, he knew very well how big the gap between him and Sasuke was, which could not be made up by ordinary training. Moreover, Sasuke just proposed to change teammates. This bastard made Sakura cry. While he was indignant, he had to admit in his heart that if Sasuke really replaced his teammates, he would be so embarrassed that he would never be able to raise his head in the circle of his classmates. So he secretly found Sakura and told her about the Book of Sealing. Book of Sealing. Sakura was stunned for a moment, and then said, "This shouldn't be something that we students can touch, right?" Naruto smiled. Teacher Mizuki said that as long as I learn the ninjutsu above, I can defeat Sasuke. After hesitating for a moment, Sakura persuaded, "That kind of thing sounds complicated. Naruto, forget it." Naruto was suddenly moved. "Sakura, you care about me so much? I will definitely learn the Book of Sealing. I can't defeat Sasuke with the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing." Sakura shook her head. "No, I just think that even if you learn the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing, you are still no match for Sasuke. I don't know who spread it, but before noon, the news that Sasuke wanted to change his teammates spread to the entire grade. For a while, a large number of students lined up to find Sasuke, hoping to become Sasuke's new teammate. Seeing this, Sakura suddenly became uneasy and hurried to discuss with Naruto. And this further strengthened Naruto's idea of learning the ninjutsu in the Book of Sealing. At night, Naruto deliberately stayed in school. When most of the classmates had left, he slipped into the academic affairs office and found Mizuki, who seemed to be sorting out academic affairs, but was actually waiting for Naruto. Mizuki asked knowingly, "Naruto, it's so late, why don't you go home?" Naruto came close to Mizuki. "Teacher Mizuki, where is the Book of Sealing you told me before?" Shuimu smiled. "Why are you asking this?" "Ha ha ha." Scratching his head, Naruto said, "I'm just a little curious." "Really just curious?" Shuimu said casually, "The Book of Seals contains all the powerful forbidden techniques, so it has been kept by the Hokage and stored in the Hokage's home." Hokage building. Naruto pondered. Seeing that Naruto had an idea, Shuimu came to the window, looking at the Hokage building in the distance where the lights were on, and said with emotion, "It's so late, and the Hokage is still working. It's really hard." Naruto didn't react at first, until he left the academic office. He came back to his senses and thought, the Hokage is still working in the office, so there is no one at home, right? Thinking of this, Naruto had an idea. As the most mischievous guy in the village who even dared to graffiti on the Hokage rock, he was no stranger to the Hokage's home, so after a while, he came to the small building where the third Hokage lived. Sure enough, there is no one. He was delighted, then quietly climbed over the wall and came to the small building. Almost at the same time when Naruto sneaked into the small building, the third Hokage in the Hokage's office noticed something strange. Because he had already set up a barrier around his home, once an intruder broke in, he would know it at the first time. "Take out the crystal ball," the third Hokage quickly seals, telescope technique. In an instant, a picture appeared on the crystal ball, and the person in the picture was not someone else, but Naruto, who was tiptoeing around his home. "Naruto?" The somewhat surprised third Hokage took out his pipe and smoked it, while looking at what Naruto, who had sneaked into his house, was doing in the crystal ball. On Naruto's side, while groping in the room, he whispered in his mouth, "Where is the Book of Seals? There are so many rooms, how can I find it?" After some groping, he came to a locked room. "Locked?" Naruto looked at the door lock and said, "Could the Book of Seals be in here?" After some effort to break the door lock, Naruto pushed open the door and walked in. At the same time, a team of Anbu came to the vicinity of the third Hokage's small building. The team leader ordered, "The intruder is still inside, everyone pay attention to vigilance." An Anbu asked in surprise, "Captain, shouldn't we go in and arrest the intruder? This is the residence of the Hokage." The captain shook his head, "This is the order of the Hokage. You are only allowed to monitor, and you are not allowed to act without authorization." Hearing that it was the order of the third Hokage, the Anbu immediately had no objection and carried out the monitoring task seriously. In the small building. "Wow! Naruto," who walked into the room, was immediately shocked by the various scrolls and ninja tools displayed in the room. What shocked him the most was a giant scroll that was almost as tall as him. He walked closer and found that the 4 big characters written on the giant scroll happened to be the Book of Seals. Is this the Book of Seals? Naruto was overjoyed, and immediately carried the Book of Seals with great effort, then clumsily left the small building and climbed out of the yard. The Anbu who were watching from all sides looked at Naruto's clumsy appearance and the Book of Seals on his back, and looked at each other for a while, not knowing what to do. They never thought that the so-called infiltrator was actually the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in the village. The team leader pondered for a moment, and then said to an Anbu beside him, "Report the situation here to the Hokage-sama, and ask for the next instructions." "Yes." After responding, the Anbu immediately performed the instant body technique and disappeared in the distance. At this time, Naruto had already carried the Book of Seals to an uninhabited grove, and slowly opened the Book of Seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, a line of words caught his eye. The second update is here. Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. It's just a small favor, please help me. Chapter 250 You are arrested. While Naruto was stealing the Book of Seals, Shoimu was not idle either. After confirming that Naruto secretly went to the Hokage's residence, he returned to his apartment, packed his luggage, and prepared to defect. In his opinion, the probability of Naruto stealing the Book of Seals is extremely low. Unless the Akatsuki organization takes action in secret, otherwise, with Naruto's it is simply a pipe dream for a student of the ninja school to sneak into the Hokage's residence and steal the Book of Seals without anyone noticing. So if nothing unexpected happens, Naruto should be discovered the moment he tries to sneak into the Hokage's residence and then be captured by the Anbu. Mizuki thought to himself that he only mentioned the Book of Seals. Even if the arrested Naruto gave him up, the village's punishment for him should be limited to verbal admonition. But if the Akatsuki organization made some arrangements in secret, Naruto would succeed unexpectedly. After the incident, if he mentioned the Book of Seals to Naruto, the village would definitely investigate it to the end. At that time, it would not be a verbal admonition. Therefore, he must be ready to defect at any time. After fully armed, just as Mizuki was about to go out, he found a black shadow suddenly appeared in the room out of the corner of his eye. Who's there? He turned around suddenly, and his eyes met the other person's eyes. Immediately, he did not resist and fell into a daze for a moment. At this time, Shinji walked out of the shadows. He had seen all the scenes of Mizuki bewitching Naruto before. At this step of the plan, the village could take Mizuki down at any time, so he had to complete the last step before the village. When he came to Mizuki, Shinji activated the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in his eye sockets again, and completely dragged Mizuki, who was trapped in the illusion, into the dream. The dream he constructed was very simple. He just built several scenes, which kept circulating in Mizuki's consciousness, and these scenes were all scenes of Mizuki selling Naruto's information to the Akatsuki organization several times. It was obvious. Shinji's purpose was to add a false memory to Mizuki's brain. Let Mizuki mistakenly believe that he has always been a spy for the Akatsuki organization, and put all the blame on Mizuki for the fact that Karin was coerced by the Kyuzagakuer ninja and was forced to provide the Kyuzagakuer village with information about Naruto. People's memories can be modified. A true psychological master can blur or even change a person's memory even if he only uses rhetoric to guide. What Shinji is doing is to engrave a false fragment into Mizuki's memory through a cycle of brainwashing. The reason why he did this is because he knew that once Mizuki was caught, the village would make an exception to check Mizuki's memory because the matter involved the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. At that time, the village would know that Mizuki was only recently bribed by the Akatsuki organization. This obviously does not meet Shinji's needs. He needs Mizuki to take all the blame before, so that the village can end the investigation of the students as soon as possible. In addition, Mizuki was a spy planted in the village by Orochimaru, and Shinji was not sure whether Mizuki knew about Kimimaro, so in order not to affect his reincarnation eye plan, he had to ensure that Kimimaro would not be implicated after Mizuki got into trouble. So, after forcibly implanting false memories into Mizuki's brain through the dream cycle, he performed a sealing technique to seal and hide all the memory sections related to Mizuki and Orochimaru. This kind of hiding could not be hidden from the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan, but Shinji never thought of completely hiding it from the other party. He used the pupil power of the Sharingan to seal, just to prove in disguise that Mizuki was related to the Akatsuki organization. And if the village wanted to break this part of the seal, the pupil power he left behind would be activated instantly, completely destroying the sealed memory section. As for whether Mizuki would become demented or completely lose his memory, that was not a problem he cared about. After a moment, Mizuki staggered and came back to his senses. Am I too tired? He shook his head without realizing that he was under a genjutsu, and turned to leave the apartment. Then, he searched along the route from the ninja school to the Hokage's residence. He knew Naruto's personality and knew that if Naruto succeeded, he would not hide too far, and would most likely study the Book of Seals in a nearby grove. And his plan was that if Naruto was captured and did not cause any damage to the village, he would pretend to have accidentally let the cat out of the bag to deal with the village's interrogation. If Naruto succeeded and the matter became a big deal, he would go all out, snatch the Book of Seals that Naruto had stolen, and then defect immediately. Thinking about it, Mizuki shook his head again and laughed secretly. I am too cautious. How could that little brat Naruto steal the Book of Seals? Just then, he had just passed a grove and saw Naruto sitting in the woods, scratching his head at a giant scroll. Then, his eyes focused on the 4 big characters of the Book of Seals on the cover of the giant scroll in Naruto's hand. This. Shuimu was stunned for a moment, even forgetting the preparations he had planned before. Naruto also saw Shuimu, stood up and shouted, Teacher Shuimu, I have stolen the Book of Seals, but the ninjutsu on it is too difficult. Can you teach me? Hearing Naruto shouting, Shuimu's hair stood on end. He rushed forward and covered Naruto's mouth, saying viciously, Shut up. This place is only a few hundred meters away from the Hokage's residence. Naruto's shouting is likely to attract the attention of other ninjas. If he is discovered because of Naruto's stupidity, it would be too unfair in his opinion. Then, regardless of Naruto's struggle, he swept his eyes to the Book of Seals and saw the content of the multiple shadow clone technique. It's true. He was surprised and happy. When the Book of Sealing with many forbidden techniques appeared in front of him, for a brief moment, he did not dare to believe it was true. Naruto broke free from Mizuki at this time and asked in confusion, Teacher Mizuki, what's wrong with you? Mizuki snatched the Book of Sealing from Naruto's hand and raised his hand with a ferocious look, Naruto, go to sleep obediently. Naruto was the target of the Akatsuki organization. He obviously did not dare to kill Naruto without authorization, so he prepared to knock Naruto unconscious and then escape with the Book of Sealing. Swish, swish, swish. But just as Mizuki was about to knock Naruto unconscious, accompanied by countless sounds of breaking wind, figures fell around and surrounded Mizuki and Naruto in the woods. Mizuki looked around in horror and found that these figures were all Anbu without exception, and there were more than 10 of them. At this time, an Anbu walked towards Mizuki and said in a deep voice, Mizuki, you are under arrest. The first update is here. Students who still have recommendation votes today, don't forget to vote.